play these guys. This is my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Okay, great. It's on us. Karen, welcome. Let's go.
Okay. Hello all, and welcome to the Season 17 WPT Rolling Thunder Final Table. My name is Karen Chan. I'm a WPT event manager. I'm so happy to welcome the players. We're going to have a great final table today. In addition to crowning a new WPT Rolling Thunder champion, today's winner will be winning his seat to the season-ending Baccarat Crystal WPT Tournament of Champions at Aria in May. Let's see, we've had such a great time at Thunder Valley Resort this week. The World Poker Tour would like to thank all the staff and dealers for their hard work and dedication for making this series a real success. We'd also like to thank the General Manager, Don Clayton, as well as Kathy Hickman, the VP of Marketing. Now I'd like to extend a very, very, very special thank you from the WPT family to the Director of Poker Operations, our host of this week, Ben Irwin.
Thank you very much. It's been a great week. Great to see so many people make the trip from the LAPC up here to join us for WPT Rolling Thunder. We look forward to having everyone back next year. But right now, we're going to celebrate the final table. And we're going to start in seat number 1 with Jim Colopy coming in with 5,715,000 in chips in his second WPT final table appearance.
Hey, you're going to be seat 1.
That's it.
I was here yesterday.
In seat number 2, used to be from Sacramento, California, now coming to us from Philadelphia, that is Eric Yomez with 1,625,000 in chips and also a season 17 champion. In seat number 3, we have AJ Chambra coming to us with 1,135,000 in chips. And this is his second main tour final table. In seat number 4, we have Jeremy Robinson with 1,675,000 in chips. Jerry, come on ahead.
No, Dylan's in 4. Sorry, bud.
And this is his first final table making the trip in from Raleigh, North Carolina. Jerry, thanks so much for making the trip. All right, now we have another season 17 champion, Dylan Lynn, with 1,675,000. And in seat number 6, making his 6th final table appearance, 3-time champion, Anthony Zeno, with 245,000 chips. All right, we are in level number 22. We'll get Dino here to take his seat. We are in level number 22. When we got down to 6, we had 18 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. With the ante 20,000, the blinds 10,000 and 20,000.
Where would you like me?
We'll help you out with that.
Buns in one.
The button came in the back.
Wasn't in a bag.
You're in the middle, right?
Well, one.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, and we are ready to get the cards in the way. Dana, let's shuffle up cards in the air.
Gino's just trying to be pushy so he gets cold.
That's what he wants.
feel like.
But like, the truth is, like,
I'd be down for the game. Yeah, I know.
All right, here we go. The cards are in the air.
No limits
So
at 8.
button in seat number 1. That puts Eric in the small one, AJ in the big one.
All in.
wow, these cards are weird.
They're real stiff too.
All right, and Anthony has gone all in for 245,000. All right, before Anthony Peters wins the first hand.
Come on in. Yeah, you go. I think they have some breaks there. Oh, okay.
All right, back to the action now. Jerry will be first. Over to Anthony. And once up to Jim. Jim is our chip leader. Starting this final table with 5.7 million
Raised
chips,
45,000.
with just over 11 million in play. All right, he's going to make a raise to 40,000.
45.
Take that 45,000. Fold it around now to the only big one.
Call.
Bill makes the run the call of 45,000. We're taking 2 players to the flop. The flop is Queen of Spades,
Check.
6 of diamonds, Queen of diamonds. Bill checks.
$40,000.
Jim bets 40,000.
Fold.
So folds and Jim takes up the flop.
All right, welcome to Thunder Valley. Sorry, we had a little minor difficulty in the commentator booth. I am Tyler Patterson here, gonna do the mic for you, and I'll be joined by that handsome guy in the background there, Ben Irwin, in a little bit. I don't know what he is, coordinator of operations. I don't know what the official title is here at Thunder Valley, but he's the poker room manager. He's the man behind the scenes. Anyway, we have a great final table here. You've already heard the announcements, I hope, on who's here. We have Anthony Zeno, former player of the year, going for his, I think it's his second title. It might even be third. He is the short stack so far today.
Jim now be before.
The blinds are 10 and 20,000. He has 295,000, opens to 60,000.
Now it's up to Jerry in the big one.
Looks like he's going to take it down, move up a little bit. So more about the players here. We have our chip leaders, Jim Colopy. He's got all kinds of scores, big poker pro, lots of guys know, but I don't think he has a WPT title yet. He's got a big chip lead here. He just won last week. He won the dealer's choice at the LAPC, the post slim for the 2,100 buy-in. I heard he had never played Archie before, and everybody knew that, so they're all calling Archie, but he took it down anyway. Eric Yilmaz won the Borgata this year, so he's looking for his second victory in one season. He's going to let that one go. And here's Dylan Lind. He's second in chips right now, and he's also a WPT Champions member, looking for his second title. So we got a stacked table here. Opens 50,000 at 10:20.
Call.
Apparently didn't reveal his cards to the sensor very well, so now we get to guess what he has, just like Jerry does. Jerry made the call from the small blind with Jack 10 off.
The flop is the King of Diamonds, 7 of Spades, and the 8 of Hearts.
Jerry's from North Carolina. He's had a bunch of runner-up or close to finishes at the U.S. Poker Open recently. Seen him on the scene deep in tournaments many times.
Check.
But he's looking for his first WPT title. He checks the gut shot, and Dylan checks it back. We'll see if he decides to try to steal it here. His straight draw. He started the hand with a little over 35 big blinds.
Check.
Jerry checks.
Check.
Dylan checks back a second time.
Dylan checks. The river. King of Clubs.
Jerry has one more chance to try to steal it. He's just going to let
Check,
Dylan
check.
have the pot, I think.
Ace high.
So it shows ace high. That is good to win the pot.
Double check. Needed a different river card to stab at that.
You can see it on Jerry's face. He's a little upset he didn't take a stab.
You didn't need to. I like the free gutter dribble.
Eric used to be a local. He lived here in Sacramento for a while. He's recently moved to Philadelphia, and then he just goes out and wins the Borgata. One of the closer places to play out there.
Raise the 40.
Make it 40,000.
AJ Trauber's opening it up here. I got to play a little bit with him yesterday. I don't know AJ. 30 years old. He's been playing for 12 years. He made a final table WPT, the 5 diamond in 2017 for, it was a big score, 350K for 5th place. So he's been on the scene before. Opens for a min raise, gets called by Dylan, and Jim's going to come along with the good price from the big blind.
Yeah.
That flop is the 6 of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts, 7 of Clubs.
Sticks Queen 7, gives Jim a little bit, gives Dylan a whole lot, and AJ, maybe c-bet, but he's going to let it go 3 ways.
AJ checks over to Dylan now.
$60,000.
Dylan bets 60,000.
60,000.
150, kind of a small bet, kind of a disconnected board, so doesn't have to protect anything. Jim flopping a pair and laying it down. What a boss.
AJ does the same, and Dylan picks up the pot.
Even with a good price. Great fold by Jim. So this format, we went 6-handed at 36 players, which makes these guys all a lot deeper than usual when the final table starts. Because everybody busts out a little bit faster than normal when playing, faster than when playing 9-handed, so the chip stacks collide, and now all the players are pretty deep when we get to the final table. See, Zeno's pretty short at 15 big blinds-ish, but everybody else has a ton, and the chip leader has 285 big blinds to start. There's a couple other guys have 100 or around 100, so we get to see some deep stack play for a while. There's not a lot of clock left on this level, but then we go back to our levels. We also played 90-minute levels from 36 down to 6. Jerry opens 50K and Zeno on the button. I think it's a pretty clear shove. I think you're going to see anything else. Trying to think, this hand is so good. Is there any way to get even more out of it? But I don't think so. I think he's going to have to put it in.
All in.
And Zeno has declared himself all in.
So that 295,000.
295,000.
All in for about 15 big blinds.
Fold.
We are back over to Jerry. You will be safe.
It's a nice result when you have ace-king to get 7-8 suited to fold also. That's plenty of equity against you. So this was a $5,000 buy-in. Some of these guys might have been in more than once. First place, $300,000 plus entry. Well, not plus, and also you get an entry into the WPT Tournament Champions. That comes out of that 300,000. 200,000 for second. They've already locked up 50,000 each, so not a bad payday for the first person who goes home.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Quickly folding around to Jim on the button.
Raise to 50,000.
And Jim makes it 50,000 and
So the first person, if you outlast one player here, you're going to get 18,000 more. So 50,700 for sixth and 68,860 for fifth. So the first jump's 18,000. So that's nothing to sniff at. You know, with ace-6 off in the hijack, let's how it go.
fold around to the button. Now up to Eric.
Fold.
Coot lets it go, goes by Eric.
Fold it. Now AJ in the small one.
AJ in the small just going to complete with the Queen 10 suited. And Dylan with ace high in the big blind.
Raise.
Raise.
I get 80,000.
He raises to 80,000.
Now 80,000.
Not that comfortable to play for a 4x raise out of position, but Queen 10 suited is plenty good to do it.
AJ makes the call of 80,000. Here we go to the flop.
Pretty good flop for the Queen 10 of clubs.
King of clubs, 3 of clubs, and the jack of clubs.
He quickly checks. See if Dylan tries to take a stab. That board probably hits a limp calling range pretty good. But playing out of position when on monotone boards is always tough. So Dylan is going to go ahead and c-bet.
Bet 60,000.
Dylan has 60,000.
See if AJ decides to check raise now or just check call. Let his opponent keep bluffing.
Call
AJ
60,000.
makes that call of 60,000. Your card. 8 clubs.
Looks pretty bad to AJ, but it might induce a bluff.
Check.
AJ checks.
Probably will not, in my opinion.
Bet 200,000.
Dylan has
Goes for a
200,000.
healthy bet, 200,000 into 300. And it represents a lot of AJ stacked.
AJ calls
Uncomfortable
200.
with most hands. Probably not so uncomfortable with that one.
Go to the river. Is the Jack of Spades.
And I think Dylan's going to give it up here. There's not a lot of cards, not a lot of hands AJ is going to call that 200K bet with on the turn. And then fold on the river.
Check, check.
And Dylan wisely checks, gives it up.
Flush. Queen high.
That's a nice pot for AJ.
AJ shows queen 10 of clubs. Four of the flush. And he wins.
Would not have been happy to see a shove there. Yeah, exactly. Even if you triple barrel, it's like have third nuts too, you know? That's like the thing I like the flop.
Good,
You can see these guys have good camaraderie. Got to play with most of them the last couple days, and there's a good vibe in this poker room, especially deep in this tournament. A lot of people knew each other. It's a lot of good guys.
Back to the action. And Queen first.
fold.
We will fold over to Jim.
Fold.
Now Eric.
Raise. 45,000.
45,000.
Eric raises a cutoff, 45,000.
Last hand
Ace
is
5 off. Jerry in the big blind getting a pretty good price.
John's gonna fix that.
You can start humming if you like.
Yeah, I got some music getting up.
Oh, nice.
Any suggestions?
Call.
He is going to take a flop with the king 9 off. Don't blame him, that's a really good price.
Here we go to the flop.
And with only 30 big blinds, you can stack off and not be too uncomfortable with it on good boards.
And my dog.
That's right.
Complete air ball for both players.
Life on the road. Gotta keep rambling.
Check.
Those are all good gambling names.
Getting run out of town.
Eric can take this one down with a c-bet if he chooses to go that route.
Life at Mike feels like it's at a
40.
Oh, he's
40,000 is the bet.
super small.
Yeah, definitely silent.
Even that tiny bet's probably enough though.
Fold.
Here we fold. Eric picks up the pot. All right, we are now lit up. Andy 25,000. The lines 15,000, 25,000.
You can hear Benner when they're announcing the blinds went up. We're playing 25, 50,000 now. Oh, 15, 25,000, 15, 25. With the big blind ante format. At this point, I don't think I need to explain that anymore. I think everybody's starting to get comfortable with the big blind ante. Some debate about when it gets short-handed if the big blind should go smaller, but most poker pros or guys who like to gamble like the ante staying nice and big. Promotes action, which is always good. I don't think anybody's calling for the old ante all by yourself trick anymore.
Raised to 55,000.
Raised to 55,000.
Eric raised to 55 this time. Last time it was 45. That might just be different positions. Could be something to do with his hand, but probably not since it's almost the same one. AJ is getting tricky. Just going to flat with the ace-king off. I think that's designed specifically to try to get Zeno to shove. Being in the big blind. And Zeno's getting a real good price there and folds anyway with his ace wheel.
Heads up to the flop. 12 is 10 hearts, queen of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Queen 10, 8, 2 hearts. Not a terrible flop for AJ. Not a great one though. It does hit a lot of opening range for Eric. Oh, I just realized that the blinds had gone up, so Eric's sizing was not different. It was just a
85,000.
bigger big blind.
That is 85,000.
85,000 C-bet from Eric. AJ has plenty to continue, so
Call.
he's going to call a raise, and he calls.
And the turn. 9 of hearts.
That's a pretty scary card for the C-better. I think that hits a lot of the calling range. Imagine Eric gives up. But he certainly can't win if he doesn't bet, so maybe not.
10 seconds.
Oh, he's keeping full steam ahead. 150.
150,000.
Eric has 150,000.
This is an interesting spot for AJ to either just call with the and try to realize the equity of your draw, or to really go for it.
Call.
Certainly could have raised there, but he might also be able to bluff the river, so he doesn't have to raise yet.
5 of diamonds.
Interesting for both players. A lot of times you can just check back ace-king on the river if your opponent checks and just try to show it down, but in this case,
Bet. 250,000.
maybe not. But we don't even get to see that spot because Eric fires a third barrel into this. The ace-deuce off and a very coordinated board. I think this is very believable and is likely to work. But AJ could also bluff here. He has the ace of hearts.
10 seconds.
The king's a blocker for king jack. The action clock is really going to play a part in this because, wow, he does just go, he goes for it. What a player.
AJ's going to raise.
And it is obviously going to work. Eric's going to Hollywood a little bit, but I guess I'll let it go. Great play by AJ. Little did he know he had the best hand, but that might have got a lot of hands to fold. Even a jack would have been put in a really tough spot.
You guys good luck.
Thank you.
So now we got, I don't know what your official title is, but we have Ben Irwin in the booth with us now. We got John taking over, announcing the hands. Ben, what is your official title here at Thunder Valley?
The official title is Director of Poker Operations.
Wow, that's fancy. I would have called you a poker room manager.
I'm also
I
the
don't know
guy
what
you
to
drink wine with. That's what we do.
He's a great host, really. That's Ben's forte. So thanks for coming in here, Ben. Thanks for putting on this whole show.
You bet. It's been awesome. It's great to come back here, and right as I get ready to sit down, I see that last hand in. Right when I hand off the mic, that was pretty exciting. It's a lot. I'll tell you what, being able to see the card sure adds a lot to it. You're watching
Yeah.
that. Just seeing it here, it's such a difference. But what an awesome play. What a gutsy
Yeah.
play it felt like to me.
I mean, by both of them. I can't believe Eric fired all 3 streets.
I loved it.
Yeah.
That'd be my move. If you check to me, I can't help myself. So this was my only chance to win the pot. But him coming over the top, that was pretty awesome.
I wonder if it'll be archived. I'm sure.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But it's been a lot of fun spending a lot of hours with these guys leading up to this point. Each of these guys going through the swings to get here. It's been an awesome event. First 5K, and pretty amazing final table.
Yeah, we upped the buy-in this year, right? It was $3,500 last year. The last few years doing this event, we upped it to 5K.
Yeah, I went to 5K this year. It's at this price point, it's not exactly a locals event, and so the one thing we really try to do is really kind of partner with the LAPC, make sure that it's a great, kind of a California swing for them. A couple events they can play in. We saw the 5K really draw well.
Well, what do we got going on here? Dylan opened to 55. Oh, I saw Jim fire in some chips. I guess that was just a call from the 9-5 off. He's going to defend his big blind. It's a good price, but that's about as bad as it gets. And up against a seasoned veteran and Dylan.
Yeah, for Jim, that's it's got just about no draw, no outs.
Yeah, so
It's going to be uneventful.
Dylan's going to go ahead and c-bet, and that will do it.
Watching Dylan, I'll tell you what a strong table presence he has. Watching him this last couple days.
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps a pretty tight image
Yes.
while stacking everyone's chips.
Yes, that's true. Jerry Robinson, really good story. He made the trip in from North Carolina
Oh yeah.
or South Carolina.
North
Raleigh.
Carolina. North
Yeah.
Carolina.
So he came down to the LAPC, made it up here. Gets to play a little final table here before he heads home.
Right on.
It's really
This is his first final table.
So you guys partnered with the LAPC in anybody who played the main event there got a free room up here
That's
for
right.
a night or
Yeah,
something?
you play the LAPC main event, get one free night.
That's pretty good.
And we make sure it's your most expensive night, so people use that for the weekend night. So it's real helpful.
Yeah, it's nice. We still kind of have a little West Coast swing going because the WPT goes to the Venetian pretty soon after
Yeah,
this
2
in
weeks,
Vegas,
yeah.
so that's not. Guys from the East Coast could stay out here if they wanted to.
Yeah, there's other poker up here. You got the Shooting Star there at Bay 101.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I'm a shooting star.
That's yes. Always a great event. Great to see that back on the schedule. So Eric, know him pretty well. He used to live in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So I know him pretty good. Hadn't seen him in a while, and made sense. He moved to Philadelphia. But real solid.
Yeah, we got to talk with him a little bit at that WPT Champions Club dinner that we had the other night,
Yeah.
where you are quite a host. One of the better, I guess, the best spot on tour, really. You guys take care of the champions better than anybody does, I think.
We try to make sure the poker's great, but there's a lot more to the day. It's nice to be able to relax, and this can be a grind, so it's nice to have that time for sure.
So this pot is going down just like the last one. It's like ace, rag, and this original razor is just going to take it down.
Pretty amazing yesterday, going from 7 to 6 and watching Zeno hang in there. It was just this super short stack. Well, through the blinds, it was still pretty good, but in comparison to everyone else, he was short for almost the entire time. A couple people caught up to him, being as short as he was, but hung in there and making his 6th final table. That was pretty awesome. So.
Yeah, pretty great. 6 WPT final tables. That's pretty strong.
And 3
I
titles.
guess that's true.
And
So,
oh,
yeah.
3 titles.
Three
Oh, I got that
titles.
wrong earlier. I said it was 2. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll forever be known. Any tournament you play, you'll be like, oh god, 10,000, 20,000.
Ooh, Jerry's got the aces.
That'll be even sweeter, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine that.
Exactly. That'll be your favorite one.
So Tyler, what are you thinking? He's looking to open. Blinds just went up.
Yeah, he'll keep it the same as what he's usually opening, I would think. So he goes with a min raise here, and that's might be more dictated by his stack size than anything else. He's getting kind of short down there, so most of your raises are going to be a little smaller.
Yeah, he looks like he has about, what, 500,000 behind or so? Close.
Yep, 525. The graphics tell us over here.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, give love to the graphics team.
Yes.
They're on it. AJ is considering putting him in, considering taking his price to just see a flop. And he does just see a flop instead. He has a pretty good hand, and Jerry has, you know, like we said, the 20 big blinds, so.
Oh, boy.
And that should get all the money in, I
Yeah.
would think.
Well,
Yeah,
for Jerry,
check
he's definitely
from-
going to get some action on those aces.
I would imagine it goes check bet and a shove from AJ. And as you can see, he's not far behind, 53-47.
That's about as good as it can get percentage, right?
Yeah,
If you have-
absolutely. I mean, it's a great flop for him.
Yeah, little ace like that. It's about the best flop you can get.
He goes with a smaller raise rather than just shoving it in, but I think Jerry's going to quickly be all in here.
So the small raise really based on the fact his draw is so good.
I'm
mind
not
the
sure. I
action.
think maybe just to try to disguise it a little bit, because maybe if you actually had sets or you know, just other big hands like 2 pairs or whatever, you might raise small enough to leave Jerry some room. You might not just jam, but flush draws are probably going to jam.
Yeah.
So it's probably just to disguise his hand a little bit. You hear that buzz there? That's the action clock. So Jerry, his hand isn't dead. He just loses one of his. What did they get? 6 at the final table? Or
8 at the final
He
table.
loses one of his 8 30-second time banks. You don't get those back, so you are at a limited amount of time. Jerry does put it in, and AJ calls. And we're at 50-50 pretty much, 53-47. It's just like most of the pre-flop flips that we are used to. This card will change the equity a lot. Oh, actually it changed it about as little as it could, but it's still big help for Jerry.
Yeah, he just picked up 4 more outs.
And he makes a straight, and that's going to do it for Jerry. Man, flying across the country.
He has a straight. Yeah.
They were looking at so many
Looked
draws,
like
they
there was a
didn't see
little confusion there.
the new draw they got on the turn.
So Jerry's going to take home 50,000 and change. So it's not a bad trip out to the West Coast.
Most definitely, and his first final table.
His
What a
first
great
WPT
experience.
final table, yeah.
I can move over a little bit because my box is under the lock. If I can get over this.
Just like that, we're down to 5, and Zeno on the short stack has increased his payday by at least 18,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim just coming in so strong. He got that huge hand yesterday. I believe it was AJ. Big hand. It was yeah, Jim almost double. Well, actually, he did double up. He was covered by AJ. AJ had 10-9, flop 10-10-9. Jim sitting there with 10 king. King found a way on the river.
Wow, that's a big one. I got beef with Jim, too. He busted me out of this tournament.
Yeah.
28th, I cashed for a little bit. I was only in 1 bullet, so it wasn't a terrible
good
tournament
weekend.
for me. Yeah. But yeah, Jim got me.
It's a lot easier.
So if he wins, I got busted by the best. I feel like I kind of got like second place, really.
You actually
like,
did.
You know?
I mean, you get busted by the
Well,
champ.
there's only one guy who could have busted me in the whole
Yeah,
tournament.
right. Exactly.
So chops are so much harder on day 2.
I like how at the Commerce that they have the chop value from the start of the tournament. On the
Really? They probably just get more people that are winners, and that's better for their
Eric, let's go the 9-7 off on the button, and AJ is thinking about the.
And AJ is someone that's had chips, geez, I remember just about all day yesterday. So it's never really been, he's never been in a real tight spot. Zeno was the chip leader at one point yesterday.
Yeah, I remember that.
Survived to the final.
AJ raises 3x, and Dylan's going to make the call. Kind of borderline hands for both players in the blinds, but in the blinds, especially short-handed, you got to battle for every chip. AJ is going to c-bet with the queen high. He does have the open ender also.
A dangerous open ender.
It is. Dylan is going to make the call with the gut shot, and king high is often good in this spot.
That was going to be my question. Does he think at this point that just simply king high could be there?
And he does make a straight with it. Not sure if AJ sees that as a good card or a bad card. I'd be pretty surprised if AJ folds to a bet here. I think unless Dylan sizes up, then maybe AJ could, but I would imagine Dylan bets a small amount and AJ calls it.
So pot 275, you're thinking like half pot?
I'm thinking about 100 probably. Oh, it's like, yeah, 135. You nailed it, Ben. Half pot.
I asked it as a question, but I'll take that credit.
It's kind of an interesting sticky spot for AJ.
Seems tough because he's got no upside, right? I mean, it's either he hangs on with a queen or.
It's a tough spot because if you're beat, you're probably going to get a check back on the river. Wow, that's a stupid card.
I guess he was drawing liver than I thought he was. I guess he knew it was coming.
penalty. He gets a 1 round penalty.
They're asking if Dylan gets a penalty for calling with the nuts in position, which they share on the board. That's a tough spot for AJ, even though because it's blind versus blind, and you don't want to just give your opponent credit for having an ace or a king.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't have an ace or a king, on the river you're probably facing another bet.
Yeah.
So it's a tough spot for AJ on the turn. He did make the call.
That's right.
And didn't have many outs to chop.
Somebody making that, so he made the call on the turn. Unless he gets faced with a big wager, he's probably going to lose some chips on the river.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
He's like, what?
227 big blinds for Jim.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, comfortable.
Yeah,
comfortable.
comfortable.
I think it said about 30 there for.
We got a
for Zeno.
little Rubik's Cube type thing there.
Yeah.
Kind of little stress guy.
Thanks. Looks like 280. It's 280 plus that next. Thanks. Might be time. What's that? Might be time.
Feeling it?
Have that feeling.
Eric thinking about opening with a 5-3 off.
So calling the action a little earlier, what? How did it look on this side?
do you
Anyone
mean?
aggressive much? Was there anything?
Oh, before you got in
Yeah.
here? No, not really. I think you saw right before you got in here Eric's 3-barrel with the ace deuce on that one. That was pretty spicy, but everything else was pretty tame so far.
Saw Zeno come out of the gates first hand. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was out there, he got a couple shoves with no calls.
Yeah, he had one 3-bet shove with ace king and no call too. So he built the stack a little bit, but the blinds keep eating into him. So he hasn't really improved his position yet. But this might help.
Yeah.
It's interesting that AJ goes with the limp with the eights. He's really going to trap Anthony into jamming, but he's not going to like what he sees.
Right.
This play by AJ limping the button, a lot of times it's not really about this hand. You just, if you limp a hand strong enough as eights, later you can limp, and they see it, later you can limp weaker hands and not get pounced on all the time.
Gotcha.
It's a good balancing play, but also it traps Zeno into raising, and I would imagine that he's going to raise it back. Yeah, AJ's trying to put Zeno in here. And it didn't really matter because of the hands they had. They would have gotten these two in no matter how they played it. They got a little extra out of Dylan. They got the complete from the small blind.
So you're saying there's no way, once they got to the flop, there's no way AJ was going to let it go. They're just...
well, they would have never got to a flop.
Gotcha.
There was no way where they could play it to get to a flop. Still looks pretty good for Zeno. AJ does have the 8 of diamonds, but that's not going to matter.
Maybe if they were a little deeper with the eights on the button, he could have actually represented something different there, right?
Yeah, it could have been just like an open and a 3-bet and a call if they're a lot deeper. But yeah, because of Zeno's stack size, there was no way to avoid just these two hands getting it in. So Zeno's going to double up from 280, 560, a little more, 600,000, a little more.
Did you hear him?
Yeah, saying there's a chance. Back in the game.
This has been a good week as far as like, people in this area being able to see so many names that they recognize in that. It was a lot of fun having the WPT main tour up.
Yeah, I
Zeno
imagine some
definitely
local
recognized.
guys like to see us all
You
playing
bet.
here, and
Yeah.
you guys all take care of the champions so well that makes us want to come more. Like we did the Kings game before.
Yeah.
And,
Kings Celtics, right?
Yeah, Kings Celtics. It was a really good game. The Kings lost, but they did cover.
I was gonna hear. They sort of lost, right? Depends on how you went to that game.
They lost, but they might have made money for some of their supporters.
Yeah.
So that was really fun. It was a great outing, and then of course the champions dinner is always fun. High stakes restaurant's amazing. There was a little too much rain, so we didn't get out to Whitney Oaks this time.
Yeah.
But now it's starting to be nice, so maybe we'll play tomorrow.
Yep, right. It was nice yesterday. Nice today.
They busted me just early enough yesterday, so I got to go play around.
Very nice. Where'd you end up going?
Turkey Creek. It's a
Turkey
pretty
Creek's a nice
little
course.
place. Yeah.
Back part of Lincoln. That's nice.
Yeah, it's really close by, 5 miles or something.
See
Me
some
and
deer
Matt
out there?
Affleck, we did see some deer. We saw some turkeys. All right, looks like Eric opened the ace-10 off, and Jim defended the big blind with ace-8 suited. Both are very good hands. Eric's going to c-bet. 40,000. Again, he's going with the down bet after a little bit smaller bet on the flop than he was raised. So it's only 20% of the pot. And we know Jim's going to continue on that flop with ace high, but it's just whether or not he's going to raise or call, and he does go for a raise here. backdoor flush draw and ace high can already be good.
I'm always a fan of the win it right here.
Yeah. Eric does have the best hand, but there's not a lot of good cards coming on future streets, so he's just going to give it up. A lot of guys in Eric's spot there are now checking back the flop, especially against a creative guy like Jim, who's a creative and aggressive player who might check raise a decent amount. If you just check back the ace 10, try to get it to showdown because you have ace high, it might be the best hand.
Gotcha.
The clock's really like bleeding a minute. Thank you.
Did I use a time bank shift?
Yeah, when you raised on that previous
You
one.
acted right after the.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to interrupt what you guys were doing. It looked to me like
She didn't tell you like 10 seconds.
Yeah,
that's
she didn't
why.
give you 10 seconds, so
We
it
didn't
looked
know.
like-
That's why I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, go because she
Yeah,
didn't
but-
announce
yeah.
10.
So they're talking about the action clock. The dealer has to give, or we're supposed to give him a heads up at 10 seconds. And we've seen it happen most of the time. We're trying to work with everyone as everyone adjusts that. The one thing about the action clock, everyone seems to really like it.
I think it's all pretty easy. I mean,
No, yeah. and
there is a little chime from the clock itself at 10 seconds also, so you are alerted.
Yes.
But when you're deep in thought over a poker hand, you can miss that, so it's nice for the dealers to announce when there's 10 seconds also, which they usually do. Well, that one was really close. They were trying to decide whether, I'm not sure who it was. Eric had to use a time bank button there or not, and they decided not to.
Pretty much using the old tie base goes to the runner.
Yeah.
That's if it's tight, then keep it back. Yeah, seeing those time chips, it's hard to believe it's been a year.
It's been 1 year
Since you and Matt hearing you guys
Yeah.
in Steinman on the clock, looking miserable, miserable.
Dylan opens to 55. Jim has king 10 offs, good enough for a 3-bet to 230,000. And that's going to make Eric fold the best hand, which is ace 6 suited in the big blind. And Dylan's going to fold the queen jack off. Good play by Jim. Couple of aggressive spots in a row for Jim. Trying to distance himself from the pack, keep the pressure on. All the other players are, I mean, I'm sure everyone's trying to win, but they're also concerned about moving up each spot. You know, the next, we'll see, what is the next payout?
I was going to say, I actually wanted to see where the button was at, because Jim in the small blind feels like Dylan's in a decent spot there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he could have played in position with the queen jack off. That would not have been out of line to call there.
Laddering up's also nice, and mixing it up with a chip later may not exactly be what he's looking to do.
Especially when you're in second place. So he's already got a pretty big, or I guess he's in third now after AJ. But anyway, he has a decent stack, and he doesn't want to battle with the chip leader with Anthony so short.
It's weird that your cards are pointing up or down based on what the spade is.
And yeah, moving up one spot is worth $27,000. So
Yin yang kind of.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter what direction they're
It
facing.
seems a little bit.
can be a little bit risk averse when you're playing against someone who has more chips than you.
Yeah.
Suspect.
Yeah. A little bit less secure. Like somehow the back of a card is marked, it'd be easier to tell.
Eric limps the small. AJ is going to try to take it down here with the raise to 85 with queen 3 off. And it's not going to work. Eric's going to continue.
These cards are really expensive.
Partially the reason you may not want to leave yours.
Flop gives us 4 diamonds, 9 of hearts, 2 of clubs.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
Suppose this is a production.
So Eric hits top pair, decides to check it over. Must just figured not really any value on a bet right there. Give him an opportunity, bet the position.
Yeah, I mean the original raiser is likely going to bet on that flop, so you can go ahead and let him do that, not give yourself up yet.
I don't think drafters
Now he can decide to raise or call. If he decides to raise, it's probably committed to the pot. So
I heard of a good supposed lawyer.
So you just call right here?
I think maybe just call, but I don't know. You let a lot of cards come that you might not like, you know. So he's just gonna go for it. He's check raising. He's definitely not folding, but he does have a big enough stack that if he did have air balls, he could end up folding. I think that's probably going to do it, though.
Okay. Which one?
One if you spread them two right now.
Yeah.
One has a dot to the right of the.
Okay, but you don't know which one it is.
I have no clue. All I know is
Oh,
that
you don't know it's a piece of dirt.
Okay.
They're just cleaning up a
Jim's checking out the integrity of the deck for us. We appreciate that.
yeah, slightly marked card there.
Yes.
I thought it was really incredible that you raised when I was about to say that before the hand was over. So.
One thing that's not missing at this table is a lack of attention to detail. These guys are dialed.
They're all dialed in. They're sharp.
Yeah, it's funny. You need sunglasses just for the.
That one right there is cute. Okay.
Is it hotter over there? Or no? Sometimes,
okay now.
Sometimes half the table's like hot.
When I first sat down, it felt really warm.
One fewer body.
So it's pretty awesome as they're playing in the attached convention space right now in the room. So people are playing in the little series finale, really for our locals, but they're able to look over and see the set, watch the live stream.
Yeah, it's a great setup. And the series finale was a $250 buy-in or something?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, the locals get to play a nice tournament, run well, and get to see these guys.
Yeah, it's just pretty awesome to really be playing. I mean, you look over, you can see it there, and on TVs that aren't, these guys can't see, but you can see from the room. They can watch the delay also. Really adds to the whole production of it.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. All right, so Jim opens a cutoff, and Dylan is in the big blind. Dylan was deciding whether to 3-bet or whether to call there. Decides to just call.
She was a ace of hearts.
Partially calling there is to try to keep worse kings and queens in the pot. If he were to 3-bet, he might lose a hand. He probably wouldn't lose king jack, but he would lose some hands that king queen dominates. So he just calls to keep those in the pot. This is an interesting spot because king queen is probably still ahead, but it's tough to play with the rest of this pot. I would think Dylan would probably call. He definitely would call if he had a backdoor flush draw, but since he doesn't, and
Yeah, I think that goes back to a little bit what you said. Who's up against?
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to face that pressure from the chip
right,
leader.
he's going to be facing a turn bet a lot of times, and if he doesn't pick up equity, it's really tough to continue.
Killer went over mark cards and wheel cards. Everyone's like, they don't matter. And then they're like, what do you mix? Somebody just,
Yeah, I mean, that one year where the cards were the worst, the 10K.
So next out, $68,860. And the winner today is taking home $303,920. Big spread there.
Yeah, the heads-up match is going to be for $100,000.
Yeah.
That's a big sweat.
Pass the cards like this, and
yeah.
it was really because they just be.
Yeah, 3 of these guys are already in the champions, or 2 are already in the champions club. Right?
3. 2 winning this year. So Eric,
Dylan,
and Dylan.
Oh, and
season
Zeno. Yeah,
17
there's 3
champs,
in.
and Zeno, the 3-time champ.
Yeah, there's 3 in already.
Yeah.
Like 25 feet away.
And the other 2 both have final table experience. So there's.
Well, and they.
Yeah, so Chabra and Jim, they would get into the
Cards for like.
Tournament of Champions if they were to win. The other guys are already in.
And didn't change the cards.
They have to buy in the $15,000 except for Eric. He's already won his seat this year.
That was a baffling.
AJ opens the button and Anthony shoves $600,000 from the big blind.
If I had a game, I would like,
He didn't exactly shove, but
Being a person that plays.
he basically did.
You know, I was like, sure, I was appreciative that like the 50K had better cards, but.
Yeah, this is kind of close for AJ.
Yeah. Well, he wants AJ to know he's got 100,000 behind. Doesn't want to let him know this is it.
man, you want a good system for everybody.
Or just self-interest as well.
Zeno's been short. He's been so selective. So I think he's done a really good job at possibly portraying a better hand and getting that fold.
Yeah.
That's one thing I noticed yesterday. I mean, when he got short, there was never any panic, never anything. I mean, he sat there and he was just cool. He would get whittled down, but and when he did have a spot, if he had to show his hand, he was always showing him something. So there was.
Yeah. That was a good spot for him to do that. And AJ, that's like probably the best hand he's going to fold. That is right on the borderline of calling, folding. You could see that on his face. AJ hated letting that one go.
I think it's the reason they were
Also, too, though, with 5 remaining, just doesn't really want to gamble at this point. as you
Yeah,
mentioned,
yeah,
jumps.
it's a lot of chips to put in. You don't want to move your position down so much.
Should have just sold those ones that they used that had like the.
Because he is second in chips right now.
I believe he is.
the issue is just like
And Dylan's right
strategic
behind him.
partnerships and the fact that they use the card opportunity as like a branding and promotional.
Yeah, of course.
Which is you have so little in the game other than the cards, right?
$50,000.
It's like the only thing we need.
Right. Yeah.
Could self-regulate their health. The rest of it.
You spend a lot less on chips. Not that I spend much. Just very.
AJ raises the cutoff to 50,000. Jim
It makes
is
the
gonna defend.
makes the raise with 2 unknown cards. So we know
Yeah.
Jim's in there with
We get to
9-7.
play along with Jim in this one.
Yeah.
Very lively. Very lively.
The 6 of hearts jack plus 2 of hearts. Check.
I think I'll take. I'll take a little easier.
Jim checks, and AJ is considering a C-bet. He does bet 50,000
The fold takes
and
it.
takes it down.
I have a really perennial.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier the fact you have 2 season 17 champs at the final table. It's, or the current year is, I guess, what we're getting at.
Oh, Dylan won this year also?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
5 diamond, right? Did he win the 5
Got
diamond this
it.
year?
Got it. I didn't know it was this year. Yeah.
I think it
This
is.
season, yeah. Yeah, not this year. It was December,
Or
but
or
this
season,
season,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
this
the
WPT
season,
season.
right.
It's unlocked. I don't understand. Especially since I think they have like 2 or 3.
We could play the online during the PLO 8 though, so we could flip it.
That'd be really confusing.
I was just playing text.
So in addition to our live stream here, a couple hours away from the final table down in Vegas. I think today is Gardens.
Yeah, the Gardens at the eSports Arena.
Yeah, I saw all those pictures yesterday from the LAPC final table. Pretty awesome
Yeah, it's a great
stage down
spot.
there. Pretty awesome set.
Really cool.
Matt Savage said there was something about 200 people there watching that final table in the audience.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That place is really fun. I've been in there for the WPT TOC. They did a final table there last year. But also, I went there just as a patron of the place and played a Mario Kart tournament on a giant screen with a bunch of 12-year-olds and me and my friends in suits. It was it's pretty amazing.
I think I saw a picture of that. Was the guy named Mike Norrie with you?
Yeah, Norrie was with me. Yeah, Brian Brubaker and yeah, Matt Savage was there. We played with Matt Savage's son.
I'm gonna guess he won.
Yeah, he
Marco
did.
was
he
Jin.
did. He beat me. He beat us all. Yeah. So that was fun.
So Zeno there, passing on the opportunity to take a shot with that flush draw representative stack.
Yeah,
Just doesn't wanna.
it's partially that, but also he's not going to get ace high to fold anyway, so he probably has the best hand. So you can get to showdown without putting any more chips. You might even get a bluff out of Eric and win with king high. And it's a similar spot now. You could deny equity to a hand like 9-10 or whatever, but that's just so little anyway. I think he's probably going to trap again. You're not getting ace high to fold anyway, so you're not bluffing anything out that you don't beat.
Huh.
And now you might get a bluff from your opponent.
So pot 160. It's
really interesting
know,
here
right?
what to do because he could possibly get value from ace high. He could maybe get a call if he bets really small from something just trying to chop. He may also induce a bluff with a tiny bet. Going broke is not a disaster since he's the shortest anyway. So I think if he makes a small bet, he would call it all in. And the small bet is designed to try to get Eric to call just for a chop because it looks like they both have jacks and threes and an ace. It's a little bigger though. It definitely looks like an ace the way he decides that he bet. And a good fold for Eric. He doesn't take the bait.
For both of them, that was kind of one of the best river cards you could see because it now made him think he might have a chance to chop a pot.
Yeah, absolutely.
When he's drawn to an 8 there or the 9. Well, Anthony up to 800,000 now. I think he started just under 4, so.
Yeah, he was really gaining on Dylan and Eric.
And we're seeing our chip leader be pretty selective. You know, he's made a little shots here and there, but he's not playing a ton of hands. Oh, Anthony wakes up with King of Hearts, King of Clubs. So now he's got a little bit of chips. What are you thinking, Tyler?
I think it's a standard 50-55 open. Kind of see what happens after that.
Jim's got that button, thinking about being a little creative. He'll make the call with 9-7 of diamonds. So we get Eric to fold. Now AJ looks down at Queen 6 suited.
He's getting a good price.
Yeah.
Probably going to come along. He does.
Deuce of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, 3 of clubs,
and Zeno, indefinite. Oh well, there's that. Jim's got that flush draw. This could get a little exciting. So pot 200, just over 200,000. Anthony with the least amount of chips at the table in 5th place, 745K, and our chip leader in the hand. Jim there with the 9-7 of diamonds. He does flop the flush draw.
Pretty spicy all around.
Yeah. For Jim, he might be thinking just about any card he catches right now could be good. The 9, the 7.
Yeah, it's possible.
Kings.
Anthony's not going to see bet 3-handed on that size stack without a pretty good hand. I actually expect Jim to just call because of that. He does just call because he knows Anthony doesn't have a bunch of air balls in that spot, so he's not going to get a fold if he check raises.
So the bet gave a lot of information to Jim. He knows he just needs to hang out, try to make the hand. And
yep. Maybe if something scary comes, he can still try to bluff. Well, that's a tough one for Anthony. Now, with 500,000 in the pot and 600,000 in his stack, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. He might. Being out of position, Jim's going to bet this turn kind of a lot. Anthony's going to have to decide what to do after that. Or Anthony could just commit now. And Anthony does just decide that he's not going to be able to get away anyway, so might as well deny whatever equity he can. Maybe get a call from a jack. So that's going to do it. Anthony's drawn dead against the chip leader, and just a tough spot for him.
Tough spot.
If they're a little bit deeper, he might be able to play it a little bit differently.
Yeah. But barreling, if he has an average diamond, not the ace, he might still be able to get a lay down.
Yeah, or get value from the ace of diamonds if he gets it in.
True.
You know? So Anthony's going to leave him 5th for $68,000, almost $69,000.
I'll tell you what, he could have very easily yesterday got about 10th place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, he outlasted a lot of people that had a lot more chips than he did. Pretty awesome to to be at the final table and get fifth based on where he was at.
I would insist. I would feel free to insist.
We can have both.
You
I mean,
could,
AJ and I have
absolutely.
already.
I'll just keep taking out people until I'm ready to.
That is fun. So I have to come over it. So can you go over right there?
All right, so there's Jim, our chip leader, 272 big blinds. Eric now the short stack with 39.
It's pretty deep for a short stack at this stage of the game. So the next player out is going to get 27,000 more, which is $95,530 for fourth place. So that's what everybody is guaranteed now. So the jump that they're concerned with now is going to be $35,000 for the next spot.
Good call.
I was just like, man.
Where's Jim stack has where he started? Is he right about where he was?
Yeah,
Not much
about where he
movement?
was. Yeah, I mean, he's gained a lot of chips, but the blinds also went up. So he started with, I think, 285 big blinds, and he has 272 now. So about the same. About the same size lead also.
I made a
A little bit bigger lead than he had.
Raise to 55,000.
$55 open from Eric. Dylan in the big blind getting a good price. Go ahead and join.
4 diamonds, 3 diamonds, 7 of spades for a flop, check.
And the gut shot plus the backdoor flush draw for Dylan, and Eric with still likely the best hand, ace high. Another spot where guys will take just check it back a decent amount so they don't get check raised and have to deal with that decision. Dylan doesn't get super out of line, not as out of line as Jim might, especially with the stack sizes. Like when Jim had a big stack, he's going to check raise a lot. Dylan does have enough chips to make a check raise here.
Sure.
He also has the best hand a decent amount of the time, so I expect Dylan to just call, but a check raise is not would not be that surprising. He does go with a check raise. And with ace high on this connected board, it gets real dicey now for Eric. And he lets it go.
Well, especially too with the big blind. I mean, it's with a lot of the way with the games played today, where you're pricing the big blinds in. You know, so not a lot of fun to be there with ace jack off,
Right.
setting a flop like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's two ways to play it. I mean, there's more than that, but there's two common ways to play it. Is to just check back the ace jack, try as hard as you can to get it to showdown for as cheaply as possible.
Yeah.
Or bet to find out. I mean, if you get check raised, just go ahead and dump it. But in that case, you got check raised by a worse hand because of it.
I'm too scared to put a show on.
That's fair.
Yeah, the only place that there's like to put your legs is when you're sitting in the middle.
It's a weird chair. I'm gonna tell you next to this is a hilarious table. There's like a big metal bar here.
I was different than most of the field. I chose those chairs over these chairs.
Eric raised to 55,000.
Eric raises the jack-9 suited, 55,000, still the standard open. And Jim in the big blinds, as he called with a 9-5 off earlier against Dylan. I don't think he has a fold button here.
I just got my right
Yeah, it looks like we're playing the hand with Eric.
All right, it's a fun one to play.
Eric in a great spot. That's 50,000 into a pot of 200K.
That's a good flop from with the open ender and backdoor flush
Yeah.
draw. Yeah, he's going to take it down.
Actually, other than hitting something, the only way that flop could be any better is just one more spade in there, right? Like that's hit
Yeah,
a spade.
sure.
So what else could you possibly want for a draw flop with that hand?
Pretty good one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So not a lot of time extensions used as of yet. We haven't really had those situations yet where anyone's been truly.
Yeah, even yesterday around the bubble, you know, they start you start the action clock. Was it one table from the bubble, something like that?
One table from the money, yeah.
From the money, yeah. And a lot of times you see the play really slow down around that time, and it really didn't. Players played pretty fast here. I think locals and everybody that traveled, everyone played pretty quickly. And the six-handed at 36 format speeds it up also.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really got me all
So I didn't see a ton of time banks used, and it seems like the dealers and players are all pretty comfortable with the action clock, so I think it's all pretty seamless.
Yeah, this is year 2 for us with the action clock.
Right. So training the dealers isn't too tough. You've gone.
No, yeah, it's like you just got to do it for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thanks, guys. You can leave it to me.
So Dylan looking down here at pocket sixes, and he makes it. Looks like 55. I think it's 55.
55,000.
Sure is.
Breaks good.
So we got Jim asking about a break. It should be at the end of this level.
We've been doing it every 2 levels now that it's back to an hour level.
Yeah, so we started, we had, what was it? I want to say something, 20 minutes or so in the last level. So they'll play, call it an hour 20 or so, take their first break, would be likely.
Yeah, and then every 2.
18 minutes. We'll start like 20 minutes late.
Jim's asking if we started a little late. We did, a little late. Jim also asked us for the 1 o'clock start time today. He said it's hard to get this day started before noon.
I mean, Jim was a major player in why it was why it started late. I think he waddled into the room around 12:01.
But he was funny last night. He still likes to wake up. He's got his routine, his whole thing.
Oh yeah.
He's making the trip up from San Diego. That's where I'm from. It was kind of cool talking about different spots down there with him. Lives by the beach. Pacific Beach, in fact.
Thank you.
That was
Nice place
once
to
where I
be.
called home.
Dylan opens the ace-7 of hearts. Also to 55. Eric's thinking about it in the small blind with the queen-9 off. Let's go. And AJ folds also. Dylan picks up 2 in a row, just blinds and antes.
Chip counts? No? Do you guys know your 2? Yeah. I guess it doesn't matter too much, but 6? More, actually. Yeah, a little more. Like 6, 7. 1-5.
If you guys want to ask any questions for us, you can get us on Twitter. I'm at Tyler Poker or Ben Irwin Poker. Also, there's a Facebook Live channel, Facebook Live video, the World Poker Tour Facebook Live video. And there's a chat box in there. If you have any questions, we can respond to them if we see them. We're also on the World Poker Tour YouTube channel, but I can't get the chat up in there for now.
So I heard there's the Lion is circling outside. So the one and only Pat Lyons will be in here to join Tyler here after the first break.
All right, that should be fun.
Yeah.
What place did he get? He went pretty deep.
He did. He made it down. He was way past the redraw.
I busted 28th. He was still in. So
yeah. Yeah, I would say somewhere in the top 18. I think he was down to those last 3 tables. Had a pretty good stack.
Yeah.
Player has called. 2 of you.
Yeah, they said the lion is out, is prowling outside. I said, keep him caged until the first break.
All right, Jim opens the 6s, and Dylan calls from the big blind of 9-4 of hearts, or 9-7 of hearts.
That player has bet 45,000. Player folds.
That's kind of a close one. You can see it on Dylan's face that he was thinking about continuing there, just because there are a lot of turn cards that he can pick up some equity. But
Chip leader
no
is
showdown value, he just lets it go.
6,790,000 now. 61%, even more important. 61% of the chips
of
in
all
play.
Do they still do the WPT Deep Stack Championship here?
Yes, we do, Jim.
Yes, Jim, that's a great question. We did do the championship for WPT Deep Stacks in 2017, and then we will have the next one. Right now, those dates aren't exactly determined, but we will have the next championship.
Nice. We also, there's a WPT Deep Stacks, not the championship, but there is a Deep Stack coming up in a week or two.
Yes, for Northern California, it's the biggest 1K up here. We have a 500K guarantee on it. It's also part of our anniversary.
1 year anniversary of the poker room.
Yes.
Sweet new poker room, closed off to the smoke. It's got its own bar.
Yeah.
Chargers in the tables, TV screens everywhere. It's one of the nicest poker rooms anywhere.
And the celebration last year, a lot of fun. Matt wanted to call, the first year, he wanted to call it Thunder Buddies, and I laughed and didn't take him serious, and he kept giving me the look. And so this year, the first anniversary, it is the first anniversary Thunder Buddies.
There's a bounty tournament with a bunch of bounties on a bunch of Thunder
right
Valley's
now confirmed
favorites.
we have Savage, we have Lingo Martin, Tyler Patterson, ready to go, and but it'll be a good group. Dave Larson, who won WPT Rolling Thunder last year. We do like to celebrate our winners here.
Yeah.
And he'll be in that event. But that's a lot of fun right before that 1K main, first week of April.
Yeah, so there's 1,100 main event there, and then there's a couple other prelims that are fun.
Yeah.
Plus the Thunder Buddies tournament, and
Yes.
there's a golf outing. It's a really fun day. So
Well,
really fun
so it's
trip, fun week.
the entry for Thunder Buddies is $350, and it comes with golf with us out at Whitney Oaks and the reception. So we drink some wine. Got to drink some wine when you're here at Thunder Valley.
All right, I think
I'm buying.
yeah, if you
So,
can,
who's
if
in?
you can make it out for Thunder Buddies, that's one of the best weeks out here. So while we're all hyping up the Thunder Buddies, Dylan opens. Oh, well, actually, the small blind. I'm not really sure what happened if they just limped, and I think they probably just limped, took a flop. Dylan flops 3 jacks. Got a little bit lost in the action here, but we'll pick it up from here. $125 in the pot, so there hasn't been much action yet.
Except for Dylan. Dylan caught a very good turn card.
Yep, and he's going for a full pot here, so it actually hit Jim too. Interesting.
You are now on break.
10 seconds.
Yeah, if that 10 wasn't a third heart, well, I guess Jim's going to give him the action anyway. But
Yeah, he does have he made a pair of 10s in a blind versus blind pot. So
yeah.
he's going to continue. And he does have position.
I've been in Jim's spot, and I often think I'm good here.
Yeah, I mean the flop, you're not going to give your opponent credit for a jack, so maybe a 9, maybe a straight draw, maybe a flush draw. Turns out Dylan has all of those things.
Yes.
10 seconds.
So it's Dylan right now just figuring out how much he can bet to get a call from a 10 or
Yep.
a 9. And he says that amount is
250,000.
$250 into a pot of 625. Close enough to call it a third of the pot. Yeah, it looks like the right bet to make Jim really think about this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a third of the pot because, wow, he does get a call from Jim. That 625 actually included.
Oh, it did.
It
Gotcha.
included his 250, so it was 375.
These guys are quick on the trigger. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I saw the bet, and I looked down and saw the pot size. no delay.
Pick one side of the hand.
So that he bet half pot then.
He bet 250 into 375.
Yeah.
So he bet 2/3, and got a lot of value out of that 10.
Yeah.
Full tilt.
Yeah.
Get out of your head, Dylan.
That's why I was timing the RNG.
And it is different too. These guys, they all know each other, and so it's a different type of game.
30.
Beat.
I'm gonna have to guess when you're playing against guys you know well like this, you can't just always do things the way you do them.
Yeah, you do have to mix it up for sure.
Got to mix it up and show them
Absolutely.
something different.
You got to balance the ranges a little bit so that in certain spots you don't always have one thing or the other. You got to keep it so that it's got to have a lot of hands in each spot.
So that pot there takes Jim down to 211 big blinds. His percentage of chips, he was just over 60,000, 61%, now down to 56.
And it moves Dylan basically into a tie for second, which is nice. But Eric falling behind, but he still has 30 big blinds. Eric's not in dire straits yet. And I saw Jing mention she's coming here, and they're for the for the deep stacks. And I forgot to mention that I'm also going to teach a clinic. While we're out here.
You are.
It's going to be a basic fundamentals of poker, so it's not going to be very high level. It's a basic fundamentals of tournament poker. It shouldn't be too high level. It should be to help people with, in entry level stuff.
Well, so it's actually really designed for. It's not designed for the people playing in the event. It's actually designed for the people that come in with the people playing in the event.
Sure.
So it's something. It's a great initiative. WPT. They're also doing a lot of different things with women in poker, things like that. And this is along those lines, but it's still the idea of getting newer people into the game, getting them comfortable, and get to spend a little time with Tyler Patterson. Excited to have you do that. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
So, looking at three-way action right now.
So Dylan opened the button and both blinds called.
Eric being the short stack, looking to catch something.
We both checked Dylan. Dylan with ace high and a gut shot. I don't think he's going to c-bet into this three-way spot. I think he's just going to try to take it to showdown, maybe take a free gut shot. Jim quickly checks, even though he does have a pair of 10s.
Eric is now live.
Considering it with the 5.
So tough, though. You're up against the top 2 in chips.
Yeah,
it's
a good spot to check, too. There's just so much out there that it's really hard to get folds from anything better than a 5. And there's a lot of stuff that can get there. So I think checking is wisely. Checking is wise. I think Jim and Eric are both going to be excited to get this to showdown. Looks like Jim's thinking about a value bet.
Still tough.
240 in the pot.
Where has bet?
Bet's 100, I think.
That is 125,000.
125. That's
Here's a question for you.
Thin value bet.
Is there anyone that can call him that can't beat him? You know what I mean?
There's two players that have exactly the right hands to do it right now. But I don't think so. I think it's a pretty weird bet because I think both of these players are going to fold, and anything better would have called.
Right,
so
right. I hate that spot.
Pretty strange bet.
Because I'll tell you what, I've been good over the years putting myself in that spot. Like, I'm going to bet this hand and just hope they fold. And then when they call you, if you're saying nice hand before you even see it, I look at that move and I go, man, I should rethink that one.
I'm not sure what Jim was thinking with that bet, really.
But I will tell you, it's interesting just to see over the years how the game has changed. I remember, years ago, you could never check around twice. You're in late position. You get checked to you twice. That was like the golden rule. You got to fire. But it is different. We're playing a final table stuff like that. Mostly live play, but interesting.
I thought too, but it's actually 60.
The blinds are going up to 15 and 30. They were 15-25. They're going to be 15-30.
Bro, I just assumed it started before. It's like, that's how all the other WPT final tables start. So.
Yeah, or they started too. West Coast.
West Coast, yeah.
And you see on the screen there, that's Cole Escobedo, who's calling the action there at the final table, up from Club 1 down in Fresno, visiting with us. Work some of our bigger events now. They're also a WPT Deep Stacks property, so they're the only place in Fresno that's I'm aware of at this time that's doing a tour event. Great to see them doing things down there.
You said you ended yours at 4.
Yeah, we ended at 4 a.m.
Are you sure? Because it was 10 hands.
Yeah, they were going to make us quit. We weren't even like...
So the final table's going to be like 9.
Yeah, they were just going to have us come back. They're like, okay,
Here you see the payouts. They are all guaranteed $95,000 for their $5,000 entry. I'm not sure if any of them were in twice. They might have been.
15, 30, 30.
But for 5,000 or even 10,000, 95,000 not so bad. First jump's going to give them an extra 35, and first place 303,000, which includes a 15K seat to the WPT Tournament of Champions coming up in June at Aria.
Yes, June this year.
Yeah, it's they're going.
Like first weekend in June
during the World Series. Yeah, I think it's June 1st actually.
So it's not the first weekend; it's just the 1st of June.
Yeah, I think it is the 1st of June.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a good time for Vegas. So many people are getting there as the World Series getting underway. I guess that makes a lot of sense for a lot of people that would be going there anyway. Don't have to make
right, exactly. Yeah. Hey, we got our buddy Jeff Lennon saying hi in the Facebook chat. He's saying he's watching with his, I'm guessing it's 9-year-old son.
9 days. No, 9 days.
9 days.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, he just
Hollywood.
had a baby.
He did. Hollywood. Congratulations, my friend.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Wow, thanks, Jeff.
Yes, that is not. Yeah, that is not an error.
That is
9 days, not 9 years.
9 days old is probably Ben Irwin's biggest or youngest fan.
Yes, right, for sure, for sure.
Thanks for the mention, Jeff. That's why we're not seeing Jeff out here this time.
That's it. You can't keep Jeff away from an event up here unless it's his 9-day-old son. Or daughter.
Or daughter.
Thank you. Jeff, I'm going daughter on this one. I believe that's correct.
Oh, this is interesting here. We got Dylan opening to 70. They've changed the blinds to 1530. And Eric jamming 810,000 with King Queen off. And this is going to be a close one for Dylan. That is a very big chunk of Dylan's stack if he ends up calling. He does have a good hand. It's near the bottom end of, well, no it's not. It's right in the middle of his opening range being under the gun. And we're only playing four-handed.
810,000 is the all-in.
Where does it become a much easier call for Dylan? Is it ace-queen? Is it ace-king?
Yeah, ace-queen's already in there, yeah. Ace-queen he would have called. I'm not sure what line it starts to be a quick call in the pairs. I think probably 9s or 10s. Yeah, this is a really interesting spot. And he does end up putting it in. He doesn't love it, so he knows it's going to be close. And sees the good news.
All right.
But it's still only 60-40. Eric is at risk.
Eight of hearts, 10 of hearts, 4 of diamonds.
Good flop for Dylan.
Help.
Six of hearts.
Safe turn for Dylan also, so we're down to just the 6 outs. Oh, the queen on the river for Eric. It's hard to pick who's going to win when both these guys have won one this year. Like this season,
right,
like,
yes.
you know they're running hot, you know? They both are.
Yes. The season's, the season 17 champ goes all in, and the season 17 champ calls. Yeah, Eric winning the Brigada event. I know that's one of your spots. I remember seeing you there years ago.
Yeah.
You came really close to a final table there.
Yeah, I do
was
have
there.
one final table there. I got third the year before that, and then the year that you came out there, I got 13th or 14th, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is correct.
Brigada is a great one. I mean, they get 1,000 players for their 3,500. Pretty
Huge. Yeah, it's always a great event out there.
Yeah. I think this new one that's coming up in the in Vegas, the new Venetian WPT stop is going to end up with a lot of players.
Yeah,
During
well,
March
you know,
Madness.
Vegas at tournament time, right?
Yeah.
Can't beat the NCAA tournament and Vegas, so it seems like the right spot.
All right, 15, 30,000.
Someone wins and someone loses. Yeah. They're all 50-50.
Aces, kings, 50-50.
That's
Win or
right.
lose.
Definitely be a lot of people down there to play at that Venetian event. Great to see them with the World Poker Tour. See what that event ends up
Yeah,
turning
it's a cool
into.
new one. Yeah, I imagine that in the future it'll probably grow to something like Borgata. I don't know if it'll be that big this year, but I think it'll grow quickly. So Eric's in a new spot now. Now he has 60 big blinds almost. He's moved up to tie for second with AJ. And now Dylan is the short stack.
Has bet. 70,000 is the bet.
And even though Dylan thought Ace Jack was probably ahead of Eric's range or close to it, he didn't love risking it because in the 60-40 now he's really switched roles and he's the short stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless I can have his.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
That's he won that. So it's gotta be decent, right? That's
AJ's been quiet here for a little bit. I don't think we said his name much here.
Yeah.
Last little while. Jim's mixed it up a little bit.
not stealing the hand after doubles. Or maybe.
All right, 15, 30,000.
Knows I'm really tilted.
Steven.
Can't take it.
So Eric under the gun here with Queen of Diamonds, Four of Spades.
I don't know how long I have to wait for this, so I'm just holding it really. But
Sounds like he was just waiting to make sure his cards got read there.
Especially if you're gonna open fold, I don't think they care.
Hold around.
Dylan just gives a walk in the big blind. To the big blind.
Yes.
You did.
Ooh, and the luck is
No,
down.
over there, Rob.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Would you guys care for a Pellegrino's line?
Please.
Thank you. Adrian? I'm good, thank you.
Jim buying a round of Pellegrinos.
What a guy.
I actually love that stuff. Yeah, Jim there, he's got the necessities, the Pellegrino, the coffee, and the bottle of water. It's game time.
I feel like around the final table tonight at the esports arena, and Frank Stepchen, Raker Tommy, Shannon Shore, and Brent Roberts, I think it's going to be different beverages flowing around.
Yes. I would guess, yeah. Pellegrino might be the mixer.
Yeah, maybe.
Player raises. Bet is 70,000.
If you raise 70,000.
Well,
Yeah, we got the Gardens today, and then tomorrow the Brigada.
Right.
Final two. So Eric's going to leave.
Eric leaves here to go play that, huh?
Wait, that can't
No,
be right.
no,
You already
he
won it.
won the one-
There
the
was
last
someone
one.
from the final table here playing.
He won the last one. He's
Yes,
not going
but there
out
was someone from the Brigada final table that was here.
Oh, wow.
I should have that name.
And we usually see Darren Elias, but he couldn't make it because he was at the LAPC final table.
Yeah, I was in touch with Darren.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, get me a room. I'm coming." He said, "Oh man, I gotta play the LAPC final table."
So we have AJ opening King Queen off, both blinds calling. Jim calling the small blind, Eric taking the cheap flop from the big blind. Great flop for AJ. Jim checks small blind. Eric a little more methodical, also checking.
player bets. 75,000.
A little 30% bet from AJ. So similar to a spot earlier, Jim check raised on the board. Sort of similar to this.
I was wondering if, yeah, how much could he bet to get someone to come along? Looks like.
And yeah, Jim does come along with ace high and backdoor diamonds and backdoor straight draws. If he gets a high equity card, he might get real aggressive on this. I could see a check raise happening here if AJ does fire again.
Like the nut flush draw.
No checks. Check around.
And trying to avoid the check raise and maybe get some value on the end. AJ checks back. I'm not going to like that one. Jim makes a backdoor flush.
Diamonds have been good to Jim.
Jim. Don't know if he's active yet. The camera's on AJ, but yeah, we got Jim still in the tank thinking about leading. And
10 seconds.
He really has to,
do
right?
it.
He's going to get a check behind on any.
A lot of stuff,
so
yeah. He just fires out 425.
25,000.
That's more than the pot. That is not going to be fun for AJ. So you hear the chime of 10 seconds left. While Jim was in thought, when the chime goes off, he just immediately reacted and grabbed chips, and that could be a tell. It could be. It's inexperience being at a WPT final table, I think, a little bit. I'm not saying that the bet is bad at all, but.
Player has folded.
Ooh.
And AJ makes a big laydown, good laydown. But when you get a little bit more comfortable at these tables, you realize you have a lot of time banks with 8 of them. You don't have to act before the clock runs out. You just let it run out, finish your thought process, act in whatever normal thought mode you are in, and then give up as many time chips as you needed to at the end of the hand.
So 400,000 was too much. Does he get a call at 3?
He bet 525 actually. The pot was only 390.
Oh wow!
So he bet more than the pot. Those are very polarizing bets when it's more than the pot. It's usually a bluff or a very big hand. You're not getting a bet from top pair and a weak kicker with a bet like that. So it's definitely not necessarily a mistake. It might have been a great spot for an overbet. But it does end up getting a fold from King Queen, and that is a hand he wanted to get some value out of.
Yeah.
So it is possible that 250 or 300 may have gotten a call, or a check may have gotten a bet.
Player folds.
We got a comment in the Facebook chat saying AJ looks like Joey Knish from Rounders, John Turturro. I like it. One of my favorite characters.
Flop is ace of clubs, 10 of spades, jack of spades.
Player has checked.
Jim opens, AJ calls in the big blind and checks it back to the razor. With a double gutter for Jim.
Checked around.
Queen high is also probably the best hand, so he's just going to check it back. Makes a straight on the turns. Now trying to catch AJ bluffing. AJ does not bite.
Player bets.
60,000.
That is 60,000.
Bet and fold, against the line.
Jim is making some hands. Yeah. Gotta give credit to AJ for folding top pair there. I mean,
yeah,
that was a big laydown in the end.
Agreed.
Anthony plays all the mixed game 10 piece. Don't you guys feel like there's just such an opportunity cost of like playing 4 days and not cashing as slow?
Doesn't take that long. Usually cash on like late day 2.
So Jim looks down to the King of Clubs and the King of Diamonds.
Still making some hands, and he's going to get some action from Eric. Don't know if he's going to 3-bet or call, but he is not going to fold.
Feels like call. I don't.
Player has
Goes to the 3 bet.
Or
the amount is 210,000.
210,000 with 3x 3 bet.
Jim says, wait a minute, let me make sure that is king king. It is.
With the stack size, he could call just to trap out of position. So there's a lot of money in the pot already. It's not always going in that case. If he 4-bets, he wants to do it small enough to let
10 seconds.
Eric still have a chance to shove or not. Once again, the chime, he acts immediately after the chime once he knows the clock is running down. I think that Jim needs to slow down a little
The
bit.
amount is now 475,000.
Does he act on the chime every time there's a big decision? Or he
Well,
takes thought?
he's not waiting until the chime to act. He's just in thought, and the
Gotcha.
chime alerts him that the time is running down. So it makes him. This is how I'm seeing it anyway.
Yeah.
I think that he's reacting to that and then just making a decision because the clock is running down. And
10 seconds.
I think he'll get a little more comfortable, use a time chip, or at least slow down a little bit.
This might be a spot where we see a time chip coming out from Eric here.
And it's small enough. I mean, I could see Eric calling this. I could see Eric jamming over this. I mean, I could also see him folding it. It is. And he got a decent price. He's going to go ahead and call.
Player has called.
And he's really only getting a terrible price if Jim has ace, king, aces, and kings. But those hands are all in the 4-bet range. Oh my goodness!
Oh my!
And Eric flops a straight.
And Jim has the king of
And Jim has
diamonds.
the king of diamonds.
Oof.
So now, I mean, he still has 38% to win. You see the numbers don't add up because there's some percentage that they chop.
Yeah.
And Jim just
Player has
shoves
enough
now,
already.
and Eric is for sure
Have a
calling.
call.
King of clubs, king of diamonds for Jim, king of hearts, king of hearts for Eric. For a
Jim
flop
does what
straight
everyone does
against
in the spot. You
king
just
flush
cross your
draw.
arms, you sit
Yeah.
back, and here we go.
Eric is at risk. Let's go ahead and see the turn. Flop, straight. Flop
A
straight,
couple more
king of
outs
spades
now
for good.
for Jim. He can hit a 9 or a king.
Yeah. 10 still gets him that chop.
Queen of clubs on the river.
And Eric with a huge double up there.
Wow.
When you get 4-bet with a cheap price, a lot of players fold too much in that spot, but King 10 is dominated by a lot of the hands that are 4-betting, so that's kind of a rougher one to do it with.
1.1.
Sure. 65. Yeah, 1.165 is what.
But he was getting a good price in position.
Button is correct.
I don't think Jim made any mistakes in that hand. I think he just got unlucky.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
It's kind of crazy how quickly both players acted in that pot when facing a 4-bet. I think a lot of players end up tanking for a ton of time just facing like a river call decision, but all the information is already out there. You're not going to learn anything new, so you don't need to take that much time when you get to the river. I think the pre-flop and flop decisions, because there's so many things that can happen afterwards, warrant a little bit more time. So I think people should be a little more likely to use time bank buttons pre-flop and on the flop.
Definitely makes sense there. And it's like you said, Jim definitely got unlucky there. I mean, it's your 4-bet kings against King 10.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
he's
got
done everything he
super
can to
unlucky,
keep
yeah.
him in as long as he can. It's it's still, of course, with a great draw. Well, Jim now 175 big blinds. Eric moves into second place. 3,355,000. Has 30% of the chips now.
Still a pretty
bigs.
big lead for Jim, but not insurmountable. Eric is charging. Dylan's still not that short, being the shortest stack, but 31 big blinds,
Right.
and he's a guy who's been there and is patient enough to.
You know, I hear us saying a lot with the big blind Danny structure. He's got whatever he's got and just not that short. just not that short. It's there's one thing that this has done. Play is deep, and it makes a lot of fun.
Eric opens 70. Quick, easy fold for AJ.
7,000.
All from the small line, hit it with the flop.
Well, Jim and Eric right back at it.
Flop is 7 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, jack of hearts.
Check and bet.
Two checks.
Bet.
Both get a piece of it.
Bet 75,000.
Call to the turn. Ace of hearts.
A bet with the gut shot and the ace high, and a call from the pair of nines.
Bet.
These are interesting spots because whether Eric had an ace or didn't have an ace, he's almost always going to bet
Yes.
when the ace comes. So you could see Jim get sticky, but that board is pretty bad for his hand now too. Eric does keep the pressure on. And it's going to work. It's another spot where Eric could check back because there's a lot of stuff going on there to avoid getting check raised.
True. Yeah, board a little tough with the hearts. Still got great showdown value with the ace. And you still got the straight draw.
Yeah.
And very
Eric doesn't
difficult
like
for
to
someone
miss
to
a
fire
bet,
at
though.
you. On the river there, he's not going to get someone really to bet into him without,
Probably
taking a
true,
stab at him is not tough, so, or is a tough play.
Yeah, that's probably
So
true.
yeah, you're right. The check back, not a bad move.
Check and bet. 30 to go. 30 to go. Fold. Fold. 15 more.
I think it's Jim and Eric again.
Fold.
Yeah, it looks like the other two are content to watch them battle it out.
Yes, no reason to get in their way right now.
Jim limps from the small blind.
And we're gonna hit it with the flop.
A little bit concealed of the.
Ace of spades.
We don't know why we don't have Eric's cards seen on the spot.
Two checks.
Check.
Jim checks top pair.
Eric checks to the turn. 8 of hearts.
Should see a bet from Jim now.
Pot 90,000.
Bet.
90,000.
And he bets the pot of 90,000. Well, if Eric is in a spot right here where he has a difficult decision, what would be those hands? What are you thinking?
Basically any pair.
Ace of diamonds.
Now it's really tough if he had any pair before.
Good bet.
I expect Jim to bet close to the pot, probably 200 to 275.
And he would get a call from any queen.
I think he would get a call from a queen. I don't know if he would get a call from a 5 or an 8, but he might. You know, and he's going for the overbet again, so 2 for 2 on betting a lot when he has something.
375. 375,000.
And yeah, this, I mean, even with the overbet, it's pretty tough to fold a queen, 'cause your opponent would have had to limp the small blind with an ace, not bet it on the flop. And there's only 2 more aces out there.
He didn't seem, when you see that fold, it's whatever he folded, he thought he had, maybe he had a chance at that one.
Yeah, I mean, we
I'm
don't
curious
know
what
if it was that he thought he had a good hand, or if he was upset that he didn't bluff earlier with a hand like King Jack or something.
Yeah. So looking at Jim there, I mentioned he's from San Diego. I was just down there a couple weeks ago. There's a new poker room in San Diego, the Hamul.
Oh yeah,
poker room.
I saw you down there for something.
Yeah, I went down for
an
the grand opening.
Oh,
It
nice.
was, I had Tiffany Michelle and Norman Chad.
Oh wow.
Eric Lindgren. It was a good group down there.
That's fun.
They had a bounty event, had really good coverage. Annie Up Magazine was there covering it.
You were a bounty, weren't you?
I was. I lasted 3 hours. I shipped it, got it all in with an open ender, turned to flush draw. 3-way action. Love the action. Blankville on the river, though.
They got you.
Squeezing the back card and then it turns into
But really good time. It's a great room down there. Looking forward to seeing them do some things down there in San Diego. Yeah, their manager is John Rockford, who used to be a shift manager up here.
Oh yeah, remember
So
John.
San Diego's not only home for me, home for him. So went back home and great for them. And if you're down in San Diego, definitely check out Hamul Casino.
How often do you get to play? Being a director of poker operations, you have a pretty full-time schedule here.
I do have a
Imagine
full-time
you don't
schedule.
Get to play very often.
Yeah, I used to play every day back in early 2000s. I used to play 5 days a week for more than a couple years, and then as the poker boom kept getting bigger and bigger and all that kind of stuff, play kind of went down. But I still get out. I still play at Stones, which is the card room down the road. Incredible place. One of the nice card rooms I've ever seen. They do the stream and stuff, so a nice place locally. But anytime on the road. I was at Commerce for the LAPC a little bit. Took a shot at some of those humongous satellites they did.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
that was fun.
couldn't make it happen there, but the live action at Commerce always incredible.
Yeah. This is an interesting pot here.
Yeah.
Jim opening the button and AJ defending the big blind. Now AJ turns a gut shot and a flush draw, and Jim still has a gut shot, but also nothing. He's gonna come along. Doesn't believe it yet. So Jim is not calling with king queen there just to hit a 10, a king, or a queen. He actually thinks there's a good chance that he has the best hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling there. There also is some amount of time that he could bluff the river if checked too. I'm wondering if he's going to fire here or if he's just going to try to show down king queen. I imagine this is going to have to be a big one. No, he only bets 200. So
Pots, yeah, pots call it
300
5.
maybe. He bets 250.
So half pot.
Yeah, which is interesting sizing because I'm not sure what he's trying to get to fold with that. I don't think an ace folds for that much. A jack maybe. A jack might fold for that much. Seemed like that would have been another good spot to keep overbetting.
Well, I'm sure one thing people can tell as they're listening, it's my playing skill and yours are, I'm sure, vastly different. If I had a jack, I would call that bet. I'd call half, or most of the spots. It definitely wouldn't have been big enough to push me off.
Yeah.
He bets the pot, though. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I thought that looked like a good spot for an overbet bluff because then you might even get an ace to fold.
But also, too, it's sometimes in that, like you said, it's if I'm in that spot, I'm Jim. I get checked to me. I might just be happy to be able to show my hand.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Raise to 75. Fold. 75 to go. Fold.
Jim opens 75. Dylan takes a good price from this big blind.
6 of hearts, 7 of hearts, jack of clubs on the flop.
Check it back. Check.
It passes to the turn.
This is is Jim is checking back the ace high. This is the kind of spot where Eric was almost, well, we've seen him bet in that spot at least 3 times. Jim decides to check it back instead. Dylan with his gut shot and facing the check back from Jim is going to go ahead and try to steal it. With the board pairing after checking back ace high, I expect Jim to continue. But depending on what he thinks of Dylan, he may not. He does call with the ace high. And the 8 on the river is going to change things. I think both players are going to be happy to show it down now. Possible Jim goes for some value. He did go for very thin value earlier. But I don't think Dylan's going to bet. Well, Dylan can get value from ace high or a 7 also, actually. So Dylan could actually go for a bet here. Yeah, he does.
And if he thought he was going to call with ace high, he catches the 8 and he feels good about it.
Oh, Jim's for sure calling this.
Yeah.
That's a tough river card for Dylan. Yeah. Makes sense to go for value there and easy call for Jim. Would have been interesting to see what happened on the river deuce.
For sure. With Jim's chips, not a lot of these calls are all that tough, but it is nice. He's got just enough of the flop to be able to stay in there, or like a hand that might have some value at showdown. He's hanging in there and seems to catch just enough most of the time.
And that was the kind of spot where if it was a C bet, like how Eric played the ace highs, Dylan may have check raised and won the pot right there because he had the gut shot on a jack high board.
Right.
So I think, yeah, it's another sign of why checking back on those boards is pretty good when you have ace high.
Theoretically, Jim could have checked his way into a winner there on the flop, right?
Fold to Dylan in the small blind. We haven't seen too much of this. Dylan goes all in for 500,000 about, and we're playing 1530. This is going to be really close.
450? 550.
And Jim does make the call, and Dylan is at risk.
Fair point.
And it's a little better than a flip for Jim, but not much. This is kind of a standard flip spot.
9 in the window.
9 of hearts in the window, so we've got a backdoor flush draw, needs an ace, or Dylan is going to double up. Does have a backdoor flush draw. 3-1 favorite for Dylan. Oh, and the sneaky ace comes in to get him.
Flush draws have been good to Jim. I wouldn't have been surprised to see the heart there.
Tough. Oh, look at these guys. Such camaraderie.
So Dylan Lind eliminated in 4th position, taking home just over $95,000, almost a 6-figure payday. Speaking of those 6-figure paydays, that's where we're at now.
You are. So AJ is the shortest, but he has 47 big blinds. Eric well over 100, and Jim with over 200. Could be a big battle. Next player out, so they've locked up 130,345. The next jump is $70,000. They're very deep. This could go on a long time. It's like, you know, if the cards don't comply.
Yes. Well, we got to make sure it goes on long enough to get the lion in here with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They haven't even taken a break yet, and they've already lost 3 players.
Yeah.
I assume there's a break coming up soon.
I would definitely have guessed so.
Oh. 15 more going.
They must play. Yeah, they're playing. They must be playing 2 hours 18 minutes at this
Yeah,
point.
that sounds right. So be sure not to leave on the break. We're going to take a break with them when they take a break, but you're not going to want to miss Pat Lyons getting in the booth. He's fun. I know most of the Northern California guys, some of the Southern California guys know him, and some of the touring guys know him now that he's won. I don't remember what event he won.
He won
Legends?
down at the bike. He won the Legends.
Legends, yeah.
So he was on a little heater there. He won the Arizona State
Oh, yeah,
Championship
the
at the
Arizona
talking stick,
State.
and then
That one's a great one,
yeah,
too.
great event. And then goes down to the bike, knocks that out. Yeah, he was actually giving advice to like the last 7 last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, critiquing people from the rail. He'd get them off the rail. It was something.
It's fun to watch. I mean, he
He's
does
fun
that
to
throughout
watch.
the tournament. Even while he's in the tournament, he walks around telling guys to raise in the dark and
Yeah.
stuff.
He definitely loves the game. And
does.
Yes, it brings a lot of energy.
So yeah, you guys aren't going to want to miss that. So when we go on a break, make sure you stick around.
Yeah, one thing about Pat is always so jacked. He's going to bring it.
He's so jacked. They have checked it to the river, and it looks like Jim is going to try to steal it from 9 High. Doesn't want to give 9 High the opportunity to win the pot. Eric does not like giving up without a fight, and he's not likely to believe this bet. We could see something spicy, but he gives it up. Got a little quote from another local guy who plays really well, Kyle Kitagawa.
Yes,
Pronounced
Kyle.
his name right. He says
Lives
he thinks
locally
Jim
again.
should have bet the full pot with that
Guaranteed.
king queen bluff just to balance out the
Sure,
the other
sure, just show the same
over
play.
bets that were both value. And that's especially you don't always have to stay balanced when players aren't seeing your cards, but in this case, on the breaks, they're going to go talk to their friends, and they're going to hear what hands they had in certain things, because they can get updates from the live stream also. And it's not a guarantee that these guys are actually doing that, but most final tablists do that these days. So balance is important in that case because they're going to know what you did with some of the hands. So thanks for that, Kyle. I agree with that.
Call. And fold heads up to turn on flop. Heads up.
Got an open from Jim and a call from Eric and a interesting flop because they both got a piece. Eric got a big piece.
Ooh.
Check.
Check to the turn.
Check.
Game hearts.
Checking bet.
Jim checks back to ace. More balance. He checked back ace high when there was no ace on the board. Now he's checking back even though he's flopped a pair of aces. And that might actually win Eric even more chips because Jim thinks he's trapping. He's gotten Eric to bluff now because he didn't bet the ace on the flop, so he's not going anywhere.
There was a day where with ace-3 you always bet in that spot because that way you hopefully can get the free card on the turn if you get the call. But the game's changed so much.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of guys are still going to bet that ace-3 there. I mean, I usually bet that when I don't have an ace, so I usually bet it when I do have an ace.
Yeah.
And other guys go in another direction.
River's jack of spades.
Checking bet.
And I'm pretty sure Eric's still going to go for value, even though that card's a little bit scary. It's not that scary because you would have thought that Jim would have bet the flop if he had a flush draw. I think Eric's going to go for
Jim
kinda
with
a
his
lot.
draws, he actually hasn't bet in any of them, right?
Right. So he's going to go for a lot here. He can grab 400 already, 475.
475.
Eric's not an easy guy to fold to, especially after you already checked the flop. But the size is a little bit telling. Because of the size, he knows it's not a jack or an 8 for value. It's only bigger aces, maybe, probably even bigger than that. It's probably only 2 pair plus. He might bet that much with a hand like ace 10. But it's also bluffs, and Eric bluffs a lot, so he's going to get action in this spot.
Yeah. The advantage of getting caught running a couple through. You get paid off in that
absolutely,
spot.
yeah. And yeah, Eric deserves that action, I think, because he does fire more than I think anybody else in this table. Jim's pretty aggressive too, but a little more creative, and Eric's more just kind of an in-your-face. It's possible Jim could have found a fold there, but he was trapping on the flop, so he kind of got the action he was looking for. Maybe the size of the river bet might have given it away a little bit.
Kind of interesting to even talk about the fact that ace 3 off ace on the flop has value checking. That was with hitting the pair. I mean, it's many years ago you bet there and just hoped. and now we're talking about you got to check at that spot. You want to get some action on the hand.
Oh, AJ is picking up aces. I haven't heard from him for a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him now. Ace of spades, ace of hearts.
He just limps the small blind.
Jim does have 2 diamonds again. He's been deadly.
Ace versus 7 deuce. Classic spot. Kind of an ugly board, but in a limped pot, ace is still going to go for some value.
Well, if this goes away, the other hands have been going. It's going to be the 3 of diamonds on the turn and the.
I think this hand's over.
Yeah.
He just wins the pot.
We don't have the time to see the runner, diamond. It was coming, AJ. Great bet.
It's pretty frustrating for AJ. Sit on the sidelines for a while, then get aces, and then you just get no action.
So what do you think about the limp and the small blind with aces?
It's fine. When you're playing 3-handed, you're not going to be raising every time in the small blind anymore. You can limp, and you're going to get a lot of checks, so you get to see flops that way. So you got to put some good hands in there also. Otherwise, every time you limp, the big blind can just pound on you, you know?
Right. Oh, gotcha.
So it's good to show the big blind that you do it with some hands sometimes.
Makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't have to be like trapping great hands, even just good hands that we want to play. Like, let's say queen jack suited. If you put that in there, then they know that you're not.
But for sure, and you got Jim, the chip leader. He might want to just he sees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because everybody's so deep, just winning the blinds and antes, it's worth something, but it's not worth as much as it is in some situations, you know.
Five of hearts, 5 of clubs, 4 of spades.
So AJ kept catching a couple starting hands now. He goes from aces to ace jack. Still a pretty good flop for his hand.
AJ turns to the turn. 3 spades.
He limped the button too.
Feels like ace jack. Hard for me to not bet that flop when you. AJ's on the button. Hard to not bet that flop for me.
Yeah, I mean, you take it down a big majority of the time, but if you check back, you can keep Eric bluffing into you. You know, it's a really good hand, so you don't mind Eric bluffing.
I guess if you know Jack's coming in the river.
Well, you don't even need it. Ace high, you can get to the river and still be good most of the time.
Yeah.
If you bet you're not getting action from anything good, you're just trying to take the pot. Looks like AJ is content playing very small pots, trying to stick around long enough for one of these other guys to blast each other away. I think that's what's going on with the limping aces, limping ace jack.
Sure. Would you call the raise free?
Oh, he said he misclicked. He didn't mean to limp that one.
Oh.
Okay, so it's not an overall limping strategy. I was a little surprised to see the ace jack button limp. He is deep enough to not have to get fancy with that and just go ahead and raise it.
That's my guess.
What's that?
Ready to go?
25-ish.
Oh. 15 more go.
Eric, I wonder if there's any walking range. There is. This is it. And now we know that there isn't. So that's a. If guys are paying attention to the stream, that's something that AJ can use in the future. He knows that Eric is not folding any cards in the small blind.
7 of spades, 9 of spades, deuce of spades.
Check it back.
Pretty good flop for AJ.
Check.
Gut shot and a flush draw. But your 6-high flush draw is not going to get you a ton of value. Deuces for Eric. A little surprised AJ didn't bet the flop.
That's 35.
35 from Eric. It's an okay price for AJ to continue. AJ could also raise, try to win the pot right there. Seems like that card should shut the action down. I would imagine it goes check, check, but Eric is more likely to have an ace than AJ after limping the small blind.
Check.
AJ has 6 high, so if he checks, he's completely giving up. If he bets, there's not that many hands.
105.
Well, there are actually a ton of hands that are going to fold, so yeah, I like this bet. I don't know if this deuce is going to fold. Might.
I was going to say, when you said a ton of hands fold, is 3 deuce fold?
Yeah, I don't know actually. 3 deuces might be one of the hands that calls, but there are a lot of just no pair hands that we're drawing to straights and flushes that would fold. So I think that the bet is fine even if he gets called by a deuce. It was still a fine attempt.
6
Pair of deuces for Eric. Pair of deuces will take down that pot.
Wow.
And
You're the crowd.
Yeah, the crowd liked that one.
Like, whoa.
It actually made more sense than people might realize because the ace isn't likely in the range of checking and not betting the flop, or limping pre-flop and not betting the flop. Could have been a value bet from a queen or a 9.
Ready to call?
Eric with a nice hand on the button.
Raise to 70,000.
70,000.
Big hand for AJ here.
Oh, wow.
We're going to see about 240.
AJ re-raising is 255,000.
255.
Just about right on.
Pretty close. AJ has not been aggressive yet pre-flop, I don't think. He must have been. I mean, they played a bunch last night with
Yeah.
AJ as the chip leader, so they probably did see him 3-bet a decent amount, I imagine, last night.
Yeah, he tried to be aggressive earlier. He said he missed the chip with the ace jack.
Oh, yeah. I just mean
He did
overall,
miss
he
it
hasn't
this
been
time.
3-betting. So I think that most people, I think Eric would think ace-5 is ahead or maybe even 4-bet bluff. But because AJ hasn't been that aggressive yet, he's going to give him some respect. Just call with the ace-5 suited. But I don't know if that's true because I do think that AJ probably was more aggressive last night.
Yeah.
When he was one of the bigger stacks.
He started the day with a good stack. I remember having some chips.
Queen of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
Check a bet.
This is a great flop to watch because it's difficult for both players to play now. It's really hard for AJ to win the pot if he checks, and he has already 3-bet, so he's going to go ahead and c-bet. Pretty small, and Eric doesn't want to give up yet, but ace-5 of hearts is going to have a hard time winning the pot too. I think he's going to have to get aggressive later in the hand if he wants to win the pot. That's a great card for Eric.
I was going to say, here's his chance.
It slows everybody down, and he hits a pair.
Check.
And AJ has an interesting pot size to stack size situation there. Betting again is just really puts him in a bad spot. I think AJ has completely given up, which is really frustrating playing 3-handed with ace-king suited. Eric is hoping that 5 will get him the victory.
So you don't like a little bet on the turn there with if you're Eric?
From AJ?
Yeah,
or from Eric?
Eric.
Eric's in position, so maybe,
Yeah.
but he has the 5. He's probably already winning, and he's not going to get much better to fold.
You like a bet better if it's another diamond, not a 5.
Yeah, then it's a good spot to bluff, and maybe AJ can bet the turn, but it's really tough.
Ace-5, ace-5, pair of 5, queens and 5.
That's a pretty frustrating pot for AJ. I think that Eric made a little bit of an ambitious call on the flop, but I think Eric might have won anyway because he would have had to get aggressive later in the street or later in the hand. But hitting the 5 makes it easy for Eric to check it down.
Big blind, please.
Now AJ only has he has 900,000, something like that.
9,
10, 15, 30. It's still still not that short.
Yeah, looks like 900 plus.
I think they're taking a break after this hand, which is probably good for AJ to cool off. That was a rough hand for him.
Yeah. So Jim 4 deuce of clubs next to call in the small blind. Eric checks the big blind 9-7.
4 of spades, 10 diamonds, jack of hearts.
Check a bet.
Jim picks up a little piece.
Yeah, I was saying
and
Jim gets a piece.
he's going to go ahead and try to win it here.
And that's 30. Oh, return. 2 of spades.
Great card for Jim. Eric has the gut shot. Man, Jim's going to have to adjust this strategy at some point. Every time he has the value, he has overbet a pot, and he hasn't done it once as a bluff. So if the other players are paying attention to that and paying attention to the stream, they are going to pick up on it because they're too sharp not to. This strategy does work in the middle levels of a lot of tournaments, especially with if the players aren't super tough and they're not seeing your cards.
Yeah.
You can get away with only overbetting for value.
With Eric's hand there, so I love the call. And if you check to me on the turn, I'm firing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's, I feel like you took your shot at it. So you could have just got.
Absolutely, and Eric would have too.
Yeah, if I would have played Eric's chips there, he would have lost probably all of them.
But that was a big bet from Jim and shut it down. You know.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that changes everything.
That overbet also protects his hand. I mean, there's a lot of bad cards that can come. So I don't hate that one. It's just that all 3 overbets have been for value. And
right.
That's a small sample size, so it's not. He doesn't have to change anything right away, but I think that he's probably going to need to adjust.
Yeah.
All right, we are all going to go on a break now. So this is the setup: 140, 113 to 24. The blinds are going to come back at 20,000, 40,000, and we'll be back in 15 minutes ish.
I can outplay these guys. This is my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Your card. 8 clubs.
Looks pretty bad to AJ, but it might induce a bluff.
Check.
AJ checks.
Probably will not, in my opinion.
Bet 200,000.
Goes for a healthy bet, 200,000 into 300. It represents a lot of AJ stacks. Uncomfortable with most hands. Probably not so uncomfortable with that one.
To the river is the Jack of Spades.
And I think Dylan's going to give it up here. There's not a lot of cards, not a lot of hands AJ is going to call that 200K bet with on the turn. And then fold on the river.
Check, check.
And Dylan wisely checks, gives it up.
Flush. Queen high.
That's a nice pot for AJ.
Queen 10 of clubs. Or the flush. And he went.
I would not have been happy to see a shove there.
At least for that.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you triple barrel, it's like,
12 is 10 hearts, queen of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Queen 10, 8, 2 hearts. Not a terrible flop for AJ. Not a great one though. It does hit a lot of opening range for Eric. Oh, I just realized that the blinds had gone up, so Eric's sizing was not different. It was just a
85,000.
big blind.
That is 85,000.
85,000 C bet from Eric. AJ has plenty to continue, so he's going to call a raise, and he calls.
And the turn. 9 of hearts.
That's a pretty scary card for the C-better. I think that hits a lot of the calling range. Imaginary gives up. But he certainly can't win if he doesn't bet, so maybe not. Oh, he's keeping full steam ahead. 150.
150,000.
Eric has 150,000.
This is an interesting spot for AJ to either just call with the and try to realize the equity of your draw, or to really go for it.
Call.
Certainly could have raised there, but he might also be able to bluff the river, so he doesn't have to raise yet.
5 of diamonds.
Interesting for both players. A lot of times you can just check back ace-king on the river if your opponent checks and just try to show it down, but in this case,
Bet 250,000.
maybe not. But we don't even get to see that spot because Eric fires a third barrel into this. The ace-deuce off and a very coordinated board. I think this is very believable and is likely to work. But AJ could also bluff here. He has the ace of hearts. The king's a blocker for king jack. The action clock is really going to play a part in this because, wow, he does just go. He goes for it. What a player.
AJ's going to raise.
And it is obviously going to work. Eric's going to Hollywood a little bit, but I guess we'll let it go. Great play by AJ. Little did he know he had the best hand, but that might have got a lot of hands to fold. Even a jack would have been put in a really tough spot.
Hey guys, good luck.
Thank you.
So now we got I don't. And that should get all the money in, I would think.
Well, for Jerry, he's definitely going to get some action on those aces.
I would imagine it goes check bet and a shove from AJ. And as you can see, he's not far behind, 53-47.
That's about as good as it can get percentage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great flop for him.
Yeah, little ace like that. It's about the best flop you can get.
He goes with a smaller raise rather than just shoving it in, but I think Jerry's going to quickly be all in here.
So the small raise really based on the fact his draw is so good?
I'm not sure. I think maybe just to try to disguise it a little bit, because maybe if you actually had sets or you know, just other big hands like two pairs or whatever, you might raise small enough to leave Jerry some room. You might not just jam, but flush draws are probably going to jam.
Yeah.
So it's probably just to disguise his hand a little bit. You hear that buzz there? That's the action clock. So Jerry, his hand isn't dead. He just loses one of his. What did they get? 6 at the final table?
8 at the final table.
He loses one of his 8 30-second time banks. You don't get those back, so you are at a limited amount of time. Jerry does put it in, and AJ calls. And we're at 50-50 pretty much, 53-47. It's just like most of the pre-flop flips that we are used to. This card will change the equity a lot. Oh, actually it changed it about as little as it could, but it's still a big help for Jerry.
Yeah, he just picked up 4 more outs.
And he makes a straight, and that's going to do it for Jerry. Man, flying across the country.
Straight. He has a straight. Yeah.
They were looking at so many draws, they didn't see the
confusion there.
The new draw they got on the turn.
So Jerry's going to take home 50,000 and change. So it's not a bad trip out to the West Coast.
Most definitely, and his first final table.
His first WPT kind of borderline hands for both players in the blinds, but in the blinds, especially short-handed, you got to battle for every chip. AJ is going to c-bet with the queen high. He does have the open ender also.
A dangerous open ender.
It is. Dylan is going to make the call with the gut shot, and king high is often good in this spot.
That was going to be my question. Does he think at this point that just simply king high could be there?
And he does make a straight with it. Not sure if AJ sees that as a good card or a bad card. I'd be pretty surprised if AJ folds to a bet here. I think unless Dylan sizes up, then maybe AJ could, but I would imagine Dylan bets a small amount and AJ calls it.
So pot 275, you're thinking like half pot?
I'm thinking about 100 probably. Oh, it's like, yeah, 135. You nailed it, Ben. Half pot.
I asked it as a question, but I'll take that credit.
It's kind of an interesting sticky spot for AJ.
Seems tough because he's got no upside, right? I mean, it's either he hangs on with a queen or.
It's a tough spot because if you're beat, you're probably going to get a check back on the river. Wow, that's a stupid card.
I guess he was drawing liver than I thought he was. I guess he knew it was coming.
Penalty. He gets a one-round penalty for that.
They're asking if Dylan gets a penalty for calling with the nuts in position, which they share on the board. That's a tough spot for AJ, even though because it's blind versus blind, and you don't want to just give your opponent credit for having an ace or a king.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't have an ace or a king, on the river you're probably they would have gotten these two in no matter how they played it. They got a little extra out of Dylan. They got the complete from the small blind.
So you're saying there's no way once they got to the flop, there's no way AJ was going to let it go. They just.
Well, they would have never got to a flop.
Gotcha.
There was no way where they could play it to get to a flop.
Flop is ace of clubs, king of diamonds, nine of diamonds. And
Still looks pretty good for Zeno. AJ does have the 8 of diamonds, but that's not going to matter.
Maybe if they were a little deeper with the 8s on the button, he could have actually represented something different there, right?
Yeah, it could have been just like an open and a 3-bet and a call if they're a lot deeper. But yeah, because of Zeno's stack size, there was no way to avoid just these two hands getting it in. So Zeno's going to double up from 280, 560, a little more, 600,000, a little more.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Alright guys, welcome back from break. Hopefully I can read the board this time.
It's overrated.
Will you tell me when to start?
Alright, we are coming back from break. Mine's going to be 20,000, 40,000, and 40,000 again. Three players up in this event with first place of $288,000 and a $15,000 entry into the Tournament Champions.
So I get cash, right, if I win? Because I already have one.
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Don't know how that works. Just that'll be the WPT side of things.
I would assume.
Not sure how that works.
I would
Yeah, I
assume
mean,
so.
All right, I think we're back from break. Clearly there was a little color up. They're counting up some chips. We're playing 2040 now. And joining me in the booth, Northern California's own, the famous, the world famous, Pat Flying Lions. Welcome, Pat. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good here. We're very excited at what looks to be an exceptionally talented final table.
Yeah, we already lost 3 in the first session, so
I'm
we're
surprised.
down to 3-handed now. Yeah, it seemed like the play getting down to here was a little bit tighter than usual, so I was surprised that they went so fast. But now we're down to 3. How'd your tournament go?
My tournament was a good tournament. I started off day 2 with 47K, and I worked it up to 460K. So obviously, I'm a little disappointed I'm not seeing myself on the TV here right now.
Yeah. Well, then we wouldn't have you in the booth, so
I know.
At least you're here.
Matt Affleck, he said, "Hey Pat, we want you to do the announcing," and I gave him that weird look, like, "Wait, that means I'm going to lose."
A little bit of an interesting hand, first hand back here.
This is great.
It looks like
Jack
small
on the
blind
river.
versus
Jack
big
on the
blind.
river is a crazy card, huh? Can we will a jack out of the deck?
Eric's going to check it to Jay again. Small bet from Jay. I don't think Eric's going to go anywhere after hitting that 9.
Eric makes the call.
Eric calls. We're going to the river. Pat wants to see a jack.
Oh, I love a jack like crazy. This is.
Oh, that's a card that's probably
That's a
not
scare
going to
card,
slow
man.
anybody down.
A little bit of a scare card.
Jay going to go for value again. What do you think? Is he going to bet for value again on the river?
I've got to adjust this headset here. My head's too damn big.
It's a little bigger than the last guy sitting there.
Oh yeah. Oh.
And Jay does bet the river for value. 200,000. Not a small bet either.
If Eric can find a raise here, what's the pot? 560. It's almost not worth it. Pot's too small.
Yeah, he's just contemplating calling or folding, I think.
I think he's going to call just to get some information. That would be more of a situation, but it's too
Good
small
fold.
a pot.
Good fold. Gotta give him that. If you guys have any comments for Pat or myself, you can get me on @TylerPoker on Twitter or in the Facebook live chat. And for Pat, it's what is that? @Flying Lions. He's @Flying Lions on Twitter, or you can talk to us in the Facebook chat also.
Make it fun for us. We're going to do our best to make it fun for you. Let's see here.
Pat, are you going to play the Tournament of Champions this year? They moved it to June. It's like during the World Series.
I know it's kind of a tricky thing. I just had a birthday March 2nd that coincided with the WPT LAPC.
Oh yeah.
We won't talk about that yet. That was a little bit of a letdown, but we love the Tournament of Champions. The quality of players, you're playing the best of the best, and it's kind of a must play. Even
Yeah,
if you
I
lose,
feel
you
like
still
too.
get so much great stuff. They give
Whoa,
they
look
give
at
us
this.
all kinds of fun stuff.
Pat Lyon sits down and guys are flopping quads.
What the
It's
heck
just-
is
it's-
going on
it's
here?
the effect you have on them, I think.
Oh no! Oh no!
So Eric raised this pot. Jim defended the big blind. Jim elected not to 3-bet the big blind, by the way.
Oh, they go from flipping to 0%.
Yeah.
That's kind of like me and my sports betting problem.
Eric's gonna go
Rams
from flipping to 0%.
Yeah, 0%. Rams. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I bet the Rams too.
But what a great event this was, though. If you think about it, the field was a little bit smaller than we had anticipated. I guessed it to be 600, so my guesses are all good. I missed it by only 320 players. That's not bad.
Really close. So Jim's going to keep him on the hook, this call here. And see if Eric's going to keep firing. It's a kind of card that hits a lot of Jim's calling.
This is when
range,
you're
so I think that
when
Eric
you want
probably
this is when
gives
you
up.
want pocket aces and don't want pocket aces.
Yeah. Thank
You get your pocket aces. Wish I had pocket aces. You never want them now. You want 57 of hearts, if anything. You want
Eric's keeping the pressure on.
I think what I would do here if I'm Jim is I call quick. I call quick because if you tank, it's going to look fishy. So you just call quick. That's my own style. I'll call quick with the nuts, and I'll call quick when I'm bluffing. I'll call quick when it's like a plan. It may not be the same hand. It could be another hand. Ouch.
He goes for a call again. Can we get Eric to fire a third bullet?
He's got to check again.
Well, Jim hasn't had the sunglasses on. Now he's got them on.
So we discussed the time chips, right? The little plaques that they're
Yeah,
showing
guys
them.
haven't been using much of them. They've
No,
been playing
no.
really fast.
That's what's good about the time chips. He's got a pair in his hand, a pair on the board.
Well,
Look
give
at
credit
Eric's
to,
like, wow. He's
give
like,
some credit to Eric for not firing the third shell. At least he gave up.
Ay.
Yeah.
So-
How did you end up using any time chips? You played
no,
pretty fast.
gosh,
I
no.
wouldn't think
Go,
so.
no. I always tell a player if I ever use the time chips, you guys are in trouble because I know kind of what pouring some water here. Oh, almost ruined our show, guys. You guys have to come drive up to Thunder Valley and watch it in person.
Kind of a cool
Almost
setup
water
out there.
everywhere. That would have been beautiful. I have a
Pat's trying to
pancreas
get us all
problem. I drink a lot of
electrocuted.
water, but let's see. So the time chips, they can be used for several things. If you want to disguise a hand, you can go ahead and use them. You're thinking tanking, but typically I like multi-way action. So you have a table, we'll go a table of 9, table of 8, something like that, and you have a raise and a call and a re-raise, and it comes back to somebody else. Maybe somebody goes all in or something. The original raisers, callers, they should know already what they want to do. So I love it when it's a muck, and then they're thinking. And I'm talking to the guy. This happened to be down at Commerce, and he got mad at me. I said, "Didn't you already know what you're going to do?" I said, "I'm thinking." I said, "But you called a raise, and then I went all in, so you should already kind of know what you're going to do." My hand doesn't change. I still have a nice hand. And he got mad at me, and of course he laid the hand down. The magic of the lion.
The big flop for Jay here.
This is a great flop here.
Jay opened and Eric defended.
We need a queen. We need queen ball, something.
I think this might end it here. This that's too coordinated and Eric's
Queen 9,
got
queen
just
9-8.
nothing.
Let's wait. Eric's getting off these hands. It could be trouble hands.
It's kind of funny. Earlier we were talking about so Jim has overbet a few times, betting more than the pot, but
Yes.
every time it's been a really good hand. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think about when do you bet more than the pot?
I'm an unusual character to ask, though.
Right? Yeah. I want to
everything.
get your insight. Or
I
what do you
everything.
think when other people bet over the pot?
So my situation is kind of conducive to the individual players at the table. We could have a situation if you have an aggressive guy like myself or somebody who wants to try to outplay you, you're going to get them involved in situations that they were never playing before because they think they can outplay you. So Jim.
Yeah, okay.
Jim's going to do it here because is he the chip leader now? Where's our chip count?
Jim is still a big chip leader. Eric has a second place, and he has a lot of chips too. But and then AJ is in third, but he's not that short.
AJ was the chip leader too, wasn't he?
He was last night. Yeah.
Just the unfortunate hand, right? Good. Here's a good hand. So boy, AJ's getting lucky, huh?
So Eric limps in small blind. Oh no, he raised 150.
So what AJ wants to do here, knowing he's got a monster, he cannot re-raise this hand. He's got to flat him. If he raises him, it's going to ruin it. All in.
Yeah, he just went for all of it.
Yeah, hand's done. Now Eric's got to tank for a second and make it look good. And he's hoping for a 5, 6, 7. He wants a 5, 6, 7 flop.
He does go all in.
See, what I'm going to do now is
1.2. He had 30 big blinds. He went all in.
I'm letting it go. It's
yeah, of course.
We're on a live stream. We're delayed. It's me. I mean, I'm too nice hand, boom, and
You would have liked trapping there with ace king.
I may have even let the 4-8 go, and just kind of let it cycle. I like to call the game dominoes. So you do something maybe wrong, and it kind of takes the destiny. It changes it. So now we see that Jim's kind of winning some hands, AJ's winning some hands, quads and different nonsense popping up there. Let's just muck a hand. Here you go. I would have wanted to do the dark raise. They love the dark raise. But it's a little hard to do three-handed, right?
Well, both Jim and Eric have a ton of chips. I mean, almost 100 big blinds for Eric and 150 plus for Jim. So if you were in Jim's spot as a chip leader when you're first to act and the button, I feel like that's a good spot for your dark raise.
For sure, but I'm also, look at this, AJ, another hand.
Yeah, he's making a comeback
he's
here.
He's calling a raise regardless of whatever happens.
He just
here.
limped in here.
3 deuce.
Yeah.
Jim could have fun with him here, but he doesn't want to get shipped on, but he could add fun and put a raise there, but play a little tighter right now. Any bet that AJ makes here, Jim is pitching this hella fast. Check, check.
He's trying to get Jim to take a stab.
No, Jim wanted to muck this pre. He's already mentally mucked it. For sure. It's a scare card now. Guarantee you AJ wanted a check and a bet and a call, so or a raise or something. So let's see here.
Jim is not taking the bait.
Boy, can you imagine if there was a 5 out there? Wouldn't that have been a beauty? So what I love about Thunder Valley, though, is I love how they have the partition walls. It's amazing. It's my favorite
Oh, he got
style.
him. Jim is finally taking the bait.
He might be able to pull off a win here.
No way. Jay's calling this one.
Pass too small. Oh, that's nothing.
50.
That's 50,000.
Just trying to get
Well, he's got
10 high to fold.
It's impossible. Yeah, impossible.
Not low.
Not low. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah,
I think
it's great. The walls you were talking about.
Yeah, I love it.
They
The sliding walls.
They got us set up back here. When they have a lot more tables going, these walls are back, and there's 50 more tables or something like that over here. So.
It's huge. I call it the commerce of Northern California. It's
pretty good.
It's a poker player's cash game, tournament player's dream, and it caters to us. I like to call us the minority in the gaming casino industry. You have your other ideal patrons in casinos. And poker, it makes us feel appreciated. And I like to call the different casinos home of Pat Lyons, but this one's awesome here. It's really worth it if you can come up here and just see the place and see they have bingo here too, and they make it nice. Here's another hand. AJ's just getting hand after hand after hand.
Yeah.
He's the short stack. He could be mini chip leader right now.
AJ raises to 80,000.
67. Jim's going to call 67, but he's going to muck with it. Right now, I'm really beautiful. The Rams will win the Super Bowl, and Jim's playing the hand. This is, oh boy.
Eric throws the big one. Some goes to AJ.
Is the gardens?
I like the all the work that the WPT did here too. They made it really good.
Oh, Borgadas today.
And I mean, they have so much going on. There's all kinds of stops. There's stops in Vegas going on right now, completing final tables, and just really good product, and make the players feel like they're getting their image out there and their name, and the game is good.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they treat us here. It's amazing. And yeah, that thing that's going on in Vegas,
They have
the
is it
gardens in
now?
the,
Yeah.
It's at the
Frank-
Luxor.
Frankie Stepichin, he's a friend of mine.
Oh yeah.
And
I love the final. That's a good final table. Really.
a good one. He's going to be buying them drinks. I'm the one that
For sure,
I'm the
that's
one that set
happening.
the bar with the audience buying him drinks, and Frank's got the bar set with any players in a poker tournament he plays. He buys drinks.
Yeah, when I play cash, I like to drink and play and get the table going.
Yes.
It's more fun. It's a lot more fun when there's a social environment. You know, when everybody's grinding and just trying their hardest. It's not that fun.
The funny thing is, if we were playing right now, both you and I, we would be on this table. We'd be talking.
Yeah,
For
these
sure.
guys were talking a lot earlier. When it was Lindy and Zeno, brings a little bit more. Really, Jim Colopy actually he's a big talker at the table usually. But when they're, the money is starting to get intense.
Yeah,
they've
wanna
rocked
make
up
sure.
a little bit.
Well, it's an important title.
Yeah.
Of course, I wanted the title. I've got Beat LA. I've got my Bicycle Legends of Poker title, and that's Southern California. If I could
Yeah.
have snapped this, I'd have the entire state of California. But we have Seminole, right? Their WPT's coming up in April.
Yeah,
You'll
you going
be
down
there?
there?
Oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm going there too. Yeah.
We got to get that. Then you start getting them in Florida, and you start getting them in California. Then you control the United States.
Yeah. I have a little bit of success in a few different regions, but
Eric's got to play this. Come on, Eric.
Not
You can do
enough.
this.
not enough here.
It's on the button though, so he's going to get a call.
He'll
Most
be
definitely going to
opening.
get a call from Jim. I want to rep this a little bit better than it is. He's making it 100.
Okay, that's bigger than the
Perfect.
standard
No,
open.
no,
has
no, no.
been.
That's good. I like that. AJ mucks. King 9's getting mucked. Oh, it's Jim. Jim Ace Deuce. Ace Deuce is calling.
Yeah.
Boy, they have each other's outs. This is a beauty.
Could be a big one.
Let's see what we get here.
Jim's gonna make a call.
Let's have some fun here. And the flop's going to brick. It's going to go check and then bet for Eric. I'm a genius. Look at this.
Well, this actually could get interesting. Jim has a backdoor flush draw, and Eric
Straight.
has the bottom pair. See if Eric continues with
He's
bottom pair.
got to bet big enough here. He's made it 100, so he's got to make it 125. I like 125 right now. Look at
Goes
the
to 100 again. I don't know if Jim is going to raise or call, but I don't think he's going to fold.
He's never folded. I like 125. He should have done a buck and a quarter.
We could see
Calling.
400 out of Jim here. Yep,
He's
here it
raising.
comes. 450. 350.
350.
Jim raises to 350,000.
Eric's calling.
Getting interesting. Do you think Eric calls here?
He's got to call. He has to call. 100% has to call. Got to call for sure. 250. I never raise here. I don't want to get an all in.
What about fold? You don't think fold's
No,
an
no,
option?
no. I'm not raising. I'm not raising 3-4 and then laying it down. Impossible. Bam.
All right.
Take those 2 green chips back, baby. Come on now. Come on now. Now,
All right,
now,
this
now
is a
they're
big
getting jacked.
pop for these
I heard
two
you guys were
little
getting jacked earlier. That's a super scare card right there. But what's
This is a
6?
big
What's
pot.
6? What 6 is Jim raising there? That wouldn't make sense either.
Well, after Eric calls this check raise, Jim's
Check.
got to be
I
worried.
check behind. I check
think
behind
Jim is giving up here.
No. Eric's got to check. Eric has to check here. Check. Come on. Come on. Let's check. Got to check. A bet doesn't make sense.
I don't know. He might not want to let a free card roll.
No. We have to check for sure. Ooh.
Eric's not big on checking.
So now he's repping a 10.
Yeah, that's right.
This is
wow,
going
that's
to win
a
the
big
pot.
bet.
This wins
That's
the pot
also
for sure.
repping a 6. That's a big bet.
720,000.
This is called ghetto poker, baby. This is my style. This is a world famous Pat Lyons move. There's zero chance I would have bet there.
Good fold, Jim.
I'm betting on the river though for sure. Ay. It's like International Pat Me Wrong Day.
That was a pretty big pot for those 2 hands.
So Eric's got some good stuff going on here. I think his finish right now has put him in a tie with Ping, or does he have the lead for points?
Oh, that's a good
Player of the
question.
year.
You know what? I don't know that. We're going to have to get our World Poker Tour staff to help us out with that.
Or some of the people listening. Where are the people listening? Come on, guys.
Yeah, this is a little bit on delay here. They're
Okay.
a little behind us, but
Oh,
so the comment section's a little bit behind.
so are we?
We're on this one, yeah.
And they're not hearing us here.
They are. They're just hearing us a little bit later.
Okay.
AJ raises 80,000.
Boy, look
So
at
we get
Kings
comments
are
a little
cheap
bit
right now.
behind, that's all.
And we got 2 suited hands here. The funny thing is Jim's going to want to play his hand. We're going to give a little shout out to our buddy Riley. Riley's got the King Deuce suited. So somebody's going to hear it and say, Pat, world famous Pat Lyons, give him a shout out. King Deuce suited. I had a funny feeling he was going to like this hand too. Oh, AJ, what's he going to do?
Well, AJ opened already to 80.
He
Jim
wants to call it.
3-bet to 325, and AJ's called the 325, so we're playing a pot.
Yeah, he's got to play his hand because he's got a straight flush draw.
Jim's
Now
really
this is-
picking up the action.
This is a sicko flop now with the King 9. you're hating this because now it's gonna go. Let's see here. Jim's gonna lead first. He's got to lead out with a bet.
I think he does, yeah. I think he'll
3
probably
$250. Does he put 400?
I think he'll probably bet around 300.
400.
Yeah.
Jim bets 400,000.
400.
The Lion's back. Lion's back now. Maybe the
Got
Rams
him.
did win the Super Bowl. I should go get my ticket. Cash it in.
And that's a bad enough flop for AJ that Jim's going to win the pot.
So Jim has kind of a cool story. He was heavier and he's lost his weight and he's maintaining his weight.
Wow.
And it's really cool. We have talked many times because I have the disc issues in my spine, so I'm doing this and this. And he's very conscientious about his posture and everything, and very happy with him, his progress and whatnot. You notice in this one I brought some shorts and such,
Yeah.
and I'm just everybody's they're wearing more sunglasses in the tournaments. I'm blinding them with the whiteness, and got to lose just a little bit of weight. I can't go back to Florida and chase those lizards. They have these crazy lizards at Seminole. It's funny as hell. They're like cockroaches in the walking paths around the Seminole. They're buzzing around. But this is another good hand for AJ.
Our buddy Kyle Kitagawa gave you a shout out. World famous Ichi.
Atta baby Ichi, yeah. I don't know if they had. I guess they had me mic'd up. I was on that mic'd up for about an hour, and WPT did a cool
Oh yeah, I
little
saw
deal.
the video. It was
Fun,
cool.
super fun.
Yeah, if you guys
Cut.
find that on the WPT website, there's a little video of Pat Lyon mic'd up during the tournament for about an hour. They put together about a 5-minute video. It's pretty funny.
They had a hard time having me talk enough. I barely talk at all. This guy, please talk, sir. No. So with Thunder Valley here, there's always something going on, and it's a fun thing that Ben's got going on here. He makes all the different level buy-ins, and they have an aggressive satellite structure for everybody to get in.
And they have all the tours come through now. WPT, Deep Stacks, WSOP, Anti-Up.
HPT?
I guess HPT, yeah. I knew I was going to miss somebody.
It's kind of fun. It's fun. It's you have to come here.
Yeah, it's a great spot. And we have Top Golf right down the street. It's a great place to get away, have a little fun with everybody. And
high stakes.
High stakes, we've mentioned a few times. That place is awesome. Great steakhouse and fun place for little events.
And I'm going to say it again, customer service is key. Van Irwin. It happens here. It happens in Southern California. Matt and Mo.
Not a lot of guys, not a lot of tournament directors take their job as a host also, and Ben definitely does that.
You can just tell when somebody likes what they do. It's like we like playing, we have fun, winning, losing. He likes his job.
Yeah,
and
Ben likes his job.
I like his philosophy. It's a good way. It's my philosophy. You don't want anybody to feel better than you or worse than you. You want it always a level playing field. And he does that. He makes everybody feel, tries to take care of everybody the best he can, and everybody's the same. And my crazy hand in LA, my birthday on the 2nd, right? I'm involved in a big hand. It was 30 minutes left in the day, and it was a raise and a call and a re-raise. I look down, I've got about 44,000 chips. The blinds were 4 and 8. I pick up 2 kings. I pop it to 26,000, so I got about 14K or so behind. The 2 original raiser and caller, they muck, and the other re-raiser, he goes, Pat, you're in big trouble. I've got pocket aces. He tells me his hand. and my silliness, I should have just let it go.
Do you know who this guy is?
We had been talking to the table. He never battled me one time, except that one time. Got aggressive, and sure enough, and then I got knocked out.
Wow, tough one. That's the 10K LAPC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matt's
a pretty awesome
oh
tournament.
my gosh, that was so fun. It's like everything's fun.
We got Jim opening to 100,000 here.
This hand has to go. AJ's done, of course.
Eric 3-bets the king queen off to 450,000. Pretty big.
Never laying this down.
It's a big sizing 3-bet.
He won't lay it down. Don't lay down. Please don't make me. Do not make me wrong. Do not make me wrong. Please don't lay this down.
He's thinking.
Come on,
about
Kyle
it.
Kitagawa, baby. Come on. Where's Joe in? Let's get somebody out there. Do not let him lay this down. Use your awesome. Good.
All right.
Oh, I love to see. No, I'm gonna love to see this. Jack 8. Come on. I'm gonna 100% want to see a flop with this hand. 8-9 Jack is a beautiful flop, huh?
So they just put the graphic up a minute ago. They have 147 big blinds and 90-ish big blinds for Jim. I mean for Eric.
Where? I don't see.
Oh, they put it up on the screen when you were talking about the LAPC.
Oh, I missed it. Darn. Okay.
So now Eric has flopped top pair and checked it.
I think Jim is smart to know if he bets he's going to get check raised here, so he has to check behind.
We haven't seen this much from Eric. He's been full speed ahead when he's had it and when he hasn't so far. So after a 3-bet checking with top
he's got it. This is a smooth move.
Okay.
Now you want the 9 or the 10. That's the hand's done. Eric's going to go, and Jim's never playing this hand.
Yeah, here's the graphic over here.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Jim started off on the day 2, or no, let's see here, doodly-doo. He started off on day 3, $1.85.
I don't know. Yeah, when I mean,
fired up to the 5 million.
My ton of chips when I
my hope yesterday was 2.3, and I couldn't believe when I saw it.
Eric checks it again after that ace comes.
Well, because he's going to let Jim do what he's going to do, and he's calling. He's 100% calling this hand. Does Jim have the guts to rip it? Rip it would have been so beautiful. Yeah, they've just gone into pot control right now. 980 in the pot.
Yeah, it's bigger pot than both of them want to play right now. This hand. I mean, Eric was loving it on the flop, but now
he had a plan of check raising or something. So that I don't even like a bet here.
Nah, I don't.
It's going to win. This is winning.
I don't understand this one, but it is just going to.
It's just winning with no showdown. 1.3.
Jim folds. Eric wins the pot. going for a little value, I guess, to try to get value from a pair of.
So Eric was the
sixes or
short
eights
stack. A bit back.
Yeah,
and
it was
very impressive. I like to think when they build back, it's kind of a world famous Pat Lyons style deal. you need to win this. Did we talk about Shooting Star after this?
We've talked a little bit about it, yeah.
So the Shooting Star was.
Are you
on,
going to the Shooting Star?
Oh yeah,
All
we're
right.
both Shooting Stars.
All right.
And I think Eric is too, if I'm correct. Anthony is.
Yeah, I'm sure Eric is after winning the thing, and yeah, Zeno.
Yeah, Anthony. It's like I didn't get to see what happened, but I heard. We talked a couple times, and it's like you feel good losing sometimes, and other times you don't feel good. But
It was a pretty rough spot for him. He had kings, and then a flush came out in a three-way pot, and he felt beat, but it was pretty tough stack size spot, so he just went for it anyway.
That's the sad thing with a situation where you want to get off, and here I've got the players. Pat's crazy. I've got aces. Pat still calls. So now here, Eric's hand. I like this little hand here. I like to use a term. I like to coin these crazy ass terms, but I'm going to call it flopology, and it's going to come a low flop now. There's a 6 ball, but this is a nut. This is a disaster.
Oh my gosh, this
is bad for Eric. He's loving his 6 right now.
For sure he is.
Oh shoot.
He flopped top 2.
Correct. Correct. This is sick though. He's calling all bets here.
Just a little bit.
Jim can call right now.
Got to find out when Jim springs a trap. He was doing it right now. Goes to 300,000. This is.
Hand's done.
I don't know. It's pretty tough in Eric's spot to fold. But.
What's the size of the pot though? They're creating the pot right now. So 4. So the pot had 260 in it pre. I don't like. I don't like a call here.
Does have a backdoor flush draw.
We need a club so bad.
Yeah.
Hand's done. Hand's got to be done. Have we seen any crazy ass hands? I haven't. I mean, the pocket 6s right now would be beautiful, right? Have we had any of those yet on here? I haven't seen.
Any just big coolers like that where the two big hands against each other? Not really. The kings against the flush was one.
No magic hands. We had a lot of them yesterday.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy.
Look at this.
And
he's going for the home run right now.
Just piles it in there, 1.4.
He's going for the home run, and
yeah,
Eric's
just
going to look at
Eric
this and run
has a
home.
queen or a
He's gonna.
or gets real sticky with a 6. I mean, people don't check raise a jack in that spot very often, so he might just not believe him, but he gives it up.
He got a lot more out of that hand than I would have. I wouldn't have been making those bets, and I wouldn't have been making those calls. So.
Yeah, I mean, he got 400,000. Yeah.
Half the chips in play with 3 players, so he's in a pretty damn good chance. He's got a great chance to come in top 2.
Yeah, he had 60% when they were 5-handed. He had a lot of chips.
He's playing a good game.
He is, for sure.
33 bigs.
AJ was sitting on the sideline hoping to
I want to wish. I mean, I like to wish funny stuff.
Move
right?
up
So
70,000 there.
I kind of want to see AJ and Jimmy get Jim. I can't say Jimmy. He didn't like it.
He didn't like Jimmy?
Yeah, no, he didn't like Jimmy. So I take that back. Strike that. Jim, I want to see Jim and AJ getting a good hand here. And I mean, I like the double ups, but I like all 3 of the players here. Everything is going smooth. A little stunned that we're this.
Here's the payouts
quick.
here. So this is the minimum they're walking away with. Is 130,000.
It's a big jump though.
And
huge
70,000 if they
That's a big jump.
70,000 for the next jump, and then 100 after that.
The payout structure is awesome as far as how they've done it. You know, you're happy with 200, 300 is great. You're happy with $130, 200 is great.
Yeah.
$96.
What place did you end up going out?
24th.
Yeah, same here, 28.
It's a disaster.
24th, you made one more pay jump than me. You made $1,000.
But
more than I did.
we both never should have finished that early.
Well, I was pretty short. I was kind of happy to get into the money even.
But we had, I mean, you got to, I don't know. At 40 players, it was a little tricky. There was some aggressiveness going on, and the money was at 35. And it kind of looked like I was doing things wrong, but I'm not going to sit there and attack with a 460 stack, other stacks for no reason. But the six-handed, I love the six-handed table. The six
Me
tables.
too. That's really fun. 36, 6 of 36 is really fun, and it
sets us up perfectly.
Yeah, it makes
it's
the
a
final table deeper, and I think there's more skill involved because you have to be involved in more hands. I mean, the only skill you're lacking is, I guess, you lack a little bit of patience, but
correct.
It's more fun. It's a better game. They do that also at Bay 101. I think Matt created that for Bay 101 a long time ago.
Yes.
Brought it here. By Matt, I mean Matt Savage, WPT Executive Tour Director.
He's a jet setter. He was over in Vegas yesterday.
Yeah, he helped out with this tournament, but then he had to go do the final tables, those at the esports arena, which is starting up here in a little while. I don't want to lose our viewers, but I think at 4:30.
You got Tyler and Pat. I mean, come on. It's like we haven't even begun to do anything. Just
you guys can all watch both at the same time. You got Poker Go will be fired up at 4:30, I think it is, at the for the WPT Gardens, which has a great final table with Shannon Shore and Frank Stepichin, Brent Roberts.
Ray's on the Ray Quattroni.
Ray Cartami, yeah.
He's
fun.
He's a good buddy. The play here though right now, three-handed. I didn't get to see the full deal, so I can only know it was good play. This is great play here though.
Yeah, everybody's
because AJ's goal right now, he's thinking of a double up, but he's also got to be patient. So you have two dynamics going on at the same time.
Jim checks 7 twice. We don't know what AJ's cards are.
We could try to guess AJ's cards, so we can have fun.
All
with,
we know
with
is he's checked it twice.
It's a small hand with a 260 pot. I can tell you that right now. So we're going to put
still
him.
Not trying to fire.
We're going to put him on. Let's give him.
I'm going to give him King 8.
You like King 8? I'm going to go ahead and say. Something tells me like a Jack also. So Jack 4, something like that. Jack 4.
130,000.
I didn't see who the raiser was pre-flop. Maybe if it was AJ raised, I might have missed something.
No, it wasn't. It was Jim. Jim opened the button, and AJ called the big blind.
So then he might have a 6.
Get 3-1 here.
9-6, 8-6. In fact, I'm exempt. I have no opinion.
You would have bet those hands on the turn probably. So I think it has to have some showdown value. Maybe ace high, maybe king high.
We will never know. It's the secret of the poker gods.
Yeah.
The poker gods have kept us from knowing.
Change cards.
It was kind of funny at the Legends, my only WPT table, final table. I wasn't putting my cards where the readers could read them, and it was driving them nuts because they wanted to see what I was playing so that they'd have a view of it and such. And I told them, I said, I don't need to look at my cards. I can read the players' cards. He goes, Pat, please, you're killing us. So I think AJ did that unintentionally. Here's our update, right? We've got...
yeah, 150 to 100 to 30, and there AJ's being whittled down a little bit, but he knows it.
It's still good, though, because he's got, with Eric's 100 bigs, it's kind of a good blocker with Jim. Jim wants to maintain his advantage over Eric right now, and AJ knows that, so let's see what here. Let's get AJ. We need AJ to get something. He's been getting in his hands. I just think he needs to do something a little differently. Maybe limp with the monster. And
he did that actually. AJ limped with aces in the small blind, but he ended up not getting any action.
I saw that. Yeah, I was walking by the spacious poker room here at Thunder Valley, and I had to stop. I was on my way to the restroom, and of course, what's more important, watching poker or going to the restroom? Watching poker. So no brainer. So I saw that. I felt bad too.
Eric's gonna open the 9-5 suited.
Eric raised 80,000. AJ's gonna fold.
Ace what? Ace 3? Ace 8.
Ace 8 suited.
That's the disaster hand for me. Elio had that hand yesterday, Fox. He limped under the gun. The blinds were 4 and 8. There's that 4 and 8 disaster again. What happened to LA? Same thing, 4-8. And look at this beautiful flops the nuts.
Whoa!
Flops the nuts.
Just flops the nuts. Eric does get a piece.
Nice check back quick too. I like that. Check. But we're gonna do a fish bet. We're gonna find out.
I don't think Eric's
might-
gonna check. He doesn't like giving free cards.
No. He might bet small though. It's only got a $1.20, so he could do 60. 75, 80.
Yep, small bet. 80,000.
I think Jim's gonna feel bad here flopping the nuts and just say screw it and just muck it. Just give him a muck. I can't have this happen. This is too easy.
Might get this one wrong.
Oh no! Why?
He likes to go for all of it instead of just getting a few more bets. He's trying to get all of it.
That killed the action though.
It probably did. If he just calls,
it's going to be check, unless the 9 or a 5 hits.
Yeah.
See, he did a situation. How gross is this right now if you're holding kings with the king of clubs? Just think about this.
Oh, yeah,
This
that goes
is
in.
A stupid disaster. It's like, oh my gosh.
That was one of the good ones. They played a pot earlier. Jim opened, Eric opened. Jim 3-bet. Opposite.
Yes.
Jim opened. Eric 3-bet. Jim 4-bet with kings, and Eric called the 4-bet. It was a kind of a small 4-bet.
Yeah.
Eric called the 4-bet with king 10 suited against kings and just flopped straight.
With the king 10?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
And the kings had the king of diamonds for a flush draw, and they got it all in, but Eric held. That was it was a very early double up final table.
It was the king 10 of diamonds?
It was king 10 of hearts against king of diamonds.
Okay.
King of clubs.
So my favorite king 10 hand is the king 10 of diamonds. I have a little plate at home. My lucky finding. One of my ex-girlfriend or girlfriend, whatever. I'm trying to figure out which one. I think the ex-girlfriend. It's been a while ago, long time. Got me that, the king 10 of diamonds.
Nice.
That was a hand that we could talk about Kara Scott if she's out there in listening land. And I forget who the other gal was, but it was one of the World Series events many years ago, and before anybody knew who Kara Scott was. She had pocket jacks, and I had the king 10 of diamonds, and pocket aces got out there, and I ended up raising and bluffed her off her jacks, and then aces is out there. Karen Manfredi, I think, was the gal's name. And I gambled, called, and I said, I'm going to flop the flush. Pew, flop the flush. And she goes, you bluffed me with the jacks. And Manfredi ended up having the ace of diamonds, and it rivered the 3 of diamonds.
Oh, no.
And 3 of diamonds or 2 diamonds. Kind of
So
nuts.
they're just checking it down so far.
Right now,
Jim limped the small blind. Eric checked.
Eric loves this turn.
Then it went check. I think both of them like the turn. I think Jim thinks he has the best hand too, so he's going to get action if Eric bets. I don't think Jim will fold.
Eric's got a bet here.
Yeah, I think that Eric should bet, and I think that Jim's going to call.
Yeah.
Wow.
King?
Jeez.
King would have been disaster. This is an unfair game. And then you're just hoping he doesn't have the ace because you've got the sucker full house right now. So.
I mean, I think that Eric can get up to 200,000 out of Jim in this pot.
It's nice. I mean, king high here is good a lot of times.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. But a little strange for Eric. I would think he wants to raise.
We have the exciting WPT Venetian. They put $1 million guarantee on that.
I didn't know they did that, but it's going to be. Well, I think we'll get well over that.
Yeah, they're thinking with March Madness it could be crazy.
Oh, he does raise this. This is going to be weird. I think Jim might call here.
You called it though. You said you can get 200 out of him. So here's the 240.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. They don't really look back at their hand and call too often, so.
Yeah, a lot of times it ends up being a fold. Yeah, he did call. Great play
job,
by
nice job.
Eric.
Eric shows jacks fully.
He kind of thought, he did think for a split second he might be playing against a king as well, so he's kind of calling to chop, which is one of the crazy things in poker when you get a straight on the board or a flush on the board and you're pretty much chopping it with the board and there's a hidden hand out there. Sometimes you just surrender it. But that's, yeah, he's got a call.
I don't know if he has to, but
I'm
not surprised.
I wouldn't have done it, but I mean, for information.
Still
Now,
over
with that-
50% of the chips.
With
It's
that
a nice little
situation,
pickup for.
He's going to get aggressive again in the next hand or so, for sure. Like right now.
Jim probably opens that.
Like right now. This is going to be 100, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Raise 100,000.
Jim raises to 100,000.
If I'm Eric, I think I stay out of this hand just to protect my chips, bam, and then let AJ get involved. And of course, AJ is going to muck because Pat Lyons knows everything. So
well, AJ had 4-3
right,
off. I think that's probably why he mucked.
It's the right thing, though. I mean, Eric's got to get the dynamics a little differently to let AJ get involved there. So we have the 130K, 200K, and 300K. That's good. The like I said, I thought we'd get 600 players. I always like to mess around and play around with it. We had a 2 million guarantee. Would that have done anything? That's a little more than 400 players. I really thought it would hit 600, and we had kind of a friendly guess, me and Ben, and 480, 450. So out there in listener land, if anybody can say why they didn't come, what was the reason why people didn't come? I know we have the California drought, which you wouldn't believe because we've just been having rains like crazy. I mean, they have boats that take us here. Heck, Phil Hellmuth, he took a helicopter to Commerce. That was Pat Lyons' idea, by the way. I'm going to say that, too. The helicopter to Thunder Valley. I was going to have my helicopter land me in the field. Unfortunately, the Rams didn't win the Super Bowl, and I had to donk off good money.
Helicopter money?
Oh, I wanted to do it so bad.
All right, we got a button limp from Eric. AJ completes from the small blind. He's still moving his cards outside the viewing zone. Jim's going to pounce on the limpers and try to win this pot with ace-4 off. Don't think Eric's
We're never
going
laying
anywhere.
down king jack. No. We know that for sure. If they lay it down, I'm quiet. I'll be quiet so long it'll be at least 1 minute. AJ, come on, baby. Oh no, he can't find a call. Can't find the call there. Damn. This is a good hand here.
Flop's gonna be heads up.
There we go.
Good flop for Eric.
5's a bit of a
Doesn't
scare
look
card.
that bad for Jim.
Eric's got to make a bet.
Jim checks.
Got to make a bet. He's going to go with 225. Has to make. Okay.
Both players check.
Deuce or 3. Let's see.
Turn card. Trey of hearts.
There you go. The gutter ball.
Wow,
it's
that's
always
a great
the scare
card
card.
for Jim.
If only they can see the funny stuff we're seeing out here in.
Could see a
out
check
here in
raise from
Hoosier
Jim. here.
Daddyville.
At least going to call. You might even get a raise.
Jim's never laying this down though, no matter what happens.
No, definitely not. But Jeez, Eric's
well,
really
if it's
in
a
trap
deuce,
mode.
ace or a deuce, it's a disaster. Gosh damn it! Oh my gosh! And
Wow.
you guys wonder why I dark
Eric
raise.
checked it twice.
And you wonder why world famous Pat Lyons dark raises. Kyle Kitagawa, Ichi. This is exactly why I do this nonsense. I can feel situations happening. Eric can't. Eric has to call the bets here. This is ridiculous. This pot's it's a 500K pot right now. This pot's going to be at 1.2. It's going to turn into a
he's
1.2, 1.3 pot.
Much
Here
better
you go,
spot for an
1.4.
overbet than before. This one's pretty good. It's going to be real tough to fold a king.
He's not late. He can't. He has to call. This is the silliest thing in the world. And wouldn't it be crazy if we were holding king 5 or something like that in our hand? Imagine this,
Man.
what would happen here with
Eric
pocket threes.
set the trap so much. He checked back both the flop and the turn, and now he's got such a big bet that he doesn't even like it. I mean,
if he finds
the reason
a, if
to
he
check
finds
is
a
to
fold
get
here,
this.
it's amazing.
Yeah, that would really be amazing.
I mean, is he putting him on king queen? Ah, yeah, that's beautiful.
Wow,
he has
that's
no
a
idea.
sick
He has no
fold.
idea what he just,
Yeah,
how
Jim
gross that
is,
hand was.
These
gonna,
overbets are not working for
He's going to
value
find
Jim.
out.
Man, that was. There's been 2 really big folds when Jim makes those overbets. No.
I'm wondering what's taking him. I'm wondering what's going on here. Okay, we're going to see now. What do we have here? Buck 36?
Yeah, that's just on the Facebook feed.
Okay, and then what about, what's the other ones?
I don't know.
We
I can't see.
Yeah, AJ's not showing the cards, exactly.
That river card was pretty funny, but yeah, I think that so far those overbets have really failed Jim.
So my buddies, right? I have a couple of good buddies that came out. I met them at Bellagio in the 5 Diamond, and they were telling me that they have this promoting pokers. It's GoPro Poker. Long story short, it's for poker players to get unknown poker players and such, and even known poker players, just get their names out there and what have you. I got them to come out to Commerce, and they had a blast. And they were just talking to Matt and talking to Justin and all the WPT crew out there. And then I got them to shoot up to Bicycle. They got to see Mo, talk to Mo, everything. Had a blast. They did the long-ass drive from LA to here.
I did too.
Had a ball super, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I could never do that. it would drive me bats. Or I'd pick up a speeding ticket or 2 on the way.
I drove from Arizona to LA to here, then from here to San Jose back to Arizona.
Trooper. I've got a gambling problem. You've got a driving problem.
No, it's just nice to have all your stuff with you. I like to golf and stuff, so
True.
it's nice to carry all your stuff.
The Sergio and Robert, though, they really enjoyed Thunder Valley Casino. It's completely different, and just the welcoming and the whole thing than what you find in Florida, than what you found in LA, and here. Like I said, this is Commerce in Northern California, and they're watching out there and listening to us on the live stream here, and they're big fans of the WPT and what we have going on.
Well, that's cool. Glad they're here. They're coming to. Yeah.
They will be
Thunder
at Seminole for sure.
Seminole, okay, they're
for sure.
following WPT guys. Lots of checking again with some value hands. You guys really went into trap mode. Jim's gonna win this pot. Again, Eric loses the minimum. That was a pretty great fold by Eric.
Oh, that was an amazing fold. Yeah. I almost want to ask him, did you just put him on king queen? He was maybe.
Well, he bets so much is why. In the river, he bets so much.
I just know if he bets somewhere there, maybe Jim calls or doesn't call, but on the turn it's going to swell that pot. That pot's going to turn into a 2 million pot.
Yeah, actually that's true. The turn Jim would have called anyway, so he wasn't going to win
Correct.
the pot by betting on the turn.
Unless he does some silly Pat Lyons move, rip it. Ba-boom. So Carlos Castellano, my buddy, he is mentioning world famous Pat Lyons here. The players here, I'm very surprised I didn't see him up here. We're going to find these guys. These guys are supposed to be here, and I'm going to catch them at bay. Say, why aren't you up here? 53, 10, 6. Now AJ's showing the hands. Cool.
AJ is not raising. He's just coming along. AJ is trying to find a spot to get back in the mix. Doesn't really mind watching the other two battle away. He might be able to move up 70,000 doing that.
4, 4, 9, 2 hearts.
checks flop. AJ takes the free card.
Turn card. Ace of spades.
Well, AJ was catching hands. He's just getting nothing right now. And he's a favorite here. He doesn't even know it. This is disaster.
Yeah, I think Eric's
That's
going to
win the
pot now.
$50,000.
Little stab.
He's going to win the pot. That's so sad.
AJ's okay losing that one.
Yeah, Sergio and Robert, GoPro Poker, they said they want to say thank you to the WPT, Savage Poker, Thunder Valley, Ben, everybody for the great experience they had. So that's good.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Anybody having a fun time, anytime you come across you or me, I mean, they're going to have a fun time. You can't say I
or Ben,
didn't have
geez, I mean, I think
Ben's is automatic fun.
It's kind of widely renowned as the most fun stop, really.
It is, and I like how it increased up to 5 dimes, and next year it's going to be over a $2 million prize pool guaranteed. It won't have a guarantee, but I guarantee it'll be over 400 players.
That sounds right to me. I think
I'm just going to rebuy 399 times. I'm just going to keep coming in.
They only let you get in 6 times, but or 5 times. But I think they are committed to keep it at a 5K next year. I think they were going to move it to the weekends, the weekend starting day. None of this is set in stone, but these are ideas that I heard. So start Saturday, Sunday instead of Friday, Saturday, and a little longer satellite build-up a couple weeks ahead of time.
My buddy's here, Joe. Joe Wynn, he's put a world-famous Pat Lyons shirt. He's got the @Flying Lions, FLYIN, Lions.
I'd wear it.
Exactly.
You give me one of those, Pat, I'll wear it.
# world-famous Pat Lyons. That it, baby.
Eric opened the button. Jim defended the big blind. Eric is going to c-bet the 8-8-3 board. I don't think Jim's going anywhere. I imagine a check call. Could be a check raise. Man, he's check raised so many times he's not going to get credit for it. He check calls.
Turn card. Queen of clubs.
Here we go. Robert is listening. He says you're doing a great job commentating Thunder Valley.
All right.
So we've got everybody listening in the United States.
Appreciate that, Robert.
It's the United States. United States. The whole United States is tuning into Thunder Valley Casino. Yeah, baby.
Go check on the turn. 4 of hearts on the river to see if Jim. I think Jim's trying to show down King High as a winner, and Eric probably is too.
Jim checks. And Eric checks. Jim shows.
My buddy Chino. This is hilarious. I haven't seen Chino. He's supposed to have been here. He's telling me he's listening to us. Why aren't you guys Thunder Valley, man? Gosh damn. Just because I'm coming here one of the favorites to win this whole thing, you don't see me and Tyler on the final table.
We were close. We were close, Pat.
We were close, but I mean, only one person can win.
Eric was happy to show down King High, but it did not work out. Jim had a better King High.
Yeah.
One minute left. Is about to go to 25.50 in blinds.
Yeah, that's us. 25.50, then 30.60, then 40.80, then 50.100. No weird WPT price stuff. You'll probably find out in a minute. Next level.
So Sergio and Robert, they're so excited. They're happy what we're doing. They love this live stream. They love the game. It's exciting. And they have GoProPoker.com. And that's just it's just a really fun, friendly deal promoting poker players. I don't know if anybody out there knew I was excluded Can we tell the world that?
What do you mean excluded?
WSOP.
Oh, I have no idea.
I wasn't able to play in Rio for the last 3 years. There's going to be a Pat Lyons viewing. I've got
Hey,
the.
you're not the only one. Other people have been booted.
No, but mine was over waters and hot tub and silly misunderstanding, and I got a little aggressive. But Robert and Sergio, GoProPoker.com, very instrumental in helping me understand my situation, and I got a letter in there, and I have an opportunity. So I'm going to call it my Green Book opportunity. I get to go in there, only poker, no gaming, no nothing, and just see if I can win a bracelet this year.
Oh, that's great. Oh, you're in?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great
Yeah,
news.
it's gonna be
Congrats.
fun.
That's awesome.
And I've
Sam Panzika's listening out there, maybe.
This
he
is
can call us
two
too.
nice hands here.
All right, so Jim limped.
Perfect.
The small
This is-
blind.
you
Eric
got- you got a-
raised it
you got
up,
a gutter now.
and Jim called with the Jack 9 off. He's going to check it.
Almost a gutter
Big
ball.
flop
Let's
for
see.
Jim.
We need the 8-5-7.
Not a bad flop for Eric. It looks like a good one.
8-5-7 right now. It has to come. You know, I didn't get to see AJ's hands, but of course AJ probably had the 57 in his hands. This hand hits everybody. Keep it small. Check, check, check. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Eric likes his hand, and it's a good flop for him, so he's going to go ahead and bet it. Still probably hoping to just win it now.
That's never happening.
Well, not,
We know
of
that.
course
Yeah,
not
yeah.
with Jack 9.
We're cheating. We're cheating. We can see something here, but we just know that Jim's going to maintain the size of the spot, though. He's going to call it.
Yeah, he just called.
8-7. What did I say? 8-9-7? No, I don't want another 9. 8-7. 8-7. 8-7. Oh, that's terrible. Hand done.
It's a nice
Hand
card
done. Jim,
for Jim.
and Jim's going to bet here.
I think it goes check, check.
Ouch. I bet the jack. I bet the jack because what's going to call you on the river? I'm never going to. Eric's going to check behind. Does he get it? Does he check behind and get the miracle 2-outer?
It is possible.
I know. That's why we're here. They got miracles against us.
So far, Eric has fired in these spots more than I would, but
I love the.
don't know if he's going to bet this one. He does. He keeps firing. He's got 375. He doesn't like to let free cards roll off, and there's a lot of bad cards in the river if he does check there. And so far, it hasn't been a disaster because when he's been check raised, he's gotten away from it correctly. It did cost him a couple of pots with the best hand, but they were small pots. This check raise is, I assume, going to win the pot. Hey, look at this, Pat. We got a time bank thrown in.
Awesome.
Little Pat Lyons tank, fake tank with a big hand.
Yes.
And he's gonna raise it up.
This is a good time to use the time chips too, because you have to kind of figure out what do I want to do.
You're almost out of 3-handed. You got plenty of time. Just use another chip. He's got his. He raised it up to 1.1 million.
That is essentially killed it all.
It should be over, but I don't think he hates that it's over. It should be over now.
Essentially killed it all.
Eric's been check raised by Jim so many times today.
This is when you don't want pocket aces again, right? You're going to love your hand. It's like, what the hell is going on? So
Yeah, I mean,
careful
I
what
don't
you
know
wish
if
for.
would love it, but sevens kind of blocks some of the hands that might check raise as a bluff too, because there's some straight draws in there that would have a 7 in them. I think that's pretty easy fold. Facebook chat, your buddies Sergio and Robert got a shout out. There's someone listening.
Awesome.
Rob said they're very cool guys. So here's the setup now. We got AJ's under 20 big blinds. And Eric down to 60 big blinds. That's still pretty comfortable.
That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, and Jim's got the big lead like he had when he started.
We did change levels though. We were at 20-40. Now we're at 2550. So that does. It's still super deep structure, of course, and it makes it. Now Jim's going to not play this hand. Don't be. Let somebody else battle. Eric's got a nice hand to go against AJ, right? Queen 8 suited. I think if somehow, some way, in this particular situation, the Queen 8 versus any hand, if AJ ships, he calls for sure.
Whoa, Eric is all in here. What happened
That's
here?
I like him betting.
Oh, he's got 20 big blinds.
Oh,
That's why.
wow, look at this shit. Good timing. Oh my God, because he's dominated.
Tough
Because
call,
no,
though.
because
Tough
no,
call
no,
for
no,
20
no,
big
for sure.
blinds.
No, that's great, amazing timing. I would never have done that. He could have limped and he would have 100% called and he would have been dominated. So thank goodness that he did that move. That's a weird situation.
Yeah, 20 big blinds is kind of a lot with Queen 8 suited, but don't think you want to raise and fold with it either. That might be okay. Well, the Queen 10 offs for sure.
He would have gone. If it goes any small bet, he rips for sure. He wanted to call there. He wanted to find a call.
If he limped, he probably would have. Yeah.
We're going to find out right now, Matt Affleck. He's got to reply to this funny ass tweet I'm going to show him. Let's see what
Affleck
happens.
is it's one of my best friends.
Oh, you know he's badass. I love him. He's
We used
badass.
to be roommates in Seattle.
I love his badass how he's like, "Hey, Pat, you going to be commentating?" I hope not. That means I'm not going to be on the final table. And then, pew, perfect world. Now I'm commentating. Look at poor AJ. Now he's got Jack 4. He just looked at Queen
So
10. He would have played that hand so many
Eric
times.
wants to play this hand, and he doesn't want to have to call AJ's all in. He would fold to it, so he goes to the limp instead of opening.
Right now.
Right, that's what happened. And now Jim is going to take advantage of the limps again. This is the second time in a row.
I like Eric's call right here. I really like his call if he calls right now. Because he just had Queen 8 of clubs. So I remember my flopology. I believe that he would have lost that last hand versus the Queen 10, but his clubs might come. It's a silly thing to say, and look how dominated he
5
is by
clubs
AJ.
out there. I don't think clubs are going to come.
No, they'll find a way to come. It's
They're not
poker.
coming,
It is
Pat.
world famous Pat Lyons style.
Pat is
and
not coming,
AJ,
not
does
coming.
AJ lay down here? I like the lay down. Yes. Now watch this. It's going to hit AJ's hand because he's got the clubs, but Eric's going to
There's
win
no
this hand.
clubs left. They're not
No,
coming.
this is funny shit. This is, come on. Come on, little clubbies. They look like clovers. It's St. Patrick's Day next week. It's world
It is
famous
St.
Pat Lyons. There you go, baby. Who's your daddy? I got
Cannot
this.
argue
If
with Pat Lyons' logic.
I mean, we gotta
The guy is too
people have
tough.
got to create. Oh my gosh, and it's killing.
Jim's
Look, he had
going
Jack
with a
4. He had
check
Jack
raise,
4
I
of clubs.
think,
Remember
here.
that? Jack 4 of clubs. Is he going nuts right now?
I think he is going nuts.
Oh
He was
my
at-
gosh,
no,
he's
I think
going.
the ace 5 is.
Look,
gonna
8-5 with
check
the
raise.
gutter ball. This is crazy. You got a gut flat. The other club.
They both checked it.
The jack. No, it's AJ's hand. Oh my God, he's got a fade of 3. He has everything there. That's so sick. Look at this. He's a 32% dog right now with everything on that board, but he's loving the hand.
Man, I can't believe he's checking back both of them.
3 of
He's
clubs.
giving up.
3 of clubs one time. Yes, I told you. Bam.
Unbelievable.
Am I just dirty or what?
Well, you are
Am I
unbelievable
dirty? There's
there.
5 clubs out there. Anybody know why Lion is nuts? This is it. You saw it. I just knew flopology. I knew positively those clubs
I
were
don't
coming.
understand flopology, but it's a
I'm
thing
making you a
gonna have
believer.
to learn it. Yeah,
I'm making you-
absolutely.
making
You're
you a
1 for
believer.
1 at least.
I know
And-
Blair and I, we were talking, and he's like, Pat, man, you're one of my favorite players. And
I think you're talking about Blair Hinkle.
Hinkle, of course. I think he's got to love this. If he got to hear this before anything happened, I went back to the Queen 8 suited, which would have lost to Queen 10. Now you get dealt all these clubs. You just have to have the guts to stay in the hand, which I do, and whammo, they come. Matt Savage, come on, anybody seeing this is like, you saw. This was live.
If anybody
feelings.
needs to learn about flopology, just find Pat, ask for a lesson.
Well, would an ace of clubs would have been a beauty if it came. Then it's almost like a double up hand.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, Eric's
He can't.
jamming and
He
Jim's
there's
gonna
nothing
fold.
that can call him there though. He only beats a bluff. And look how lucky Eric is.
It was pretty amazing that Eric checked both those.
But think how lucky if
flop and the turn
AJ's
back.
in this hand, he doubles up. He has to double up. It's so sick that Jim made the raise and cost AJ the pot.
Yeah.
And gives it to Eric.
Yeah.
Right. It's sad. It's so much.
Yeah, that is crazy. Because pre-flop, I easily could have just gone limp.
Oh
He
yeah, and
didn't
then
have
he's
to raise that,
and AJ's married to the hand.
Yeah, then AJ doubles up. That Eric wins a big pot, checking the flush draw back twice.
And look at AJ's just disgusted right now. Sick. 16 bigs. He lost 3 bigs in that hand. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. Oh wow.
Wow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was a
Eric's
fun
so
one to
awesome.
watch.
Ichikawawa, baby. 0 is 0. Nobody knows. They're gonna see this. They're gonna go, what the hell? They're gonna wonder what's wrong with me. Now it's flopology again. Jim was playing the hand. Now the ace will get involved in this board. Here's another one of my little secrets. Flop lag. AJ picks
big
up sixes.
hand.
Please do not rate. Please do not bomb this thing all in right now.
I think it's just going to be all in.
That's terrible. I don't like that. I don't like that. I do not like that right there.
Well, it's hard for the two other hands.
He
to
might
pick
call
up
with the jack
bigger
nine.
one. No,
There's
he
a-
can't do that.
There's a chance he calls, but I don't like ripping the sixes here.
Bet size has to be specified. My understanding, maybe I'm wrong.
Of course, you can start the clock. The bet side should have to be specified.
500, 600, and 700. So now I missed one of the pinks there.
See, Facebook's got a little interruption going on here. Could just be my computer.
Ooh, he got him to lay the hand down. That's actually good. Ace 4. Remember I told you aces can hit the board?
This is
pushes the ace out of the hand. Because if
pretty
Eric,
close,
if Eric,
but I think this is a fold for Eric.
if
too.
Eric put a bet in, Eric can't call him though. Eric will not call because he knows that AJ's been playing way too tight. Cannot call. You cannot call. Ichikawawa, come on now. You cannot call. Do not call. You got lucky that he didn't play Jack 4. Do not call. Nope. Oh my gosh, he called.
Oh wow, that's a
what the
pretty
heck?
big call.
Oh my gosh. And I told you, an ace is going to hit the board, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I know this stuff. I really apologize for my knowledge
According to
here.
flopology, an ace.
Flopology.
Is going to hit
This ace is going to
board
win this
here.
hand. Ace will win this hand. World famous Pat Lyons. Boom. Set of sixes.
Wow, set of sixes, all spades. Got 3 outs for the win for Eric.
hand. What's going to happen
AJ's
here?
got to fade
Ichi,
all the
come
threes.
on. Nope.
Now sevens are also out.
Wow. Wrong.
Very close. So
I don't like the call there. I don't like his call because he played way too tight, way too damn tight to just rip all in there.
AJ doubles up there.
That's like a delayed win because he would have won the Jack 4. That's a delayed win. But Eric, in a weird way, Eric knows he did not need to make that play.
It was a little big for a call with ace 4, but I do think that AJ will have hands like king queen, queen jack, and king jack in there.
But I mean, I did it. I did a silly thing against Elio, right? I raised on the button with ace 10 suited, and he ripped king queen on me. And I knew positively I had the best hand, but we're flipping, right? Ace 10 versus the king queen, and then flop the queen, turn the queen.
Yeah.
But I don't like this dynamics here because this is all the big money. And the fact that AJ has played like nothing and nothing and nothing. It's got to give him a little credit for better than ace high. Just my own professional opinion with a board that never had an ace, which I thought was coming. 6.6, boy.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you.
And I know Jim loves it. Jim loves it that the two of them battled right there because that chips down Eric, who he's got to be feeling is his toughest opponent, right, because of the titles and such. But AJ's playing a good game, so.
Yeah, AJ's been tough. For sure.
They're talking about a dinner break right now, but if they take a dinner break, that's going to screw us up because then we don't get to do the fun announcing for all you guys out there enjoying this game. Could be wrong, but I
A
don't
brief
think I'm
pause
wrong.
in the action's no big deal. People will come back.
$125.
125 from Jim. I'm not sure. So Jim's sizing up for some reason now. It's not just 100. I guess it was 100. It was 1.5 when he had 24.
Yeah, he was doing the.
No, it's 50. It's still 1.5 is still.
I'm gonna raise a little bit bigger, just me. Look at this now,
All right,
AJ.
AJ's
Now
gonna
see,
come along,
AJ's playing with Eric's chips now. So now is it going to be super flop lag where the ace comes? I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Nope. Look at that open, oh, not open ender. What do we got here? Where'd it go? Disappeared on me. 69-3. So AJ's going to like this. AJ's supposed to make a bet there. He doesn't want to get raised though. Jim's going to continue, right? You know what's going to happen, right? The 7, the 8, the king. Seven's actually a magic card because it's going to give AJ 2 pair. Can we get a 7 out of that?
That'd be great.
I wonder if Eric wants to call here too. This is an interesting situation, but he lost the chips, so you got to protect the chips now. AJ has to call. $1.35. I like the action clock. I like the fact that it gives them. Here we go. It's a nice card, which would have been nice for Eric, right? He had the 10 jack.
Yeah, this is a bad card for AJ. It's
correct.
Tough to continue from after that one.
Well, it could be the hand could be a 10 jack you're up against. I mean, 10-8, right? With a gutter ball, so.
400.
400,000.
Is AJ fancy enough to see what's going on, though?
He is. This is a tough spot. It's a lot of his chips. He's likely facing another bet on the river. He hates that fold, but he is going to lay it down, wait for a better spot.
Great, thank you very much.
They just made announcements to the 3 players that they're going to let them tag team. You and I are coming in to play for the money, and they're going to do the announcing. It's actually kind of it's like a landmark situation here. We get to play. Yeah, and they just said, you know, we want you guys to play. You guys are doing a great job announcing, making it fun here. And of course, we're literally playing for fun. We don't get to win anything. It's just to play for fun. And damn. Ay, ay, ay. Look at now, AJ's counting the chips. He's got 400 there.
He's got 1.3, Eric 2.7, and Jim's got the rest.
AJ's going to have queen high. Look at the queen, bam,
Wow.
ace queen. So
that's a pretty good hand.
Min raise his hand. Min raise it, go to 100.
He did try limping with aces.
I don't like this. You gotta do a little. Oh, it's going to be action. It's action. This is going to work better than decide.
Shove, and he's going to call.
Call. Coldly call. Never flip. Never go all in. Call.
Jamming.
No. Don't jam. Call.
I will bet you a beer that he jammed.
I know you're going to win though. I'm good with the. I'm good with the risk. Don't. It doesn't. Please call. Please call. Of course. Snap call.
We raise all in. Snap call. 6 of clubs. 6 of hearts for Jim. Ace of clubs.
And AJ is at risk here. Back in the game if he wins it.
Is this flop lag?
He'll have the same stack as Eric if he wins, maybe a little bit more. Ace on the flop for AJ.
He's got a backdoor flush draw too right now.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Down to only 6.
He's just saying pair the board.
8 down on the river. Aces and jacks.
AJ doubles up and it's up to about 2.7, 2.8.
That's a very fortunate double up right there. And what's gross is with me is I'm not calling. I'm not calling the 6s. No way. And I'll explain to you why, because I know for sure when he limps and he rips all in, best thing I'm hoping for is a flip. Because he hasn't done that at all. Why are you all of a sudden, now you love your hand? That means you wanted something like this. And I just take the 6s, nice hand, muck them face up. He's going to show me ace queen.
Andy Potter in the chat, you saying, how do you get a WPT hat? Come by Thunder Valley. If you come by Thunder Valley in the next 2 days, you got a WPT hat on you for sure.
Club, there was just no way.
Ben Irwin will
Was
give
that?
you a
Because I had
WPT
club.
hat.
I was just like, I can't wear this. Club? Yeah, you have 2 clubs.
The WPT hats are cool. My head's too big. I can't wear them. I got to give them to my girl. She's able to wear the hats. She has a small head. I have a large head.
There's a backdoor flush on the flop here. That's what I was so worried about.
It's funny. I've got a lot of cool glasses too. So with our champions, the WPT champions, which is Aria, right? It's in crystals, back rack.
Yeah.
It's really cool stuff they give us, right? We get super cool stuff.
They do give us
and
a lot
the
of stuff.
glasses
It's
and all
really
the neat
nice,
stuff. I've got a great collection of things I don't wear too much, but I wear them.
Headphones and sunglasses
I
and stuff.
wear
man.
them in
They're
the sun.
Really nice ones.
I got to wear them in the sun because I'm too white. I blind myself, you know.
Look at this
But
now. We got 2 guys at 55 big blinds, 1 at 115. It's really tightening up.
This has worked out pretty good, though.
AJ's
for
excited
AJ.
to get to play a little bit more.
He's being very patient, though. Very, very patient. Jim, we're going to see if Jim is a little bit tilted. He has to avoid that. I think I'm going to tighten up a little bit right now if I'm Jim.
AJ's just going to the limp on the button.
Eric's going to raise this, and AJ is going to call.
I don't know if Eric's necessarily going to raise it.
What? How are you? You're getting this all the time, right? Oh
Well,
my
no, I just
gosh.
said not necessarily. I wasn't 100% that he would check either.
There's the jack ball. No. What's going to happen here? Eric wishes he raised.
Yeah, nobody has
now he
anything
has no idea.
here. This is actually pretty interesting. Whoever fights for it's going to win it.
It's good. It's got to go to the turn, though. I can't see this being one on the flop. In my opinion, Jim's never going to let this just disappear, this hand here. Of course not, right? He's not happy about the 6s losing, and he wants to
leaves
get
out
some
for
chips
80.
back. That's gonna do a pretty good job winning right here. Right, and that's going to lead to fold.
It even gets ace high and king high to fold. That was a really good bet.
It's all because of the pocket 6s. It's
little bit of tilt?
Oh, for sure. Not tilted, but just it pissed off, you know. It's like, gosh damn it. So now that little bit of aggression that he showed and the unaggression that Eric didn't show, which I would have done, it's going to favor Jim now in this next. He's going to get dealt a hand. He's going to have a hand. An ace 10 or something like that is coming to him.
So Flopology is talking about what's
It
going on
works
the
a lot
flop.
of weird
What do you-
ways.
How do you? Is that part of Flopology, or is that some other system that
No,
decides what cards are
just
going to get
just
dealt?
feelings. Just when you do something, it's the dominoes theory. Ace
Dominoes
deuce.
theory, okay, got it.
I was wrong. 8 points down, but I knew he was going to get some kind of hand. He's playing this for sure.
Yeah.
The trouble is there's another hand out there, though. I know there's another hand out there now. It's a good playable hand. Bam, Jack 10. Eric never lets this go. Does Eric have the guts here? He just limped in, right? Raised to $1.25. Can he make this $4.25?
He could.
I would do it in 1 second right now. It'd be 4 1/4. Knowing somehow I screwed up, and you got to draw that right. Inertia. Bring the inertia back.
400 is likely.
Come on.
Wow, you got it almost
Oh,
exactly.
shit.
450.
450.
Good job.
475.
Pretty close.
Oh,
pretty
the lion. Ichikawa. Matt Affleck, I'm doing the announcing. You want me to do the announcing? Now I'm telling you what's going to happen. Look at
That was
another
pretty
ace,
sharp.
another
Yeah,
ace
you
out
got an
there.
ace out.
Jimmy, ooh, I never would
That's a
have
big
let that
fold.
go.
I mean, it's kind of a big 3-bet. He didn't want to have to.
And now
get real
Eric's happy.
sticky
Now
with
Eric's
the
got that
ace-deuce
back.
off.
Now they've got the little bit of mojo going on with all three players. Look at the nice flip with AJ, flipping that in there. Pow.
Yeah, it looks like they're all a little fired up now.
Yes. How much time we have left in our levels here?
Not a lot before they're taking a break. I think we probably have about 20 minutes in this
Okay,
level.
that's good. There's going to be some more fireworks because everybody's got a little bit of energy and ego going here. So
Yeah, it has action. It's definitely
where's King
picked
Queen?
up.
There's King Queen suited coming. Where's it at? Queen 7. That's your computer hand. That's the hand most likely to hit. So we're playing this
Eric
sucker.
will be opening that hand.
We'll play it a little smaller though.
We could go with
125.
a button limp. There has been some
125.
button limps.
Range 125.
That Lions knows too much. Cocky sucker. World famous. Unbelievable. Okay. AJ Muck. Jack 10 or 10-7 calling. Look at this. Look at the dominated hand, but you're loving 10-7 suited. Messed up game, huh? Queen 10-7.
You
know
call
what
the
king?
action
You know what
almost
king's
like
gonna hit
Tony
though.
Romo. You really nail every.
You know what
situation
king's
that's
coming.
coming
Look
up.
at the king. I freaking just. Oh my gosh. Anybody? I mean, come on. World famous. Can you guys Flying Lions? FLYINLYONS. Twitter.
He's not ashamed of self-promotion.
Give me a little bit of something. Calling the king? Are you kidding me? And it's King Deuce, Riley's hand. This is Who's Your Daddy? Come on, look at this. And it's going to get called.
I don't think
Both of them want
here.
this.
I think
Jim wants this. Jim wants this pot bad.
You are right about that.
He wants this pot bad.
He's going to let this one go.
This is a badass hand. No,
Oh
he,
my
no,
God,
no.
Pat,
He
you're so
wants
tough.
he wants his hand.
The
He's
Tony
decided.
Romo
He's
poker.
decided. If this comes to 7, it's a disaster. Can we will a 7 out of the deck? Raise
This is
it.
a pretty
Oh my
great check
gosh.
raise here.
Eric's got a call though. I can't find a fold
Eric
here.
is not adjusted to being check raised constantly.
Oh my
he just keeps
gosh.
betting anyway.
The king. I was going to tell you guys the turn too. It's unfair. Stay tuned to the next hand.
Jim has check raised him so many times you'd think Eric would check some back when he has some action.
That's good. Can we get a comment from Matt Affleck? Are we out there somewhere? I love Matt. Pat Lyons.
I think Matt's playing a tournament to win today. I wouldn't.
Oh, I know. I heard
think
that.
he's gonna
They
be
got a little something going on over there. 5 clubs. They're going crazy. They're loving this. Make the comments, guys. 5 clubs. Boom. It's a boom. Who's your daddy? Oh, yeah.
Jim's limping from the small blind. Eric with the absolute bottom.
Funny. Awesome. Okay, now we're back on normalness here. Let's see. 6 deuce. Look at the nuts. Yahtzee. He did a Yahtzee hand. Oh my gosh. Did I not see this right? He flopped it straight, right?
I didn't see it yet.
Yeah,
he
flop the
did.
nuts. Yeah.
Oh, it's a limp
I'm
pot
like
in the
I'm like
blinds, I
I'm like
think,
quicker. I'm quicker than computers. This is.
You're on your game right now, Pat. Unfortunately for Jim, Eric doesn't have anything there.
They are laughing so hard in Florida. GoProPoker.com. They are laughing like crazy, making it funny. You
We're
guys
down to 3.
put the comments on the Facebook page here.
We're down to 3 players at the WPT Rolling Thunder at Thunder Valley Casino, just outside of Sacramento. I'm Tyler Patterson here with world famous Pat Lyons, and they are playing for $303,000 for first place, including a $15K seat into the WPT Tournament of Champions. Second place $200,000, and third place $130,000, all with a little bit of change. We already lost 2 WPT champions in Dylan Lind and Anthony Zeno. This was a stacked final table.
It's a really good field. I mean, this is a 5K buy-in, in my opinion. This is a 10K quality event. Everybody knows it. These guys got in. It's like all of us were handed 5K back. So that's good. Chino's out there watching this. He's having fun, laughing. We had the WPT champions. They had a satellite for us. And somebody, Brian Altman, congratulations, buddy. Ichikawa.
Oh, yeah,
I knew it, too. I told you. I wanted action on you. Look at this magic flop. 10-8, 10-7.
They both have
Ace 10
tens,
blank.
Both playing a little pot control this time. Yeah, that's another way. I mean, we've talked about before how they take care of the champions with a dinner and a golf outing and a couple other things. But one of the other things they did was a satellite for us to play in to buy into that 15K tournament of champions, which was nice. And they guaranteed a seat, which was nice of them. So
They put it on. It was good. We had fun. Some of us slept. Some of us didn't. But that's going to be fun. We like our WPT. I like to call it the World Pat Lyons Tour. The World Pat Tour. This is a nice board. Look at this. Now they're chopping. Can they figure this out though? That's the key.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of action going forward in this hand.
It's 250 there. It's got to be a bet, though. There's going to be somebody's going to bet. I'm going to bet the pot. 250, 260. 260 should win this. Have the guts to do 260. Because AJ, you could see whoever bets this can win this hand. It's got to be 260. 125. Yeah, that's going to get called.
Yeah, that's just going to end the hand. I think he's going to call and chop it.
Damn it, that pisses me off. I guarantee you I'm betting more. And AJ is going to feel really unlucky, too, right now. Eric knows he needed to bet more. So Eric has gone a little bit. Is Eric short stack right now? Mini short stack?
I don't think anybody's that short. He might be the shortest, but it's still a decent stack. That's 2.6 million. Yeah, it's still 50 big blinds or more.
Haroon Ichi, Chino, very entertaining. We're having fun. We know the game. We can make it fun. We can say funny stuff.
Pat knows some things about the game that I don't know. I got to tell you that. I don't know much about flopology. But I'm learning.
Who's got 89 out there? Somebody's got an 89 in their hand. This is just weird shit. I don't know. I am a Pisces baby. I do have 89. Ace Jack. Wow.
Ace Jack for AJ.
Oops. Now AJ's got to take advantage of this. No way I limp right now. I know he wants to limp.
AJ has limped every one of his big hands in the small blind. He might be limping 100%.
87, 89, 87. How you doing? See, he raises, he gets called.
It's a little awkward when you have 50 big blinds because now if Jim raises, what does AJ do? Does he limp 3-bet with the Ace Jack? I don't think he wants to get all 50 big blinds in, so I'm not really sure how he plays it. I think he just check calls.
Magic flop that is, huh? AJ's got to bet again. He can't just check. It looks too silly.
He's going to go ahead and...
Does Jim have enough guts to float? Nope. He does not want to.
Take it.
He wants to show, too. He wants to show the hand.
He likes how he played that one.
He wanted AJ. You saw that. AJ wanted to show the hand there. He wanted to show the hand. Have we heard back from Matt Affleck? Let's see here. Has he...
Here's a good question for us, Pat, in the chat. Laura asks, what's the deal with covering their lips?
Why do they like doing that? So they're not really covering their lips. What they're doing is they're trying to cover their Adam's apple, their neck, so they're not giving any breathing tells.
Neither you or I do that.
I'll put my face over my mouth, and I'm not really worried about. I mean, yes, I could be nervous if I'm bluffing, but I can also be nervous if I have the nuts. I'm kind of a crazy guy, so. They just kind of do it. I like to do it in all situations so that it becomes very natural and players have a hard time reading us. I mean, you could have dry mouth. I have the pancreas problem, so I'm drinking a lot of water all the time. Back problem. Look at this monster hand here. And these are two big hands. Jim loves Queen Jack.
Jim has already limped the Queen Jack, and Eric's going to raise the big blind, and then not sure what Jim's going to do after that. I imagine just a call.
He's not laying down Queen Jack for a 200K bet. It's not going to happen.
He's 100% not folding. I just don't know if he's going to.
He can't raise either, though. He won't raise.
Call.
But how sick would this be if it comes Jack, Queen, King?
That would be pretty sick.
You know, he was thinking for a split second. His right hand wants to bet. His left hand wanted to raise. So let's see here.
It makes it easier to watch these guys. They all play pretty fast.
6 of hearts, 10 of diamonds, 4 of hearts.
This is going to end really quick, this hand right now.
Jim is check raising this spot almost every time. I wonder if he's going to.
With the hearts. He's got the heart, though. How sick is that?
I know.
And the King of Hearts is a money card. What's going to happen here? He knows he has a 10 in his hand. In his opinion, he's got some kind of a 10. So he has to. Oh, he's getting called by that for sure. $1.75.
Jim has been check raising a ton in these spots, but Eric hasn't had it. He's been folding every time. Or maybe calling but folding on a later street.
But as far as the lips, though, do you like my feeling with the just giving their tells and covering the breathing of their neck and such?
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's kind of a little way to hide, look a little.
There you go, bam.
Wow.
Now look at this shit. Open end. That's an open end. This is perfect now.
Jim calls with the backdoor flush draw, the over card.
He's calling all bets here too. All bets that are in the it can't be 450, but I would love a 450 right now.
Yeah, I think
100%
Eric
love
likes a
450.
little bigger usually, but that is a pretty ragged board. It could be that small.
He could be holding king 10 too. That could be his hand. 450.
10 seconds. 475.
Yeah, you nailed
just
it, Pat.
take one green chip
475.
away,
Pretty
world
good.
famous baby.
Now does
Come
Jim
on
just
now.
call, or does Jim blast away? This is the spot where he could.
I mean, I love playing poker because I'm really pretty damn good at the game, but
I could really see Jim
you
shoving
could be
here.
doing some announcing too. You
Yeah,
know?
I think
There's
so,
the-
Pat. You have a future in it for sure.
This is kind of crazy. I mean, I'm not sports betting, right? To just come here and we'll give you a couple $100,000 to announce a few shows. And we have look at this
jam
time
here. I really do.
I hope he doesn't jam. That means he's got to put him on queens. It's the only hand he can put him on.
I mean, just ace high. Or other things.
I love.
Yeah, he
oh
is gonna
no!
jam. Here it comes.
And now I use
And of course it's calling.
I use time. Oh my gosh!
And Eric is at risk here.
King of spades, king of diamonds for Eric.
Jim really ran into it. That was a good spot for Jim to do that. I think a lot of times Eric does double barrel more often than most people do. So I think he's going to end up with a light hand a lot.
Gosh damn it! You just want to see paint. You don't want to see no boards, no borders. And he had a
Scary,
border.
huh?
He had a border coming out there. It's like no borders. Oh my gosh! Look at him. He's
I don't
loving it.
blame Jim for that hand. It might look bad, but I think that he reasoned that hand well. I don't.
It's a bad read because he's got him on a hand. He might have had him on queens or jacks, which he wins. He wins a lot of hands, a lot of times. Aces, kings, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and he's never dead.
Eric
He's never
blasts
dead.
away a little bit sometimes. He bets that second street, even with ace high, a decent amount of the time. So I
leader.
think against other players he might have just check called or even check folded. But I think against Eric, a check jam is a
amazing,
reasonable
though.
play, and so Eric deserves that action because he's been firing away.
He pulls off chip lead right now.
Yeah, big
so
time now.
AJ,
This is the first time Jim's lost the chip lead since I don't know when last night, but definitely
since
definitely today.
2018, since last year. I mean, we're only about a year old here, right? We had the WPT last year, and that was the first time, and then
No,
we had the
that
ribbon
wasn't the
cutting.
first year last time. They've
No,
had the
first
WPT
WPT in the new room.
Oh, in the new
no,
room,
I'm talking
right,
about the new room.
right,
Gosh, no. The WPT's been up here at Thunder Valley since the beginning of time.
And speaking of that, I know we already mentioned it one
This
time,
is
but
awesome
there's
here.
some more viewers on now. Next week, maybe a little bit more than
Deep
a week.
Stacks?
A little bit more than a week. There's WPT Deep Stacks, and they're gonna have a 1-year anniversary of the poker room, and there's a lot of things to celebrate. You play a $350 tournament that's a Thunder Buddies bounty, just friends of Thunder Valley as bounties. There's little prizes on us, but also you get to play. There's a golf outing included in that $350.
Oh wow!
And a reception dinner. So that $350 tournament has a lot of value.
What
is
is
April,
the what do you call it? What are the dates?
April
Does that-
2nd, 3rd, maybe 4th, maybe. I'm sorry, I don't have that. It starts on April 1st.
We could play it.
and
We could
goes
still go to.
through
We could
April-
still do our Seminole Hard Rock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes. I think the tournament is 1st to 8th. The overall series is 1st to 8th. April 1st to April 8th.
Chino just said he couldn't believe that double up. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
Wow.
Put JJ in a different spot now.
Let's see here.
Jim has 3.3 million still, so
So
AJ's
he's still
in
got
third.
second place.
So before AJ's actions a lot, he looks up at the clock right before betting, and the reason he's doing that is to find a random number generator. So he comes up with a certain percentage that he's going to bet or check, or maybe a certain percentage that he bets a certain amount and a certain percentage that he bets a different amount, and he uses a number on the clock to tell him which one to do. It's a way to randomize your play. And there are plenty of situations where you don't need to do that, but you don't want to let your opponents know that it's not one of those situations, so he looks up at the clock right before every action.
That's for.
It's something AJ does, and
AJ
a lot of
does,
high
good.
rollers do that also.
He's keeping the same pattern.
Yeah.
I see here Brian Piccolo. He's following me, which is
Piccioli.
kind of cool. I try not to follow a whole lot of people, and I'll explain why. If you look at my tweets, I've got like 43,000 tweets. I kind of go nuts, and it drives people nuts, and egomaniac and what have you. But we had fun. He did a dark Pat Lyons raise yesterday, and it worked like a charm.
Really?
He did the.
You got Piccioli
yeah,
to do a dark
I
raise.
gave him the.
That's amazing.
I gave him the lion and then whammo, and I feel sad because he ripped Queen 10 suited, and I would have done it too, and he ran into Eric's pocket aces.
Wow.
And it was a disaster because it flop came Jack 9,
wow.
Jack 9. And you're looking for any picture. Speaking of the Jack, here you go.
So Eric
This is
opens the button here, and AJ calls from the small
we got a gutter
blind.
ball though, right? We got
Eric has a gutter ball and a
little queen.
backdoor flush draw.
Correct. We need a random ass spade here. we're gonna get something funny here. Come on.
Top pair for AJ. This is good.
Come on. Come on. Eric's loving his hand. AJ's loving his hand. He just doesn't want to hit the 9 of spades. He doesn't know, though. He does not want that card.
AJ goes with a check call.
That's
big card for
so
Eric.
sick. Oh, so sick. It's gonna get it. It's gonna be bet. I have a weird feeling that something funny is gonna happen on the river. It's gonna be like the weirdo card. Let's see what happens. Let's see here. Eric's got to bet this rider. This is going to be a disaster. Don't go too small.
You know, he goes for 375, and
I see AJ calling it.
I would think that most people would call here. AJ
Yeah.
is one who could get away.
That king or nine's coming. I mean, this
Pretty
is
tough to
crazy.
get away against Eric. He's been firing away.
Funny shit coming. Come on. Come on. Find it. This is why we watch the game. I mean, we can watch the game, not have any access to whole cards, and would have ouch. I would have
That's
called.
a
I would have
great
called too.
fold. I mean, a lot of
it's
times
it's an awesome ass fold, but
in a big in
he
a
could have had
full
Queen
ring-
10, right? He could have had
there's
Queen
lots
10
of
and
things he
netted
could
it.
have, yeah. But in full ring in the middle of the tournament, you don't see a lot of guys fold when that ace peels off. But in a high pressure situation, to make a good fold, that was really well done.
But we can enjoy watching a final table. It can be a $100 tournament, $50 tournament, $10,000 tournament. The game is still the game, and that's the thing. And people just have their bankrolls and they have their responsibilities, and they're not like me and betting on the Rams and stupid stuff. But the game is still a game, and it's very interesting. Here's a hand that AJ is going to play. Who's got a 9-10 out there?
Goes with a limp on the button.
There's going to be the other funny hand out there, 9-10. Nope. 73 Chevy. That's done. That's what bluffed me yesterday, King Deuce, done. The Tommy Chen, he made a good bluff with me. And if you're out there, Tommy, or anybody gets this to you, I love how you bluffed me yesterday with 7-3 suited. That essentially cost me the tournament because that was the dominoes. That's the deal. And that's what led to my 8-9 versus Elio's Ace-8 on the King 7-8 board.
Big flop for AJ. And Eric got top pair too. Is it King 5-6? Wow, what a flop.
AJ's due for a little bit of luck, though. He's going to go check. Yeah, he's protecting with the diamonds.
Definitely betting. Not just the diamonds, we want to get some action
You
out
know
of
when 7-3 lays down the hand, right? You know the 4 is coming, right? It's gonna be the hand that makes no sense, and then Jim's gonna be, what the hell? Four King Deuce.
That's a good card to keep the
That's a
action
great
up,
card
I
too
think.
because now it opens up a
gutter ball
a
too.
4, a 3, a deuce,
Two pair,
a
I
king.
imagine AJ bets again.
Three and a quarter, 125 again.
Looks up for the random number generator.
Oh, he's betting
more of a
enough.
2/3 guy, 250 probably.
2 flush draws out there, so 200 dimes. Okay.
Eric's gonna call again, I think.
So my buddy Ekram, he's watching this thing here too. He just hit his buddy. Eric's on the final table. That's a really bad card right there. That's going to get AJ paid off for sure.
Oh yeah, and he'll probably go a little bigger.
He's
so.
going to 100% get called on that. That's a really bad card. Wow.
Imagine 450.
Exactly.
It might be.
Exactly.
He might even go for a ton. I mean, we've seen a couple of overbets so far. We haven't seen AJ do it, at least not today. Looks like 600 maybe. Pat, you probably have some insight on this one. Why does he go with all green chips for the 600K bet here instead of?
I like the funny stuff there too. Let's see here. It makes it look a little bit like a bluff when you're putting so many chips. Like it's like psychology. You're same value as the 6 pinks, but it's just like I'm trying to win that pot. And you called it too. You said he's going to go for a big bet. This is very uncharacteristic of AJ.
Yeah, he hasn't had enough chips to really do.
It should get him paid off though, because we're losing.
So you hear the
we're
buzzer. That doesn't mean his hand is dead. That just means he loses a time chip. So he can still continue to think uninterrupted.
Please,
the clock
please
just starts again, and if it goes to another 30 seconds, they take another time chip at the end of the hand. If he doesn't have any time chips, then the hand is dead.
Wow. He knows he's got to have a 6 in his hand, though.
He certainly made.
He can find a fold, be awesome. He can do it too.
He has made
Bam.
some big laydowns.
He's done amazing folds, amazing ass folds.
That was a really good laydown.
And AJ's pissed off because he knows he should have got called. He bets 400K he gets called for sure.
That might be true. I don't know for sure, but yeah, that might have worked.
And maybe you're right too. I wasn't. I was distracted a little bit here. I always get distracted, but the pink chips get called.
You think the pink chips get called?
For sure.
The greens don't.
Yeah, greens are scary. It's like I got it.
There is definitely some psychology in that stuff. I don't buy into it too much. I usually just kind of grab whatever the biggest chips are, the most convenient to throw in. But
correct.
There for sure is.
And AJ, you can see AJ right now. He's feeling a little bit of a rush right now in his mind. He got really lucky in that hand too, because he's paying off a deuce, a 4. A 4 or a deuce is a disaster for him. And Eric's not happy at all about that. This is going to get raised here. This will be. I like 500 right now.
That's too big. But
no, 500. 500 is
fine.
475
last time. I think he probably will.
Just 500. Just take it. 500.
I think
500.
450 from him probably.
475.
475.
Gosh damn it! I'm
That's
so wrong. I'm so wrong. It's only 475, not 500. Ah, damn it! I missed our 600 player field by 320 people.
That was kind of a lot.
I know it could be 600 though. This is awesome here. I mean, they got to come here. The only thing is, I wish my hot tub was open outside.
Yeah, that would be nice. It's just a little big for most local action. There's not a ton of big action in the area, so it's bigger than most of their series, and so it's going to be a little bit smaller field. I don't think it's. They have potential to get to get a 5K up a little higher. Maybe 400 players. I don't think you're going to get 600.
I wonder if
maybe 500.
If we did if we see the East Coast and SoCal, they do the guarantees. So if we did just for the hell of it, hypothetical, if we made it a 2 million guarantee, 2.5 million guarantee, the field has got to be 480, 500. Yeah. I just know that it's my own silly stubbornness.
That makes
Irish
sense,
German.
but putting
Thanks,
on the
Mom.
guarantee
Thanks, Dad.
actually risks a lot of money for them.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Dad in heaven. But look at this. We got ourselves a great battle. And I like Jim.
Everybody's deep.
I like Jim's patience. You know, he kind of regrets that situation. Wishes he would have hit it. But he's not
on break.
done.
I didn't realize are they going on break? Oh no, they're not. We get to see some new people sitting down.
That's cool though. The friends are starting to get packed up out there outside.
Yeah.
Watching. I mean, it's hard because you have 3 people, so you're not going to have a whole ton of friends. Now, I will say one thing: if I'm on this final table, you know damn well there's going to be a whole ton of people out there. They're going to want me to win and Daisu and everything. Crazy. The trouble is, I got so disaster. I kind of like it though. I hate to say I like losing, but you know, having a gambling problem and whatnot, and being the decider of what I do with sports betting, I feel like it's shady. I hate to say I think they're cheating, but the officials, and I will say that, you know, this year it made me a little bit. It's hard to win.
But poker's different. You feel pretty good.
I love poker. I love poker.
Eric
I look
opens
for
the
I look for some funny stuff. If a card's bent or something, I'll glance at it. If it's a 3, I mean, people make mistakes, and we have fingernails and such, but we have a pretty good little game here in our tournaments. If you haven't played a tournament, you can do it, and a fun way to do it is do it in a satellite, or do it in a decent buy-in. And a decent buy-in would be $100, $125, something like that. And you play and you learn, and when you lose, if you lose, you stay and watch the finish of the game, because that's how you learn more. You watch by learning.
So Eric opened this from the button, and Jim called from the big blind. Jim check calls the flop. It's a good card for Jim on the turn and a bad one for Eric.
And I have a weird feeling that Jim's going to be able to win this hand just by, it's 575, so we know this pot's going to reach up to 900. It will be a 900K pot, just not right now. Look at that shit, nuts. Isn't that stupid? I mean, there's a flush on the board, but no flush on the board, right?
No, there's not. He's got the stone.
Oh, the nuts.
Eric
Gosh
doesn't
damn
have
it.
enough.
Now, wouldn't you hate it if you had 9-10 right there? Right? Jim's got to be very, very fancy how he bets this. I like a bet of 350.
Every time Jim's been in this spot, it's been about $1 million that he bet.
300.
So okay, yeah, good. We're going for a not over bet this time.
No, he has to let it something, because he's going to probably not get called, which is the correct laydown, 100% for Eric. But the fact that he bet it right is going to work in his favor.
Settle him down a little bit.
Are you serious?
Oh,
I don't like a call there. I don't like a call. That's just information. That's just information. That's only for information is why he made that call.
If we're going to get called that light, you might want to consider betting that size.
Well, no.
Huge every time.
But he did that solely. Eric did that solely, knowing he's beat, but he want to see your hand. I don't know if, you know, some of the events when they're live streamed, you'll have all your buddies and they're handicapping all this stuff and coming back and telling you, Tyler, he had this, he had this, he had this.
Yeah.
That's why they kind of want to see me on tables and whatnot. The funny thing is I know you're watching me on TV on tables, and I know I'm going to throw different stuff at you. So hard to read the lion. I'm the Ebonics guy. Don't read.
In the chat, we got a question: were there rebuys in this? Yeah, there were rebuys. Some of these guys are in for more than one bullet. It was 5,000 buy-in.
Were you 2 bullets?
I was only 1.
I was 2. So how it works is
5,000 buy-in. There's 1 rebuy each day. There's 2 starting days, and you could also rebuy once on day 2, or buy in once on day 2.
And it's a deep stack tournament too. So you come in with 40K chips, and you're playing hour levels. You're playing 8 levels a day for the first 2 days, and it goes Friday, and then Saturday, so 2x2x1, but like you said.
And then 6-handed at 36, which is kind of unique to this event, and this and Day 101. And that makes the stacks deeper in the end and some fun action in the middle. So I really like 6-handed at 36. I think it's a cool addition to the tournament.
This is a really great situation. I planned my trip to where I was leaving tomorrow, and I was anticipating being on the final table winning this. And I just knew that with the dynamics of the players that this would be a fun game to watch, a fun game to comment on. And if anybody is enjoying what we are saying, that's much appreciated. And
it was kind of fun in the earlier stages of the final table and even leading up to it, because these guys all actually talk a lot and have good camaraderie. Now the money's getting pretty serious, since 300,000 is for first that we're playing for, and the WPT Tournament of Champions seat, 15K seat. 200,000 for second and 130,000 for third. So they already got 130,000 locked up, but the next jump is 70,000 and then another 100. So they are playing for a lot of money, so it's getting a little more serious now.
This is going to end right here.
Jim bets 100 and takes it down. All these stacks are pretty deep and pretty close now. Good action. Jim had a big lead early, lost a one big pot.
People can use computers. There's computers, there's watches. I'm just curious, what's different about a phone?
Who's using a computer?
Well, I'm just saying that around here we have a lot of smart technology that doesn't seem a whole lot different than a phone. You can't even go to see a phone on break.
Oh, you can't see phone.
Oh,
You
no.
really can't walk to the table and see a phone.
My girl just told me she had to stop listening. I'm driving her nuts. I laughed. I told her, yeah, funny
Well, the
girl.
rest of the viewers love you, Pat.
No,
Don't
they
worry
gotta
about
like
it.
me. She has to put up with me though. I said you could have fun listening. She goes, I get enough of you all the time. That's too funny.
So for the late people checking in, I'm Tyler Patterson, and I'm joined here by world famous Pat Flying Lyons, doing commentary on the WPT Rolling Thunder just outside of Sacramento.
I don't know. It's not my tournament.
Thunder Valley Casino.
Yes, you can. I mean, you can ask.
We're at the final 3.
This is a good battle, and the funny thing is all except the sixes and the ace queen and the pocket kings and the jack queen open ender. Nobody's really been at risk with all their chips. So this tells me we are in for a long, patient
We could be in
battle,
for the long haul, that's true.
which makes it fun. It's funish. It's really fun as heck. I love that.
We already lost WPT champions Dylan Lind and Anthony Zeno, and we still have Eric Yilmaz and going for his second this season. He won the WPT Borgata this season, going for his second title. It would be Jim's first and AJ's first. They're both accomplished players also.
And I can guarantee you all three equally want and desire this title. You can just see it in their expressions.
Yeah, Eric's from Sacramento. He lives in Philadelphia now, but I think it would mean something a little extra for him to win out here.
Oh, for sure. No, for sure he
He's got
wants
a lot
this.
of friends and family out here still.
What's cool too, I like that he's going to go down to Bay 101 and do the Shooting Star. That's in next week
Oh yeah, that's
after St.
coming up
Patty's
soon.
Day.
That's always a fun one.
And what's cool is after that we've got WPT Venetian.
That's a new stop this year, the WPT at Venetian, and it's during March Madness in Vegas, so that's going to be a pretty sweet place to be.
It'll be
that might
fun
get
too.
Big numbers.
Jack 8 suited. Eric. Uh-oh. Win no call. Ay.
Working on that answer for that right now.
She had to stop listening. I love that one. Will Givens, baby, with Tyler Patterson. You know darn well we are going to see you at Seminole Hard Rock. You might even shoot down to Bay 101, I don't know, for their Shooting Star, but we're going to see you at Seminole. Will Givens, I bet you're in L.A. right now, banging away at Mo Bicycle, the circuit down there.
Jim
I'm really
Limps,
surprised a lot of guys should have been here. It's killing me that we need to have duplicates so everybody can be everywhere. Look at this, diamond.
Jim limps the button with a queen 4 suited.
Let's
Eric
take a
completes
guess.
small blind
A
with
three hits the
6-2
board.
soft.
3 hits the board. Oh wow, I'm wrong.
Pat finally got a flop wrong.
I'm wrong. I needed a 3 there. I just have a feeling these diamonds, something funny is going to happen with these diamonds. And look at the 6 deuce.
Nobody really
3
has
diamonds.
anything here.
3 diamonds. Come on, 3. Come on, 3.
Could see Jim winning this pot right here with a bet. Eric might continue with his deuce.
Oh, we've got a break coming up. Oh my gosh. I'm like a camel. I need to use the restroom, but I'm loving this game. This is exciting. We are jacked. We're jacked here at
so
Thunder
jacked.
Valley. So jacked. Oh my gosh. This is
We do get a call from Eric.
I
so
want to
the
see a
hand's not over
3.
yet.
3.
Oh,
6
a good
deuce.
card for Eric.
6 deuce. Oh no, it's done. The hand's done. Eric's like, what am I doing with this hand? And he's got the bomb. This is the bomb hand. But a scare card comes an ace or an 8, right? What's going to happen with an ace or an 8? Boy, this is crazy. Jim's, there's no threat there, too. There's 0 threat with that 6. Ace 8. Ace 8 or the 3?
Jim gives up. Doesn't
Hands
think
done.
there's a lot of hands that are going to fold the turn after calling on the flop with that turn card.
Wouldn't that be crazy if you're playing some wild ass pocket aces in this hand and you're just like, how did I let this hand happen? That's what makes poker so fun. You never know. They go on a break, and Tyler's going to take us to break.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with more three-handed action at Thunder Valley coming soon.
Tell your friends. Watch us. We're having fun here.
Yeah. That one is this one. I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Looks down at Queen 6 suited.
He's getting a good price.
Yeah.
Probably going to come along. He does.
And Zeno, indefinite. Oh well, there's that. Jim's got that flush draw. This could get. This could get a little exciting. So pot 200, just over 200,000. Anthony with the least amount of chips at the table in 5th place, 745K. And our chip leader in the hand. Jim there with the 9-7 of diamonds. He does flop the flush draw.
Pretty spicy all around.
Yeah. For Jim, he might be thinking just about any card he catches right now could be good. The 9, the 7.
Yeah, it's possible.
Kings.
Anthony's not going to see bet three-handed on that size stack without a pretty good hand. I actually expect him to just call because of that. He does just call because he knows Anthony doesn't have a bunch of air balls in that spot, so he's not going to get a fold if he check raises.
So the bet gave a lot of information to Jim. He knows he just needs to hang out, try to make the hand. And
yep. Maybe if something scary comes, he can still try to bluff. Well, that's a tough one for Anthony. Now, with 500,000 in the pot and 600,000 in a stack, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. He might. Being out of position, Jim's going to bet this turn kind of a lot. Anthony's going to have to decide what to do after that. Or Anthony could just commit now. And Anthony does just decide that he's not going to be able to get away anyway, so might as well deny whatever equity he can. Maybe get a call from a jack. So that's going to do it. Anthony's drawn dead against the chip leader, and just a tough spot for him.
Tough spot.
If they're a little bit deeper, he might be able to play it a little bit differently.
Yeah. But barreling, if he has an average diamond, not the ace, he might still be able to get a lay down.
Yeah, or get value from the ace of diamonds if he gets it in.
True.
You know? So Anthony's going to leave him 5th for $68,000, almost $69,000.
I'll tell you what, he could have right before that 1K main, first week of April.
Yeah, so there's 1100 main event there, and then there's a couple other prelims that are fun.
Yeah.
Plus the Thunder Buddies tournament, and there's a golf outing. It's a really fun day. So
well,
really
yeah. So it's
trip,
the entry for Thunder Buddies is $350, and it comes with golf with us out at Whitney Oaks and the reception. So we drink some wine. Got to drink some wine when you're here at Thunder Valley.
All right, I think
I'm buying.
Yeah, if you
So,
can,
who's
if you
in?
can make it out for Thunder Buddies, that's one of the best weeks out here. So while we're all hyping up the Thunder Buddies, Dylan opens. Oh, well, actually, the small blind. I'm not really sure what happened, if they just limped, and I think they probably just limped, took a flop. Dylan flops 3 jacks. Got a little bit lost in the action here, but we'll pick it up from here. $125 in the pot, so there hasn't been much action yet.
So for Dylan caught a very good turn card.
Yep, and he's going for a full pot here, so it actually hit Jim too. Interesting.
You are now on break.
10 seconds.
Yeah, if that 10 wasn't the third heart, well, I guess Jim's going to give him the action anyway. But
Yeah, he does have he made a pair of 10s in a blind versus blind pot. So
yeah.
He's going to continue. And he does have position.
I've been in Jim's spot, and I often think I'm good here.
Yeah, I mean, the flop, you're not going to give your opponent credit for a jack, so maybe a 9, maybe a straight draw, maybe a flush draw. Turns out Dylan has all of those things.
Yes.
10 seconds.
So it's Dylan right now just figuring out how much he can bet to get a call from a 10 or
Yep.
a 9. And he says that amount is
250,000.
$250 into a pot of 625. Close enough to call it a third of the pot. And it looks like the right bet to make Jim really think about this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a third of the pot because, wow, he does get a call from Jim. That 625 actually included.
Oh, it did.
It
Gotcha.
included his 250, so it was 375.
These guys are quick on the trigger, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I saw the bet, and I looked down and saw the pot size. no delay.
Pick one side of the hand.
So then he bet half pot then.
He bet 250 into 375.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that's a good time for Vegas. So many people are getting there as the World Series getting underway. I guess that makes a lot of sense for a lot of people that would be going there anyway. Don't have to make
Yeah,
it-
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, we got our buddy Jeff Lennon saying hi in the Facebook chat. He's saying he's watching with his, I'm guessing it's 9-year-old son.
9 days. No, 9 days.
9 days?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, he just
Hollywood.
had a baby.
He did. Hollywood. Congratulations, my friend.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Wow, thanks, Jeff.
Yes, that is not, that is not an error.
That
is 9 days, not 9 years.
9 days old is probably Ben Irwin's biggest or youngest fan.
Yes, right, for sure, for sure.
Thanks for the mention, Jeff. That's why we're not seeing Jeff out here this time.
That's it. You can't keep
with a
Jeff
9-day-old.
away from an event up here unless
Yeah.
it's his 9-day-old son. Or daughter.
Or daughter.
Thank you. Jeff, I'm going daughter on this one. I believe that's correct.
Oh, this is interesting here. We got Dylan opening to 70. They've changed the blinds to 1530. And Eric jamming 810,000 with king, queen off. And this is going to be a close one for Dylan. That is a very big chunk of Dylan's stack if he ends up calling. He does have a good hand. It's near the bottom end of, well, no, it's not. It's right in the middle of his opening range, being under the gun. And we're only playing four-handed.
810,000 is the all-in.
Where does it become a much easier call for Dylan? Is it ace-queen? Is it ace-king?
Yeah, ace-queen's already in there, yeah. Ace-queen he would have called. I'm not sure what line it starts to be a quick call in the pairs. I think probably 9s or 10s. Yeah, this is a really interesting spot. And he does end up putting it in. He doesn't love it, so he knows it's going to be close. And sees the good news.
All right.
but it's still only 60-40. Eric is at risk.
Eight of hearts, 10 of hearts, 4 of diamonds.
Good flop for Dylan.
Help. 6 of hearts.
Safe turn for Dylan also, so we're down to just the 6 outs. Oh, the queen on the river for Eric. It's hard to pick who's going to win when both these guys have won one this year. Like
Yes,
this season,
right,
like,
yes.
you know they're
How
running
about that?
hot, you know? They both are.
Yes. The season's the season 17 champ goes all in, and the season 17 champ calls.
Are all in the 4-bet range. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
And Eric flops us straight.
And Jim has the king
And
of
Jim has
diamonds.
the king of diamonds.
Oof.
So now, I mean, he still has 38% to win. You see the numbers don't add up because there's some percentage that they chop.
Yeah.
And Jim just shoves now, and Eric is for sure calling.
King of clubs, king of diamonds for Jim. King of hearts, 10 of hearts for Eric. For a
Jim
flop
does what
straight
everyone does in the
against
spot. You
the
just
flush
cross your
draw.
arms, you sit back, and here we go.
Eric is at risk. Let's go ahead and see the turn. Flop, straight. Flop
A
straight.
couple more
King of
outs
six
now
for good.
for Jim. He can hit a 9 or a king.
Yeah. 10 still gets him that chop.
Queen of clubs on the river.
And Eric, the huge double up there.
Wow.
When you get 4-bet with a cheap price, a lot of players fold too much in that spot, but King 10 is dominated by a lot of the hands that are 4-betting, so that's kind of a rougher one to do it with.
1.1.
It was a C-bet, like how Eric played the ace highs. Dylan may have check raised and won the pot right there because he had the gut shot on a jack high board.
Right.
So I think, yeah, it's another sign of why checking back on those boards is pretty good when you have ace high.
Theoretically, Jim could have checked his way into a winner there on the flop, right?
Fold to Dylan in the small blind. We haven't seen too much of this.
All in.
Dylan goes all in for 500,000 about, and we're playing 1530. This is going to be really close.
450. 550.
And Jim does make the call, and Dylan is at risk.
Fair point.
And it's a little better than a flip for Jim, but not much. This is kind of a standard flip spot.
9 in the window.
9 of hearts in the window, so he's got a backdoor flush draw, needs an ace, or Dylan is going to double up. Does have a backdoor flush draw. 3-1 favorite for Dylan. Oh, and the sneaky ace comes in to get him.
Flush
Yeah,
draws
Dylan
have been
played
good to
great.
Jim. I wouldn't have been surprised to see the
Pretty
heart there.
tough. Oh, look at these guys. Such camaraderie.
So Dylan Lind eliminated in 4th position, taking home just over $95,000, almost a 6-figure payday. Speaking of those 6-figure paydays, that's where we're at now.
You are. So AJ is the shortest, but he has 47 big blinds. Eric well over 100, and Jim with over 200. Could be a big battle. Next player out, so they've locked up 130,345. The next jump is $70,000. Got an open from Jim and a call from Eric, and a interesting flop because they both got a piece. Eric got a big piece.
Ooh.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. to rise above the rest, to seize the opportunity, to be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Good king. Nice. Great fold. You made great fold in me. You read me like a book. You call it bottom pair, bottom ticket, we hold top pair.
What's that?
I said you,
Oh, that time, yeah.
Button now, please.
And then
Big
what else
blind
was
here,
there?
Jeff.
There was,
That time someone got me, but this time we
let's raise it with 8-4 off intent and act like I'm going to call when I shove.
Big blind here, you see. 30-60.
30-60-60.
We are back at the WPT Rolling Thunder at Thunder Valley Casino. Back from break, three-handed. Blinds have gone up to 30-60. Stacks are all very close now. I am Tyler Patterson doing solo commentary for a minute, but we're going to have Pat Lyons back with me in a minute.
Awesome. Check.
At our chip leader, Eric Yilmaz.
Deuce of spades, three of spades.
The other two, AJ Chabra and Jim Colopy.
Check.
Three-handed for WPT title. $300,000 for first place. They've all locked up $130,000 so far.
Bet
And big blind bet 60.
AJ checks the flop with ace high, backdoor spades. Jim's gonna bet his deuce. I've seen Jim check raise in this spot a few times in AJ's spot, but AJ is just gonna check call instead. That was back when Jim had a huge chip lead though, so Jim was trying to apply pressure whenever possible. Now they're all pretty close with Eric as in lead. Eric's already won a WPT event this year in Borgata. Trying to make it 2 titles in the same season.
Low check.
Jim checks back his deuce, trying to show it down. Thinks it's the best hand. Gets a brutal river card. Likely goes check, check, but maybe Jim will try to fire off a bluff. Trying to get queen high to fold or something like that. AJ's just going to bet it. Take it down, I think. Jim's considering bluffing, though. Oh, he does. Jim raised it to 300,000. That was an easy win for AJ if he would have checked it there. Still might be. He might call us down. You can hear the chime from the shot clock, the action clock. And AJ does make a good call. Welcome Pat Lyons back into the booth. Just a showdown here.
Thank you, thank you. I can't miss. I was actually a little distracted. I was going to say we're going to get a pair of the board on the river, and it's going to be a disaster card.
World famous Pat Lyons joining me. Northern California's finest. Good call by AJ there. Kind of an ambitious bluff from Jim.
what makes this game so interesting is the fact that it's 4 games in one, and by that I mean your pre-flop, flop, turn, river. And so the game is always evolving, always changing. Even if somebody does flop the nuts, still it could appear as though something happened, which we saw with the quad sixes way back when Jim had the hand. It was a monster hand.
So there we just saw the graphics. Jerry Robinson finished in 6th for 50,000. Anthony Zeno in 5th for 68, and Dylan Lind after that for 95, I think. Zeno and Lind are already WPT champions, as is Eric. AJ and Jim are looking for their first.
Here's a good one. You got a flush draw, and Eric's got nut no pair right now.
Squadouche, as someone would say in this industry.
AJ is going to take this right now.
And that is going to do it.
One of the things I like is the size of the pot before the flop can unless they're limping with big hands, aces and such, which people will do occasionally. I think AJ, we've decided is
AJ was doing
is
that
willing to
earlier,
do
but
that.
now that he has more chips, I think he might just go ahead and open them.
The pot, I can always kind of figure out what the pre-flop hands are, ish. So we should be at 30-60, right?
30-60 are the blinds,
30,
yes.
30, 60,
30,000,
60.
60,000. We all started with 40,000 in this tournament.
Big blind ante, right?
Big blind ante, 30, 60, 60. So the big blind does, or the ante does not get smaller, even though we're three-handed, which puts more money in the pot, which is nice. Cause
what's funny is people are they're debating this. They don't like the big blind ante being so large. And
some, I think most people do, but there are some that try to fight it.
well, what's funny about that though is, and I'm 100% for it, and I'll tell you why. It's 30 in the small blind, and then the big blind's going to put 60, plus he's going to put 60 in for the ante. What's interesting is all the players, if it goes one revolution, will all have the same responsibility. So the playing field is level, and sure, you might have less chips, but it's just the way the game goes. There has to be a beginning, there has to be an ending, and it has to keep the game interesting. They want to have it to where you're doing a small blind, a big blind, and then another small blind would be the ante.
Well, when there's
as the field gets smaller.
when there's 9 players at the table, there's 9 antes in there. If everybody's anting for themselves, so there's a lot to fight for. If there's only 3 players at the table, the blinds dictate everything that you would be fighting for. The antes would mean almost nothing when you put in just 3 antes. So making it a full big blind has them replacing like it were 9 players anteing, and that it makes something out there in the pot to fight for. Otherwise, it would just be the blind.
It's like my no-look raise too. It's the same thing. I'll do it. I have no problem doing it, and everybody else wants the other person to do it. They love it when I do it. They don't want to do it when it's their turn to possibly do it. Now Rayo likes to do it. Rayo Knip, my buddy out there in Ichi land. He's done well.
He cashed again, right? Didn't he?
Yeah. Somehow, some way, I blame him for you and me not making the final table. He made it.
He did well.
If he made it, we follow him there.
The year before, he final tabled this event.
My buddy Beludo, he was supposed to be here, but he Ichikawa, he's out there watching us, having fun.
Eric opens the button.
Good hand,
135 now.
AJ's gone here. AJ hasn't done a lot of bluffing. Jim will bluff. Jim will look up a hand here. He's not that far behind, too. He's got 3.3, and Eric's the chip lead right now, 4.7, huh?
He likes the price he's getting in the big blind, even with 3-4 off.
We're kind of all. Oh wow! Look at this beautiful flop here.
Good one for Jim.
What's our? All 3 stacks are getting pretty close, huh?
They are. They're very close. Yeah.
In a weird way, that's what I wanted. It's kind of another weird world famous Pat Lyons deal. I kind of will these things to happen. Sorry, guys. You guys are playing this game extra long because of me. We've got to bore you with our commentating here. We apologize.
In the comments here, I see a question asking about taking their phones. They do ask that the players put their phones aside when they're playing. The live stream is on a 30-minute delay, but they don't want the information getting relayed so quickly, or maybe a thought of some sort of, I don't know, some sort of cheating with the phones. I don't know how that could be. I guess it's just because there are people looking at cards live also right now to make this production for everybody.
100% correct, yes. And
they can look at them on the break and talk to their friends and get the info from what happened in the live stream on the breaks.
yeah, if they want to find that out. Sometimes I like to use my skills and own opinions and not be poisoned by whatever, you know. Sometimes you know too much. Study long, study wrong. Let's see if Jim can win this hand with everything on the board. 630. Eric has to find a bet of 430 to attempt to win this, but I do have a weird feeling that, yeah, see, he just gave up.
I thought Eric might give
Jim's
up.
Gonna, and
It's
Jim's
really
going to call
hard to
too.
get him to fold with that ace.
4-3, pair of fours. Pair of fours going to take the pot for Jim.
This is a pretty obvious bluff card, and I don't think you're going to get a 4 or a 3 or a 6 to fold. So I think
No, he's going to call. You're right.
it's worth checking. Queen high might be good.
30, 60, 60.
Thunder Valley Casino, completely catering to poker players. Look at this, 76, 62, 49. That's your big blinds. Jim is fighting his way back up again in case nobody's paying attention. Tyler and I are 100%, and Eric's got to pay attention to this because this is Jim is aggressively trying to get himself back in there, and AJ's kind of switched his game up a little bit too. There's going to be some bluffing coming into play now, and that's what I love. I love it. It's easy to always be dealt pocket aces and have the nuts, but it takes a lot of balls and guts and creativity to turn a bluff into a winning hand.
What's cool, these guys are all so deep, they don't have to worry about just 3-bet shoving all in or anything like that yet, so that's nice. Part of that is because of the 6-handed at 36 structure, which is really fun at this place.
And they got to keep their bet sizing down early, otherwise they're forced to bet too big on the turn or river. So
AJ is going to let the button go.
and that's another reason why AJ likes ace jack, right? His name's AJ, so 100% he likes ace jack. And you saw he played the ace jack earlier, and whammo, he hit it. So, but this is a beautiful deal.
Jimmy
Three
gives
deuces
a walk
the
with
nuts.
a jack 5.
That's your nut. That's your nut. That's your nut low.
Walk.
That's the nut low right there. 3 deuce. So anybody feel pocket queens coming?
Oh yeah, that's coming.
Within three hands, pocket queens. Let's see.
If you're just tuning in, that is part of Pat Lyons' Flopology.
Yes. Just get a weird feeling.
Something about feeling the patterns of the cards or something? I'm
It
not
is.
really sure how it works out.
I don't know why, but believe me, I could sound like I'm nuts or something like that, but it happens more than not. I got 5-7 in my hand, and I look up, and there's 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock. I'm sorry. I'm hitting a straight that hand. I'm hitting a straight, baby.
Oh, man.
Bay 101 Shitty Start next week. They're going to – the players there, they'll tell you. Pat Lyons called it, knows it, happens.
Yeah, come play with us in the Bay next week. It's a fun tournament. They have lots of satellites. We got open into 250,000. Whoa, open from the small blind to 250. Eric's going real big with the small blind open. It's not something we've seen yet.
Oh, heads up to the flop.
AJ with Jack 10 off is going to call in position.
Is 3 diamonds, 7 hearts, king of diamonds.
A good flop for Eric and pretty bad for AJ. He does have backdoor straight draws and flush draws, but if Eric is to see bet a decent amount, I could see AJ letting it go right here.
It's a
5's pretty small. AJ might continue on it. And he does let it go. He wants to continue, but the stack size is going to make it pretty awkward later in the hand.
I didn't realize this here. Yeah, we've got a whole slew of questions. There should be, we should be trending on Twitter right now. This is ridiculous. I mean, everybody knows I love Twitter. I'm kind of bonkers with that. And it's just like, want to look up there and see WPT Rolling Thunder trending. Twitter. Let's see here. Yeah, they're talking about Odell Beckham, and he's going to the Browns, and Thunder Valley Casino, even Donald Trump put out a tweet for us.
I don't know about that.
He did. Wow. Beckham's going to the Browns. That's crazy. Oh, my gosh. I got to give up football, sports betting. Rams. What's going to happen here with a couple tens?
Eric
4
opens
and a deuce.
the button, and
Raise
AJ
to a
just calls from
$1.35.
a small blind, does not 3-bet the 5s.
Let's see here. Eric's going to win. You guys are going to love this. Eric's going to do creativity and win this hand. And he's got
Check
his
from
backdoor
AJ.
diamond draws, backdoor straight draw.
Imagine a C-bet from Eric. He's been doing a lot of it. He checks this one back.
Surprise, though.
AJ does have a tighter calling range in the small blind than most people, so maybe Eric fears what AJ has.
Eric better make a little bet now. And Eric likes his 4. He's hit the pair. He likes his 4. So this is going to be. We got to make a bet, though. A buck. What do we have here? $1.75. 200 in that range. Come on, Eric.
Eric checks back now that he's got some showdown value with that.
Gosh
4.
damn it! I knew that stupid 5 was coming. I knew it.
And a
And
set
he's
of
going
fives on
to
the
pay out.
river,
He's
but-
paying off a bet too. I
but
mean,
it's
there's a 6
one-liner and
straight
3 spades.
flush draw out there. Everything 6 ball, but gosh damn it! I guarantee you, AJ didn't want a set. He wanted to catch a 6. He wanted. I'd prefer the 6, right?
I think he's going to value bet still. It's possible that Eric gives him a call.
That's too much. Nope.
180,000.
I had $1.75 last on. It would have been a beautiful turn bet, but oh well. Eric's gonna find a fold.
I think he might find a fold. Yeah.
Has to. He's made way too many good folds. Come on. Fold it.
Looks like we got a fan of Jerry in the chat. Zardog. Greg's saying, give
Awesome.
a shout out to Jerry. Jerry got finished 6th. Jerry Robinson from North Carolina came all the way over here to play LAPC and this event.
Did we see Zardog too?
I don't know if he's sticking around for Bay 101 or not, but it was nice to see him and he had a good result. No, I didn't see Zardog. I don't know what was going on with him. Another local legend. Eric's kind of a local legend. He used to be from Sacramento. Now he's in Philadelphia.
Jimmy Z got some unlucky situations in this tournament. Catching sets, they got lucky. Bluto, come on, guys. King Jack's getting played here by AJ. Any jack in the hand, AJ likes it automatically. Boom.
I don't know if AJ's really that guy.
Bingo. Here's a good card.
Just a limp from
Good
AJ
hand.
here, and Jim's going to fire it up from the small blind, I think. 300. It's kind of a 330, that's a big raise from the small blind. But most of the time when people open limp the button, they're not planning on folding, so he's probably going to get
King
some
Jack's
action.
playing this hand. This has some dynamics potential.
In position, can't really let that one go.
So now we've got a pot of 780, so we're going to have a bet. A bet's going to be put out about 400 on the flop.
Yeah.
You love ace queen of diamonds. You don't like it too much now. Right? He wanted AJ to raise him back so he could fire at him and take the pot down. Now
Jim
AJ's got to take control of this hand right now. You got a 400K is a good bet. Find a 400 bet.
With their
That's
stack
a mistake.
size, gets a little tough after that.
Now ace queen not laying down. You got a gutter ball straight too. So 3 hearts on the board. This has gotten worse. AJ's got to do something. Come on.
Well, you don't know if ace high is going to fold when there's 3 hearts out
I
there.
know,
They're
but
probably not.
he's got to
You
make a
might
bet
get
though.
check raised.
Never winning this pot without you got to magically hit your king or jack hard on the river. Come on, find a bet of 400. You have to be willing to lose in the game to win, right? I'm good at that.
Your willingness to lose is a skill.
I'm so good at willing to lose. You know, $1.80. This is a joke. What's that? Like a mistake?
It's a really tiny bet.
No,
I
that's silly.
mean,
Now the pot's almost got $1 million out there, but.
So unless he's planning on betting the river too, I don't love this because I think almost every ace is going to call this. So he's not getting many hands that are better than his to fold. But if he's planning on firing the river too, then that bet's just fine. It sets it up
He's
well.
got to. Jim's suspicious though. He's got to put a 600K bet on the river. That's a joke. AJ had the pot the entire way. He just kapoof. I'm going to disappear for a minute now. I can't take it anymore.
Jim checks again. AJ can't beat anything.
I'm
of
so
value now,
jacked.
but
We
he
were
has
so
put it up.
jacked. It's like, gosh, no, you want to just take over. Oh my gosh, I need to be in their mind.
AJ really could make a big bet here. I really expect him to, yeah. He's not winning otherwise, and really only ace-queen is what he's fearing now.
It has to be a magic to know that he's got a queen in his hand to bet like that to get him to lay down.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't trying to get ace-queen to lay down.
That's so badass.
There was a lot of hands that would have folded there. I think the way AJ played that was okay. It did take 2 streets, and he knew it. That's why he went so small on the turn. But that card was pretty rough.
I'll take a break for a minute. You don't mind, do you?
No, of course
I
not.
don't like to be wrong.
We let
Yeah,
Ben
I'm
Irwin
wrong.
back in the booth?
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Pat. We might see you again in a little bit. That was a pretty interesting hand. I'm sure people are going to say some things in the comments about that one. AJ hasn't tried too many bluffs, and I think it was sharp that he knew he needed 2 streets to do it, but he got unlucky with that card on the river. I think there was a few that he was toast. So with Pat gone, we're welcoming back Director of Poker Operations at Thunder Valley, Ben Irwin.
Yes. Great to be back. Watching the action out there and now back in here.
Yeah, that was way off last time, right?
Such a difference being able to see those cards out there.
Yeah, for sure.
When I left here, it's almost no fun to go out there and watch it live when you can see all the RFID.
Yeah, it does make it fun. You can send our questions to @TylerPoker or @BenIrwinPoker if you would like, or just comment here in the Facebook chat.
Yeah, it was good, the contrast in styles between you and Pat.
We think about poker a little bit differently. Pat
There's a
and
lot
I.
going on there.
So Eric tries to limp the small blind, and AJ wakes up with a big hand in the big blind and raises it, and Eric just lets it go. That was a pretty exciting pot. AJ had been pretty, I'd say, I don't know, tame, straightforward most of the day. He's gotten away from a couple spots that were pretty good. But the one big bluff he attempts there does not work. He runs into the ace-queen of Jim. So now he's back down to the shortest stack, but still not that short. 32 big blinds versus basically 80 and 80.
We've been three-handed about 2 hours.
Yeah, it's gone a while. I got down to 3 very quickly. We lost Dylan Lind and
I was with you.
and Jerry Robinson.
I handed over to Pat, three-handed.
Yeah. Ace King again for AJ. He's picking him up. He has limped the small blind 100%, so he's going to do it with his good hands and bad. We haven't seen a spot where he gets raised afterwards, so we don't know if he's limp raising or limp calling these hands. This one, I'm assuming he's limp raising.
Has Jim raised him very often when he's limped in?
No. No,
So
he
it's
hasn't.
pretty much just been straight to the flop.
There's been a few three-handed pots where Jim has raised from the big blind, even with weak aces, but no, Jim usually just lets it go straight to the flop.
I think if AJ rattles this chip, this one's over.
Yeah, big hand for
Sometimes your hand
AJ.
gets too big.
Pretty frustrated.
Give him something to catch up.
They're all guaranteed 130,000, playing for 300,000 for first. WPT Champions Club seat. In the chat, there's a shout out to Pat Lyons for being a great guy. I don't really want to read the whole scenario here, but great guy, Pat Lyons.
No doubt. Pat
I'm a big fan. He's a famous, world famous.
He's world
Pat
famous.
Lyons. He's
World
definitely NorCal famous.
Bay Area legend.
Bay Area
You can't
legend.
deny that.
We got a small blind limp from Jim with 8-9 suited. Eric in the big blind. I assume he's going to pop it up.
I was asked after is Tyler still on the stream? I said no, really, he is. He is.
I like to hear Pat's advanced theories.
I heard flopology.
Flopology is a thing I don't fully comprehend yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it too.
Pat's really good at predicting what happens. You know, I likened him to Tony Romo. You know, on the Monday Night Football or whatever. Tony Romo predicts. I don't know if it's Monday Night. Whatever football he does, he predicts what's going to happen with astonishing accuracy. Pat was really good at that too. Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Oh boy.
We're headed to Whitewater now, Vince. I like to get that in every time, one time in the commentary, you know?
I like that.
Shout out to the great Mike Sexton.
So are we going to get it all in now, or are we going to be in later? Where do you see it?
Eric is going to bet. Jim might just call. I think he'll probably just call because he's not going to get anything better to fold, and he might get action from worse, so he could check raise because of that, but I expect him to just call. He does just that. He's got a really good hand and a decent draw. That could slow things down a bit, but I would imagine Eric keeps betting. A lot of guys would check, but Eric has been firing away in spots like this.
I'm not one of those guys that would check.
I might, depending on the situation.
For a 5. I'm also not the guy that wants to get check raised either in this spot.
Right.
I want to make sure we're clear on that.
You got a shout out in the chat for being one of the best in the business, Ben.
Well, thank you.
Jerry Rayburn.
Oh, Zardog. Zardog. How you doing,
And
buddy?
Zardog.
what we see during deep stacks there.
Yeah, was that a week and a half, 2 weeks? What is it?
Yeah, we take a week off and then we're right back into deep stacks for 3 weekends.
So 475 from Eric, and Jim's going to make the call here, the pair and open under. This pot has bloomed.
And Jerry, good to see you on the chat. Thank you.
Another card that could slow the action down. I don't know if I would still assume Eric's going to bet. But the pot is pretty big. I think checking wouldn't be the worst option. Well, it's just checking and betting. I guess checking is the worst option of those two.
Yes.
I like betting better. $825,000. Now Jim just has top pair. What does he do?
Man, you go back to the flop and Jim's hand just looks so good. Give me top.
I know, it's so
top pair with that
frustrating
open
now.
ender.
Now it is real frustrating.
especially
Most of the
heads up.
things that you beat, you don't beat anymore, but you
Yeah.
still do beat bluffs.
Yeah. Feels like a tough lay down. Heads up.
Got plenty of time banks. Going to use one of them here. Action clock is a great feature at the end of the final tables now. We start doing it one table from the money. Prevents stalling around the bubble a little bit and adds an interesting pressure element at the final table. Jim does make the call there, and Eric's aggressiveness earns him this extra action that might have got a fold from some other or for some other players.
Hard hand to get away from.
Kind of a cooler, yeah. It's possible that Jim could have got away from the river, but I'm not even sure that he should.
Yeah.
Because Eric can be a fireballer at times.
Yeah, I wonder if we didn't see Eric's hand and we were just sweating Jim. If there's any way we could find a way to lay that one down.
Yeah,
That'd
I mean,
tough.
it's possible. Eric's not a guy I'd love folding to. but,
Yeah.
but
and especially
that's
too,
a
right?
lot of chips.
He's made some plays. They're going to get him some more action.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there's a lot of.
Yeah, I'm not going to say
Sometimes
that
you're
I
just in
fold
those
there
spots.
100% of the time.
Jim's just in a spot.
Yeah.
Flop's a great hand. And he had to think he was ahead on the flop.
Yeah.
Hanging, I mean.
That vaults
had a great
Eric
draw.
into a decent chip lead. Jim still has 45 big blinds. Over 100 for Eric, and I think around 50-ish for Jay. You don't get this very often. So you're getting love, even though you gave this guy a penalty in the chat.
Possibly, it wasn't. It's probably a light-hearted penalty. It's like one of those things that happen. Yeah, I know Anthony. Anthony, how's it going, buddy? Great to have you on the stream.
Checks. We get a bet from Queen High. Gut shot, backdoor flush shot at AJ. And pretty ugly board for Eric. He's going to let it go.
Not a lot of good boards for King 4.
Well, a lot of times heads up, just King High can be good. So
Yeah.
if it's real discoordinated, or even if it's deuce deuce 5 or whatever, King 4 is pretty good.
I keep worrying in the chat they're going to talk about the energy level. They're going to be like, geez, Pat's gone, everything's come down. I want everyone to know I am so jacked.
He does
Heads
bring
up.
the energy.
3 players left.
I mean, the poker action could bring the energy now. We're three-handed. Some guys who like to fire away.
Pretty good hand right that came in.
Yeah.
That was,
Eric with 10-3 suited. He's going to open to 135. AJ is going to muck the nut low. And Jim wants to go to scoop it up. Interesting question in the chat for you, Ben.
Yeah.
If you're heads up and you get a 1-round penalty, what happens?
Yeah, you would just have to go. You could do a couple different things. It's very rare, number one, because you know there's not much you can do.
I don't think I've seen a heads up penalty
yeah.
before.
You would just decide it would be nothing more than a round of blinds, miss a hand or two.
Yeah.
But never issued one. Don't think that would it'd be difficult to do. We don't, penalties are rare to begin with.
Got a limp from AJ on the button with pocket fives, and Jim with a nice hand in the small blind. He's going to pop it up. Looks like 300 something again. 360. 6x from the small blind. Eric folds. Could really jam here. Yeah, I thought he might do that.
So when I was with you before,
wow, he beat him in the pot. I thought Jim would at least think about that one. Jeez.
Diamonds were good with Jim last time I was here. He won 2 big pots. I think he made 2 flushes with one ace-high, another one 7-9 or something like that.
We are in for a big flip here.
And the ace.
Good result for Eric sitting on the sideline seeing this go down.
Diamond on the turn, which...
Oh, he's down to 1 out. Poor AJ.
Take the other 5 off the board.
Got in a flip, end up 1 out by the turn, and that's going to do it. I like how AJ played that hand. I think it's fine how Jim played it. He could have raised a little smaller, and then it might have been a little tougher decision.
Can we take a break?
Take a break. Let me find out. You guys want to take?
And they're going to go heads up. So AJ finishes in 3rd place with $130,000. It's not a bad weekend.
Yeah, definitely congratulations,
not a bad
AJ.
week. Congrats to AJ Chabra.
You guys want to take a break right now? Is what you're asking?
I mean, just what kind of break? Huh?
Real break or no break? There's no break scheduled right now. Okay. No break for like 83 minutes.
So they are going to go heads up with 105 big blinds to 82 big blinds. That's going to be a good match. These guys have been the 2 that have been the most aggressive on the table.
And Eric going for his 2nd title in the same season.
Wow, 2nd title in the same season. That's strong.
I know someone that made that final table has done that, Zeno.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know who else has done 2 in one season. I think it's Zeno, maybe Salzburg. Gus Hansen, I think, won 3 in like season 1.
Oh, wow. He was season 1, it sounds like.
Yeah, he was season 1, yeah. So big heads up match. They're going to play for $100,000 difference. $103,000 difference. And the winner gets into the tournament.
Yeah, I was saying for
champions.
James, he's got that entry to the TOC.
Yeah.
Being able to see that tournament a couple times, what an awesome event that is.
Oh man, that's great. On one hand, of course, they don't love throwing up $15,000 to play against some of the best.
Yes.
But on the other hand, the best of the best is really fun, for one thing, and they take care of you so well. You get all kinds of perks and enjoyment out of it. And, you know, there's a few guys who maybe won and they're not so great all the time. So it's not the toughest field in the world. Yeah. Getting ready for a heads-up match now. On the World Poker Tour, when they get heads up, they change the structure to 30 minutes, so the blinds will... They won't have 100 big blinds each forever.
Do we have even counts, or what do we have?
This might be the most fun heads-up battle of everyone here, regardless of skill level or who your favorite player is or anything. These two guys, I think, are the most action out of everyone at the final table, so that might make it more fun.
You say overall, Eric was the most active?
It's tough. Jim
But Jim
was
was too?
very active. Yeah, Jim check raised Eric specifically a bunch of times.
I saw that actually a bunch
Yeah.
of times with you, yes.
So it made it tough for Eric to deal with that.
So as Tyler said, now heads up for the title in year 6 of Rolling Thunder.
Year 6, huh?
Year 6.
All right. It's been that many, and I haven't won one yet? What the hell?
Year 7. Year 7. It's King 7 deuce. Eric says that looks perfect.
He says it looks perfect. King
Yes.
7 deuce rainbow.
Loves it.
Neither player has any piece of it. Yet Jim's going to continue. Still air balls, and if Jim was ahead with Jack 8 before, he still is. Eric has fired 2 shells more than anybody else. Doesn't seem like a great spot to do it, but might.
So right here, that's
He
what I was
checks
kind of
back.
thinking. For Jim, his best shot is that he hopes it gets checked back. He's got to fire right here. He actually can't. Or do you think he thinks Jack 8's in the lead?
Well, firing doesn't make a lot of sense unless you think a deuce might fold or ace high might fold, because you're not going to get a queen, a 10, or a king to fold, clearly.
Yeah.
So, and you already beat everything else. So you have to get only ace high or a deuce to fold. So I think he actually does think Jack 8 is the best hand. He's just trying to show it down. Or not necessarily thinks it's the best hand, but
So you're saying you
thinks
couldn't get it?
there's
that's
enough of a
it.
chance.
You're not going to get an ace off the hand with a bet?
No. Well, maybe. It would take a big one.
As I looked at Jim when he made the call, I'm looking at that thinking, if I make that call, the only way I hope to hold my breath, hope it gets checked on the turn, and I got to bet out on the river.
So that would be the case with some cards. With the queen and the 10 run out, there's not anything. Like, you used to be able to bluff queen high.
Yeah.
Or there used to be something you could beat in 10 high, but now both of those things came in. So
wow.
You're only trying to get a very few specific hands to fold.
So I'm talking about a play that was like 3-4 years ago? Where were we?
No, I mean, out of
I'm just
position
a couple years
floating is
ago.
fine. That is what. That is.
Well, just
kind
know if
of
you
the
get me in
idea,
that
but
spot
it
right
depends
there,
on the cards that
you
come.
check the turn, I'm firing. I'm barreling at you on the river. You get to win it with Jack 8 high.
All right.
I'm an easy read.
Could I please get a Pellegrino with lime and Blackhawk? Yeah, for sure.
100K heads up match. That is pretty spicy. Well, they both have it.
It'll be a better tournament if there's a little bit more overlay. Yeah.
But last time I won 575. They say 575, but they deduct 15,000. So I told you I don't want you to miss it, but yeah. So they gave me 560. So.
Looks like Jim has his green chips to the far right and the pinks in front of him there.
Oh, yeah. Jim opens to 125. From the small blind, but that's in position. It's also on the button. Eric with the monsters going to 3-bet. We just don't know how much too. It's been his standard size has been 475. Looks like he's going to keep that the case when playing heads up. And King 10 off is pretty borderline for continuing to that big a 3-bet. I think he's probably going to call. He could actually 4-bet this hand because it blocks some really good hands and it doesn't play that great. All right, he calls.
Made the call. So you change your bet sizing at all, heads up?
Sure, yeah. It depends on the player. I kind of try to feel it out and see how they react to min raises and then see how they react to 3 and 4x. Not usually 4x, but sometimes for 3 bets. Especially in a match like this where they're both deep and you have time to feel each other out a little bit.
Yeah.
We definitely mix it up to see how they react. Here it goes the down bet, 375, giving a pretty good price to continue for ace highs and gut shots. Pairs that have a tough spot, but they will probably continue at least one street also. Top pair is obviously going to call, so Jim for sure continuing.
6 of diamonds for the turn.
An interesting decision for Eric to decide to keep firing, try to check call, or to check fold. These spots I think are the toughest.
Yeah.
In poker when you're up against an aggressive opponent, you're out of position. You don't have much, but you do have a good hand.
Yeah.
So Eric could have bet there and then shoved on all river diamonds because he has the ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
Maybe some other cards he could shove the river also, but check call isn't terrible either. And you might also get to see the river for free if you check, which he does.
5 of spades for the river.
At this point, I'm pretty sure Eric's going to check and then have a tough decision when Jim value bets. Most likely folding. It's frustrating to lose ace queen in a big 3-bet pot.
Yeah.
Heads up. But this run out, you're going to lose most of the time.
So value bet is going to be 25%.
Yeah, maybe a little more than that.
30.
Before you start that,
Looks like
let me know how much.
8.
950,000.
So that's more like half the pot.
Yeah.
'Cause the pot reflected down here includes that 950, so that was more like half the pot. Looks like Eric wants to call really bad. I'm not. I guess maybe he beats 10 jack, queen 10. Not much else. Beats some ace highs, but ace highs usually check back and just hope to win.
Anything with showdown value, Jim would definitely checked already. So he's either a stone cold bluff or you're up against the king, likely.
Right, most likely that's
9
true.
maybe.
We've actually seen Jim bet a couple times with very, very marginal showdown value, so it's not 100% true, but that is most likely true. And he goes for the hero call with ace high, and he's not going to like the news.
Pair of kings.
Big first spot goes to Jim. The good river sizing for Jim, half pot was probably near the maximum he was going to get, but if you bet too small, then it probably would have looked like more of a value bet, so I think you timed that one well.
Let's see here, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like Jim's going to be they're talking chips right now. Looks like Jim's going to have a slight chip lead with that pot.
Total chips in play is
3.5, 4.5. Put Eric a little over 5. I bet you it's 5.6 would be my guess.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 4.7, but it's about that. There he is, 6.5 to 4.6, right in the middle. We said. Both have big hands here.
Again, back to back.
And Jim does just call with the ace-10. I thought we might see a 3-bet there, but he doesn't want to have to deal with a 4-bet.
Yeah, I was gonna say Eric's been pretty aggressive. And once again, Jim has the.
Yeah, Jim
needs to
outflops
catch
him
something on the
again.
flop
It's
to
pretty-
take the lead because he's.
Gonna be frustrating for Eric.
And these situations are the absolute worst.
In position, both options are available here. It's checking back and trying to get to showdown with ace king, or betting it, trying to deny equity to Jim just so that he can end the hand quicker. Jim is at least calling, and usually in this spot you pot control and just call, but heads up, top pair, top kicker on this nice safe board, he can really check raise and go with it, which is what he's going for here. Eric's been check raised so many times on these dry boards that it just doesn't seem like he can have it. It's got to be pretty frustrating for Eric because you feel like that check raise is more. I would think it's more 8-9, Jack 9, Jack 8. Even the other gutter balls 4-5, 5-6. You know, all those things are out there, and ace king's still ahead of those things by a little bit.
Oh, no. I didn't want you to have to reach for me.
Thank you.
So there we go. Jim 114 big blinds, Eric 73. Got 6.8 to 4.3. Both still plenty deep. We give the first big win goes to Jim.
And about what, 1.5 or more has just changed hands the last two hands?
Yeah.
Might be closer to 2.
Heads up for 100,000 and a trophy and a title and an entry. And points for Eric. He must be moving up towards the lead. We should have figured that out on the break.
Gotta be, yeah.
2 wins, gotta be near the top. I know Ping was there. I don't remember who else is right there near the top.
Price, 125.
Ping Lu, we had him on the commentary last year.
Yeah, he joined. Yeah, came in.
Cool.
With me here.
Flop is 8 of spades, 6 of clubs, 7 diamonds.
Jim with the best flop again. Eric with a gut shot this time.
Check.
Kind of surprised Eric checks or Jim checks that one back.
Ace of spades.
Eric too, he's been out flopped with the last 4 hands. I mean, he's got to be thinking, you know, can anything go right for him? That's such a, he's got a straight draw, but it's not very friendly.
Yeah, if he keeps, you know, if he's mentally tough, that won't frustrate him too much because he does still have 70 big blinds. It's like a ton, you know. He's not really losing by that much.
Right.
Bet this turn with a straight draw. Can't imagine Jim doing anything but calling. Whoa.
Wow.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, if you put him on a hand.
Yeah, I
then
mean.
there you go.
Just felt something strong from him there, I guess.
Because he folded with confidence. Like he knew.
Yeah.
It feels great.
Yeah.
That was nice. You play like over 3 hours. No, actually 3 hours. The long heads up section.
Was it deep or shallower?
That's deep.
Jim asks Eric, what's it feel like to win one of these? He says it feels great.
Raised to 135,000.
A little question in the chat. It was $5,000 buy-in this tournament. Some of the players may have entered more than once. First place, 300,000. Eric raised the button. Jim has a big blind. He's considering if he 3-bets, is he going to go with it? I think that he's going to go ahead and make it 450-ish.
560.
560. Man, 3-bets are so much bigger than I'm used to.
Seconds.
Eric's really thinking about doing something crazy with the 5-3. Let's it go.
Petition for a new buzzer sound. Petition for a new buzzer sound.
I think that's fair.
Get heads it's up. Kind of an aggressive buzzer.
It is. It is.
I really like the chime. The 10-second chime I think is perfect. The buzzer is a little aggressive.
Smartwatch removed. That was a little.
You guys are talking about consider this a Fitbit watch that doesn't have connection as a receipt. That's what this is definitely has a quick really good. Seriously. But you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Parents said she should do something. She said, oh, apologize.
Raise 125,000.
Raised to 125,000.
125 from Jim on the button. Eric's gonna call from the big blind.
Flop. Flop is 4 clubs, ace of spades, deuce of spades.
And a gutter ball and backdoor flush draw for Eric, and king high the backdoor flush draw for Jim.
Check.
This is a difference a lot of the time between these two. Jim's probably going to check this back, and Aaron, well, what's wrong with that one?
For the record,
Eric
I also
usually
thought
bets
Jim
it.
was going to check back. Right as you said, I was shaking my head agreeing with you as he started reaching for his chips.
125,000.
He likes the backdoor flush draw to go with it. That's probably why he's going to bet.
You know, good for Jim to keep us off balance,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true.
You were
That's
thinking
good.
it, I was thinking it. Jim's probably hoping that he was thinking it too.
Call.
Eric makes the call. Return card, Jack of Hearts.
Check.
That gives Jim a gutter ball, so it's a little bit more equity. Could keep firing to try to get a 4 or a deuce to fold. Would likely take all 3 streets though, so I don't know if he wants to go for that. He just checks it back and realizes the equity the king queen has.
Ooh.
Ooh, and a gutter ball hit by Eric. I think Jim might consider calling this. I think he's going to fold, but
no pair.
Eric should be betting.
Well, almost not no pair. Oh, no pair.
Yeah, I assume Eric's going to bet, and Jim's probably going to fold, but I think he's going to at least consider calling for a little bit before folding.
475.
It's pretty nice having these guys a little bit refreshing. They both play pretty fast. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some tanking involved now that they're heads up, and there's a lot of money on the line, but they're both pretty fast.
But trying to get a call out of this, I mean, you probably are hoping for a 4. I mean, the hand's been so passive, right?
Right, yeah.
I mean,
I don't think Eric expected to get called
Yeah.
there, but just in case your opponent had a jack or check back an ace.
Yeah. The feeling of making a hand and knowing it's probably not worth anything anymore.
Yeah.
It's good for what's in the pot.
Another difference is Jim had check raised flops like that a lot. If he were in Eric's spot, with the gut shot and backdoor flush draw, that
Yeah.
was the spot where he liked to check raise a lot. Most of the time with a little more equity than that.
I was kind of thinking on the turn if Jim fires, if I'm Eric. You said he might have, Jim would have to go all the way. I was thinking, geez, if he bets there, it's got to be tough for the gut shot to make the call.
Yeah, I think he probably would have folded.
Last hand at this level.
Raise.
Yeah, I didn't mean go all the way because of what Eric had to get Eric to fold. I just meant in general because you assume your opponent has a deuce. Or
Gotcha.
a four.
Gotcha.
$140 for Eric, and that is not enough to get Jim to fold his worst hands, apparently.
These are the kind of hands that can get exciting. Keep them low.
They are all together, yeah.
Check.
Eric's thinking he doesn't have much of a chance to win this pot if he checks. And betting might take it down now.
140.
Eric bets 140,000.
So yeah, I was gonna say this is where Jim probably calls Eric based on what we've seen throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean,
Call.
just heads up period. Flopping a pair is not that
Yeah.
easy.
It's also not a lot of fun trying to hang in there with that 4 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, the next few
Unless
screens
the
might be
turn
tough.
is a 4.
Now we're going to get a check, I assume.
Very different experience. And Eric's still drawing live with a spade.
Yep. One thing we haven't seen from either player, I don't think, is taking over the lead in the hand, where like Jim check calls the flop and then just leads the turn. I don't think we've seen either of these players do that at all. Eric's going for it.
Yep.
Well, that's a big bet, too.
640,000.
Big enough to slow Jim down from raising?
It's possible. I don't think it would slow him down from raising. I think if he doesn't raise, it's because he wants to catch one more bluff. But if you do raise, you might deny equity from a hand that's just going to check back anyway. So that's kind of nice. You don't want to give your opponent a free roll at a flush, you know.
Yeah.
This pot has already significant weight for the whole tournament. So jamming there just to get a spade to fold, I think, would be fine.
I like the call myself.
Calling, you might get Eric to fire one more time.
Well, it's both. You know what I mean? It's I wouldn't totally mind if I have that 4 the check. But if he does bet, and I don't have to call too big of a bet if he just happens to show me 2 spades.
Does Eric fire the last shell? And will it work?
Yeah.
I hope he does just because I want to see if it's going to work.
Check, check.
Oh, he gave it up. That was probably a good move.
Yeah.
3-4.
Check also on the turn gives Jim a chance because it's, let's say that he doesn't have a hand. Any raise, he's going to win it right there. This way, at least he gives Eric an opportunity to put some chips in on the river.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like it might be the best play either way, huh?
Maybe.
I mean, if you're up against spades, you don't like it. And if you're up against a Stone Cold Bluff, you're getting nothing out of it.
Well,
No?
if the Stone Cold Bluff has a spade, you're denying them that 20% or whatever it is to beat you, you know?
Yeah.
80,000.
I think it was a significant portion of the overall chips in the pot that I think it might be better to just deny the equity and then you have him down to 3.7 going forward. But you are risking going broke to spades, but I think you would anyway because you're going to call the river. You're not going to fold the river if they jam.
Raise 175,000.
Raise to 175,000.
You're John Q on the mic there. John Cotracci, our in-house tournament director.
There's no better dressed tandem than Ben Irwin and John Q.
Q is a good one. He's been great. Savage gave him the thumbs up early on, so that was big.
Maybe after the gym.
Do you consider yourself part of the Savage coaching tree? You know, they talk about
You
NFL
bet.
coaching trees.
Absolutely.
You guys are all part of the.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, me especially. Yeah, I've been in poker a long time, but getting into the bigger events, prior to getting to Thunder Valley, I hadn't run events like this. So, yeah, Matt was incredible in those early years. You're talking 2011, 2012. I've been going to the LAPC now 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been going to the LAPC 9 years. I've never cashed a main event. That's not great.
That's hard to believe.
That's not great. It's expensive.
Call.
We got the blinds went up to 40-80, and Eric's going to open the 2.5x with the King 10 suited. Jim did not register his cards. They look like they're good, but somehow the RFID didn't catch him this time.
Gotta be honest with you. I like it when this happens from time to time.
Yeah, for sure. Like the
You get
mystery
to,
hands. They used to do that in the World Series every once in a while. You get
Yeah.
I don't remember what they were called, but. So Eric's going to c-bet the King High. It's the best hand most of the time. A lot of times you're going to see players check back. Eric has consistently shown us that he does not like checking back in those spots.
I don't either.
I don't have a huge favorite on whether it's check back or not. I think most winning players do, but I don't know if that's necessarily the right play.
Check.
I'm not a big fan of betting in this spot.
After you've been called now with the King High. The King High could be good. You
I want to
take
catch
the free
something.
card
Give
now,
me anything.
Yeah, and he does take the free card.
Otherwise, yeah, get to see the end.
Pretty good card for the King.
Thing is, too, is I guess it's heads up, so it's such a different game. But there's nothing out there other than a pair. So when Jim makes the call, I guess like you said, unless he's calling with a king.
Check.
I would check this back if I was Eric. I would have called a bet from if I was Eric if it were, around half the pot or so. I wouldn't call one of Jim's big bombs, but
Check.
probably would have called a small
Let's see
bet.
what Jim has.
King High.
Nothing.
Eric chose King 10 for King High. Third choice is King 10.
Just so nice when you get to the finish line and show King High, you have a chance.
Yeah.
I got one. That's just right. The King High. I finally got one.
And, you can't play it the same all the time. But part of it,
Eric's
too, by
play-
betting the flop, if you can just get the call, you take control of the hand. And
yeah.
feels like you give yourself a better chance of not getting bet off the hand, right? So you get a chance at least to get the king to the end.
Maybe. I mean, you're always calling it. Well, almost always calling the turn with King High. If you check back and your opponent bets, I think you're calling a lot, so you're still getting to the river. Eric's crowd went wild. He got him pumped up with a fist pump.
Yes.
2 in a row for Eric.
Winning streak.
2 in a row.
The Mike Holmgren tree. That's a good one, too. That's a good one.
Yeah. Bill Walsh, Mike Holmgren, and Matt Savage. Those are
Yes,
those are the coaching trees.
Yes. Yeah. Matt's impact on the game, though, is vast. Many. Amazing. That's how much he reaches out to players. He does that much, too, with people in the industry. It's
right.
Pretty awesome stuff. A lot of time. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, it's amazing. He doesn't sleep. Yeah. Raise from Eric here with one of the worst holdings, and I think Jim's going to 3-bet, and this hand will be over. Oh, that's a good question from John here. We have, what are the chip denominations?
Yeah.
Finally,
The orange chips there, those are 5Ks. The green are 25K, and the The pink, which we call pinky Tuscaderos, there are. Yes, those are the 100,000 chips.
Okay, and there's the little yellow and black guys are time bank chips. 30 seconds each. They each started with 8 of them at the final table. Those first came into play one table from the money, and everybody got 4 of them, and then you were replenished at 24, and then again at the final table?
Yep. 4, 6, 8.
Oh, you get 4 chips the first time,
Yep.
6 at 24, and then you get another 8 at the final table.
Yeah, or in our case, 6 at 18 on this one. 3 tables, right? The redraw?
Oh, it was 6 when you went to 18?
Well, 6-handed.
No, I mean,
6 at
you got
36.
6 time banks again at 18, and then 8 at the final table?
Yeah, 3 tables. I believe
I
that's
see.
what we
Okay.
reset it.
These guys haven't used much. Everybody's been playing pretty fast the whole final table. Jim opens the jack
Time
6
banks
suited.
can be good for drama. Give you a little drama.
Absolutely. Eric is at least calling. He might be 3-betting here. We may not have Pat Lyons in the booth, but we do have him in the stream. Pat can text all of his flopology now. Eric
Yes.
3-bet jams with the 10-9 suited. How many big ones was that?
If you did miss Pat's Flopology, it is available on YouTube. You can rewatch it.
That was a big jam from Eric there. It's almost 50 big
There he is.
World famous Pat Lyons. Eric wanted a 3-bet and he didn't want to fold to a 4-bet, so he just shipped it all in.
Pat Lyons, WPT champion.
WPT champion.
Yeah.
World famous Pat Lyons. Yeah, absolutely. And the Arizona State champion.
Yes.
My current home state of Arizona.
Try it. I like your home state.
Yeah, too.
Raised 200,000.
Eric raises to 200,000.
Plus, we just had to go through that time change. For you, it's just another day.
Yep.
No daylight savings there in Arizona.
Call.
And Jim calls.
So 10-8 of clubs against deuces. And
Pair of spades, deuce of hearts, ace of clubs.
Check.
make that 3 of club.
Jim, check order.
That's some.
Eric is likely to c-bet this one. And
200,000.
200,000.
don't know if Jim's gonna just call or if he's gonna check raise. He's been check raising so often that I think I would check raise.
Just to be consistent with the move?
To be consistent, and Eric's got to be tired of it at some point. Like if Eric has ace jack or something, he's just gonna
Yeah.
get it in. But a set is such a big hand, he doesn't want to go to waste, so he does just call.
Yeah.
Check.
Jim checks.
Also, Jim, he's probably catching or betting on Eric's aggression. That's helped him in the past.
Correct.
So it's
$625.
Eric is not scared of the 0 equity bluff. He's got this one coming.
Tyler, the truth is you can't be, huh? That's 0.
Yeah,
You
I
just
mean,
gotta-
I think that if you time those right, that's a great skill to have.
I think that's the difference between me and Eric. I have fear of the 0 equity buff, but I don't want
have
to.
some of them, but not very many.
Let's see that one. 6 of spades.
What a great run out for Jim. Just sit
Yeah,
there and
absolutely.
hold your breath. Something comes into the pot.
Yeah, that's a great check from Jim there. A lot of people panic by this point. Eric hasn't fired the 3rd shell today. He's usually given up in this spot.
Check, check.
He wisely gives up again.
Set. Set. Set it to
Give him credit for that. He has been pretty good at giving up on the
Pot got to a pretty good size, over 2 million in the pot.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it would have taken most of Eric's stack to win that one if he fired away again. So far, the heads-up battle has mostly gone Jim making the best hand and getting a decent amount of value from Eric.
Yeah.
Trying to push him off it.
So it looks like we have some visitors here in Lincoln. That's actually exactly where we're at. We are in Sacramento, but this is Lincoln. Looks like we have Annette, Emily, and Brady
175.
watching on.
That's nice. Yeah, the local support for these tournaments is pretty good.
It is.
Really good.
Yeah, Sacramento is actually a great town for poker.
Really is, yeah.
And then having the Bay Area not too far away really allows us to put up some, some pretty good numbers for, your 1K, 1650s.
Yeah, people come in from all over. And this one with the big buy-in, 5K, has people flying in from all over the place, but that's not the case for all of them. A lot of them just drive in instead. For the
Yeah. Well, we always get a good traveling crowd. That's the one thing that's pretty cool. But this one, yes, heavy travel.
Well, the rooms are so great. It's pretty nice to come stay here. Jim is going to C-bet on the 3-3-5, the jack high, and take it down with the best hand.
Yeah, the room's pretty cool. They redid those about a year and a half ago. And
Yeah,
it's,
and they were nice
If
before.
you've ever stayed here, it's hard to, it's hard to find something wrong with them. They're really
Great,
nice.
yeah.
It's great, too, for the events to be able to have that as something.
Was the Borgata your last live tournament win? Was the Borgata your last live tournament win?
Jim trying to figure out how good Eric's really running these days. Was that the last one, or was there anything in between?
I think Jim's trying to drop a subtle brag about winning last week at the LAPC. He won the Dealer's Choice. The
Oh, right on.
2100 Dealer's Choice. He's trying to get that in there.
How many game mix is that?
I don't know, a lot. Wow, this is interesting here. That is a lot of chips for the hand that Jim has, but Jim knows that it's likely the best. It's a big pot, though.
It's 2.5.
He doesn't have. It's 2.7.
When you have that kind of, I guess you're gonna
40 big blinds. I don't. Yeah, 35 big blinds. He's gonna let it go.
It's just not right. I mean, it's why.
It's too big. Yeah.
Why do the gamble with Eric when you don't have to?
Yeah.
I think for Eric, he just kind of had the feeling there was like, forget it. Either I'm doubling up here, I'm getting some chips. Whatever we're going to do here.
I think because he had so many chips earlier, he feels shorter than he is right now. Is
That's
my
the thing.
guess. Yeah. Oh, yeah,
it
for
is.
sure it's a thing.
Absolutely is.
Was this a half hour?
It's almost sometimes you have to be reminded that, like you said, still got 40 bigs. It's okay.
Jim's just now realizing that the heads-up levels are only half an hour long.
Yeah, we'll just play faster than no one.
Now Jim's playing faster.
It's a reinvestment.
Jeff Fielder's asking, where's the chat?
I wouldn't call it.
Fielder, our WPT Deep Stacks champion from 2016.
I don't know. There's a
17.
Facebook Live chat. Is the only one I'm seeing. Are you seeing the World Poker Tour one?
No, I think he's here in the stream, and he wants to know where the live chat is. It is on. Where are you?
You go to facebook.com and then World Poker Tour live videos.
Jeff was pretty awesome. He hopped on a plane. He came out. I think he regged the last level of the night, or close enough, on
really?
1B. Makes the money, you know.
Easy.
Easy.
He's a cash machine. I like Jeff. He's a fun guy.
Race 200,000.
He got to be part of the grand opening celebration.
Yeah.
Memories, Jeff. We made memories.
He and I busted I think it was Maryland Live at the same time and just spent a whole Sunday drinking and watching football together. Pretty fun.
Deuce of hearts, trade hearts.
If you're gonna bust, do it with a buddy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Jam checks.
Jim checks from the big blind. Eric's going to see bet 200.
He's gonna pretty consistently bet that right there, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. And he's going to
He's
get a
been-
call from Jim
That's
here.
But pretty consistently, we get a call on the other side also. Seen a lot of turn
it's not
cards.
fair. Jim consistently has the best hand.
Yes. It's nice when you have, ace high and it's gin.
Oh, that's a spicy card.
Yeah.
Check. 880 in there. Let's see if Eric just goes for it. See a jam here from Eric. He's getting a little frustrated, wants to win a pot. Oh, he's going for a reasonable bet size instead.
625,000. 625,000. Jim's gonna fold. One is Eric's.
And that does get a fold from ace high, so that was a good bet from Eric. Every pot is very meaningful for him right now, having the 40 big blinds.
Did we get the answer on whether or not the seat is just in the pool?
If Eric wins, then he gets cash.
How much? Like 350? Or
Yeah, are we playing for 318 or 303?
Oh,
They're asking about the prize pool. The prize pool that is displayed reflects the 15,000 seat that is part of the prize pool. So
Formatting error, I'm sure.
same thing.
But yeah, Eric will get cash.
Eric already has a seat into the WPT Tournament of Champions this year because he's already won an event in this season.
Yeah.
So
Playing
he will
for
get
a-
15,000 cash. Jim will get a $15,000 seat into this Tournament of Champions.
Eric's playing for a second bullet in the TOC.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's a good year.
It is not a re-entry event, so they
Other
are
than
going to
that,
give him
other
cash.
than that, yeah. It's all right. He's trying to get that 2020 entry.
Yeah. And he's going to
Eric folds.
defend the big blind, Queen 9 suited. Uh-oh, both people got a piece of it.
And like we've seen the last little while, Jim, the bigger piece.
Yeah. Yeah. Again.
Again, yes. The crazy thing is I'd feel good with the 9.
Hey, Fielder found this chat box.
There he is.
I knew he could do it.
Fielder's in.
Bet. 275,000. Jim bets 275,000.
$275 from Jim. Eric not going anywhere with middle pair. Good kicker.
Turn is 4 of spades.
Air ball on the turn. Wondering if Jim is going to fire a second bullet or if he's going to check it back.
Check. Eric checks.
With 980 in the pot and 290 remaining in Eric's stack, I would expect him to check it back, but he might go for it.
Check it back just to try to get something on the
To
river.
get one more bet on the river and to not have to put in 2.9, because if he bets here and Eric were to put it in, he would definitely put it in.
Gotcha.
And with King 6, he's not going to love doing that.
Right.
But you do, I mean, you're ahead of most of the hands that
Yeah.
Eric has, and you might get more value by just betting. So
Yeah, for me that was
I don't
not a
blame
big
him.
bet spot.
Yeah.
But I want to bet enough to keep, going, hoping I'm up against a 9 or
Yeah.
some sort of draw. I'll take,
It's definitely a strong enough hand to bet twice. Wow, he got a fold out of the 9. That's a big fold.
It is.
I mean, he felt like he was probably going to be pretty committed if he'd put it in, so he
Yeah.
lays it down there. That's a big fold from Eric. He's made a few really good laydowns.
Did you play any Omaha?
No.
Just 2
That's
cards?
no.
Raise.
Eric opens 9-4 suited and 5-4 suited for Jim. Pretty sure he's going to call.
What was the raise to?
200, so
Oh, okay.
2.5x. That's been his standard.
Yeah.
Jim's been going a little smaller, I think 175. Nice flop.
Check.
Jim checks.
Pat would be going nuts right now. I don't know what he would be talking about, but he would love that flop.
Right. One thing I like about Pat, he's typically trying to find how the worst hand can win the pot. So he's finding a way to get that type of enthusiasm hard to find.
200.
That's 200,000. Eric and Jim folds.
Nice easy C bet from Eric to win that one. Chipping away at the lead.
Speaking of Pat, he has cashed Rolling Thunder the last 2 years.
Bet 3?
3 even, yeah.
He had a big chip lead, or not maybe not first place, but he had a mound 2 years ago.
Yes, he did.
Last year he had a lot, or this year he had a lot, but I don't think he imploded or anything. He lost a big flip with ace-10 to king-queen pre-flop against Elio Fox. Really chopped him down. I'm not really sure what happened after that.
Remember, he played a hand dark. This is a true story. I guess it's not hard to believe, right?
No, he plays some hands dark. That's
he's
for
up
sure.
against Chris Hinchcliffe, and
This
I
was
think
last year, right?
Yeah, Chris looks down. I think he had pocket 10s. Sounds right. Maybe ace 10 pocket 10s. But he, Chris puts in a raise, and Pat puts it all in dark. Here we go. And then Chris makes the call, and Pat gets there.
I think Pat ended up with a pretty good hand. I don't remember what the
He did.
Like ace jack
He
or
did,
something.
yeah. But he was honest. It was no look. It was
Yeah.
the real thing.
Raise. 200,000.
200,000.
200 raise and take it.
Yeah, I remember that table also had Glenn Larson at it. You know,
Oh,
from
yeah.
Washington.
Yeah, our buddy Glenn from
He
Washington, yeah.
He almost final tabled. Came real close. He might have even been the bubble. Might have got 7th. 7th, 8th, somewhere in there.
Pretty fun guy to root for.
Yeah.
Ace king for Eric.
175. Raise to 175,000.
Jim raised to 175,000.
We're going to see 550, maybe 600.
All in.
Oh, he just goes all in.
Or-
with it. Hey, I'm not shocked by that.
I was.
I don't
Thought
love
about
it.
Do I
but,
say anything? Yep. I was.
So
it's
a little bit. I think that Jim can exploit that a little bit, and that might be why Jim went down in pre-flop raise sizing. Because if he's just raising the minimum or 175 over 80 and getting laid a whole stack to it, you know, eventually you're going to pick up a hand that's
right.
good enough to catch him.
Just feels like you go to the flop with so many marginal hands, right? Why not try to get some money in and get to the flop?
Raise.
But
Yeah.
200,000.
because the reality is, he could also push now and win with this. You know, it's
Yeah, you're
I
going to
mean,
win a
You're only going to get called up against the hand that's, you know, it's going to be big anyway. Also, too, they've been here a while. They've been grinding this thing out, so there's a lot more going on when you're them for sure.
Yeah, for sure. There's some dynamic between the two of them.
It's four.
Last hand at this level. End of round. Dealers complete the hands you are on and increase the blinds and
So are
limits.
fives out of play?
Sounds like the limits are up. That's also a nice voice. You know, we talked about the 30-second expiration being a little tough. Limit up is nice.
Raise 200,000.
So now we're going to 50 and 100.
Yeah, they are taking out.
Okay.
What are we now?
Well, I'll post this guy.
Is it?
51-1.
51-1.
Yeah.
Mine's at 51-1.
Funds are up now. 50,000, 100,000.
50 and 100 now.
We're the start of level number 29.
So level number 29 of the event.
Raise 225.
7 hours into today. Over 30 hours for the event.
$225 from Jim. Eric will call the Queen 7.
Eric makes the call. Flop is ace of diamonds. Queen of spades, eight of spades.
Good flop for both players.
Yeah.
Check.
Eric checks.
Check.
I'm going to check back from Jim to get a little value later.
9 of hearts.
I'm going to say Eric's going to come and make a bet at this thing.
I'm not sure he does it. It's tough because of the stack size now. His putting any chips in the pot puts a lot of pressure on his own stack.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to give free cards, so I don't mind a bet.
250,000.
Eric bets 250,000.
Jim is for sure.
He's probably thinking to himself, Jim's had an ace every other time in this spot. He can't. This is when is it going to run out? This is it.
Call.
Jim calls. River. 6 of diamonds.
I think Eric probably realized he doesn't beat that much.
Yeah. Eric needs 6th Street. Look at that straight drive.
Yep. Maybe a smallish blocking bet, or maybe a check and reevaluate. So there's 1 million in there. Wow, that's a
500,000.
hefty bet.
500,000.
And a quick call.
Jim calls.
Ace 5.
Jim shows ace 5 for a pair of aces.
You show it.
I asked, but it doesn't matter.
Show it. 7 o'clock.
He's Eric's queen 7 for the pair of hands.
Pretty easy call for Jim there.
He calls, so he gets raised.
I'm always allowed to ask. You can say no, but I don't know. You know.
In this case,
I need 100.
Oh, right.
that boy is behind his line of
Eric is down to 28 big blinds, and I know it feels shorter to him. Like min raising or limping in this spot. He wants to raise it a little more than that, I think.
Raise 225.
Derek raise 225,000.
Jim's going to defend heads up with
Call.
the 10-6 off.
Jim's gonna call. Flop is deuce, 7-6, 2 spades.
And they both got a piece again this time. For the first time, Jim has the worst of it.
Yes.
Not really the first, but.
$225,000.
Eric Reds, 225,000.
What a bad flop for Jim, because it looks pretty good for him.
Looks
right?
great, yeah. He's
Jeez.
going to continue with it for sure.
Call.
Jim calls. Turn card. 9 of clubs.
Well, Jim picks up
Check.
no, doesn't pick up straight draw.
Jim checks.
Yeah, he did. 8 ball gives him the straight.
Oh, he sure did, yeah.
There's $1 million in there. Eric's going to go for a little bit.
Looks like half pot.
Yep, 480.
380,000.
Oh, 380.
380,000.
I thought it was 480 or 4.
So now this is a interesting spot for Jim. Getting laid an okay price, not good enough to just draw for it. You gotta be good some of the time.
And the turn card got things a little bit better.
Yeah.
You might be thinking the 6 is still good, and he still has the out.
Yep. $2 million in Eric's stack and almost $2 million in the pot.
We have spades.
I think this one goes check check.
Check.
Jim checks.
Yeah, I can't come up with a reason for Eric to bet, right? I mean,
No, I don't think so. You might be looking to get value from a 6 or deuce or a 7. That'd be pretty ambitious.
yeah.
10 seconds. Check, check.
Players check.
And he checks it back, and he's going to win a decent
10-6
pot.
for pair of
There's 7.
sixes. Eric has king
Wins a
six
pot
of
of 1.7 without having to put himself at risk on the rivers.
Yeah, great.
Pretty good. He was- yes.
Asking for the crowd.
I think he's also just winning a pretty good pot.
All right, guys, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you guys. Appreciate it.
What do you do keys for all runouts? For all of us?
74 big blinds and 38 big blinds, and it's 300,000 for first and 200,000 for second.
Lines?
1,500.
Think so.
Okay.
Big blinds, small blind.
See a tweet here from Brian Piccioli, finished 7th place.
Raise 225,000.
Thank you, Brian. Looks like Brian is off to Brazil.
Wow. Carnival?
Yeah, he says Party Poker Live Million Series.
Yeah, they got that thing in Rio. I forgot about that.
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I think that Carnival is pretty nuts. So Jim opens 225. Eric defends Jack 8 off.
Flop 684 to close.
Eric flops the best hand. Jim has a gut shot and ace high.
Check.
Eric checks.
Check from Eric and 175.
Jim gets 175,000.
Eric thinking of calling, thinking of raising, thinking of jamming. He's got all three options.
Yeah.
So he's grabbing raising chips. Oof.
Raise. 675,000.
Eric raises to 675,000.
Wow.
He's high in a gut shot. Jim doesn't love it, but he's gonna let it go.
Yeah.
And Eric's cheering section goes nuts.
Yes.
Yeah, the players asked this same question that Fielder's asking in the chat. The 300, it's 301 or 303 or something like that. But that
Yeah, first place
303,
is
I think, but that
includes the 15 KC.
Does include that 15 KC, yes.
And yes, Jeff, that was a solo clapper that time.
Raise.
Eric raises to 225,000.
Yeah, it does include the seat.
Jim folds.
Eric making a little climb now. He's up to 4.5.
Raise. 225,000.
Jim raises to 225,000.
$225 from Jim. And Eric has 42 big blinds. He's going to just call.
Eric calls.
I think it's the right play.
Bob is Jack of Diamonds, 10 of Hearts, 8 of Clubs.
Big flop for Jim. Air balls for Eric. Shouldn't be too much fireworks on this one, I don't think.
Check.
Both players check. Turn
Oh,
card.
Jim checks back. The
Yeah.
ace jack there.
Check over to Jim.
So Jim checks the flop, hoping that Eric will take a shot at the turn.
Yeah,
So
hoping to
really
get
any
one
other-
bet and also hoping not to have to get all of it in.
That's
Jim bets
375,000.
375,000.
Now he bets 375. Pretty healthy bet. King comes.
Next one fold.
Raise 225,000.
Pairs raised to 225,000.
Open to 225 with 6-4 off. And the bottom, Jim thinking about calling with 3-4 off.
Time to win the pot.
I think I missed earlier on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
A bunch of poker guys talking about Darren Elias's shove and other things from that final table. I've had Facebook chat open the whole time and just now open the YouTube chat.
Yeah, definitely a big congratulations to ODB,
Yeah,
David
that's
Baker,
awesome.
taking down the title.
Yeah.
He's visited us a couple times. Great guy, definitely
Raise 225,000.
pretty awesome member into the Champions Club. Tradition.
Steve, they've been playing heads up for a little over an hour, I think.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Both got a piece again here. Big blind checking Jack 6 over to Jim, ace 9. Not going to check this one back. He's
375,000.
going to go for some value now.
Feels
He
like,
might
yeah.
get some.
375,000. Your calls. Turn card, 9 of clubs.
Well,
Nice card to make Jim feel comfortable.
yeah,
Might not get him any more action, though.
yeah. Protects him against the jack.
No checks.
Could get some chips out of him there.
I think that's probably going to end it in the pot.
So 2 flush draws, are you that you're that worried? Do you just want to win it right here?
No, he's definitely not defending against that. He's looking for the best way to get the most action. It's just not that likely that your opponent has a flush draw when it's heads up. There's the range is so wide that there's all kinds of things he can have. And he's going to go for a bunch of value, and I think he's probably going to get a fold.
925,000.
Jim, that's 925,000.
925,000.
But there are multiple. There's straight draws and flush draws out there, and
Yeah.
you don't have to give your opponent credit for an ace. And Jim has checked back a few aces, so you might even discount that. So there's a possibility he gets action here, but
Also, you make that point. The board looks real bad for Eric.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it
look at
does,
that.
yeah.
Just as we talked about for Jim's a lot of things. When you're Eric, you're sitting there with that 6, and you got You're drawn. There's so many things out there.
Just hoping that maybe Jim has some sort of combo draw.
Jim gets one.
Oh, you got first?
Hey, you better.
Interesting. They both have the
Wow.
same hand.
Find out who plays Jack 7 better here.
And your checks. Flop. Queen 4 9. 2 cards.
And Jim just limps the button, and Eric checks it. So far, nobody wants to win this pot any more than the other.
Eric checks. Ace of clubs, Winter.
Neither one of them has a club. Still just who wants it more.
Yeah.
Eric checks. So players check. Rivers. Ace of hearts.
And nobody wants it. We're just going to go check, check, and chop it up. Actually, Eric's range is probably a little bit stronger. He could probably bet and win.
Check. So players check. So players show Jack 7. Chop pot.
That is an extremely brave bet.
So straight draw, flush draw.
But
Jim's got-
he sized up. It's not. You're not getting a great price.
Oh,
but
you
he
did
does go with the check
You
raise
called it.
all in.
You did call.
Amazing.
I didn't see that coming. There's many examples of why I figure out why I'm the one that's overseeing the events and you're the one playing them.
I mean, it's hard to have enough room to make him fold to the check raise all in if he bets this much. So I wouldn't have.
Wow.
That was an awesome play by Jim. I think I would have gone for just a big bet to win the pot
Yeah.
instead. But
Impressive.
then it's awkward because you're going to have to call it all in.
Yeah. Jim, if you watch this stream, you got to know that was awesome.
That was pretty sweet. I mean,
so that was his play. He must have. I mean, that seemed very predetermined. He knew when he made the play he was going to check. Hope he gets a bet and come over the top
yes,
like that. So
absolutely.
he was already there.
I'm pretty sure he was hoping for a smaller bet because I think if Eric had almost anything, he's going to have to call after making it that big.
Yeah.
You know? But just the 5, he can lay it down. That was an exciting hand. Now Eric only 2 million, 20 big blinds. Jim limps the button.
Raise 355,000.
Third raise to 355,000.
Are the fives still really in play?
Seconds.
Cool.
Call.
Jim calls. Flop. Queen of clubs, 7 of hearts, king of spades.
Open ender for Jim. Nada for Eric and 17 big blinds. I think this one's going to be. Oh, he's going to fire at it. So much heart.
Not only does he have Jack Deuce, which is always tough.
Yeah,
but
this is
you're,
a lot of heart. I
yeah,
think
just.
I wonder if he's going to jam it in here. I think he might.
330,000.
That's 330,000.
Yeah, he just jams it in with the open ender.
That's
a tough one for Eric.
Yeah.
That was a lot of heart in that stab. This break comes at a good time for Eric. He's reeling.
Yeah.
I think they're on break now.
What kind of break? 15?
I like Eric taking a shot at that, right? You're not going to keep him down.
No,
He's-
yeah.
You know, he's still going for it. Of course, he gets check raised out of his seat, but what are you going to do?
You can't deal one player. Okay, but you can't deal one player. I love that. All these are. They probably take a blind every 2 minutes. I was kind of more wondering how Sven you with WPT policy or any of those other aspects.
Stand at this level.
I was at a 4-handed table, and 2 people were at the bathroom, and we played, and
You are now on break.
Eric goes all in for 14 big blinds, and now they are going to take a break. So it's like a 15-minute break. Eric will have 20 big blinds when we come back. And hopefully any issues we had here on the Facebook stream should be fixed by then. Sounds like we had a little frozen issue on the YouTube stream too, but they'll all be back in 15 minutes. Okay, thanks guys. See you soon.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
And Jim does make the call, and Dylan is at risk.
Fair point.
And it's a little better than a flip for Jim, but not much. This is kind of a standard flip spot.
9 in the window.
9 of hearts in the window, so he's got a backdoor flush draw, needs an ace, or Dylan is going to double up. Does have a backdoor flush draw. 3-1 favorite for Dylan. Oh, and the sneaky ace comes in to get him.
Flush
Yeah,
draws
Dylan
have been
played
good
great.
to Jim. I wouldn't have been surprised to see the
Pretty
heart there.
tough. Oh, look at these guys. Open from Jim and a call from Eric and a interesting flop because they both got a piece. Eric got a big piece.
Check.
Check to the turn.
Check.
Eight of hearts.
Check a bit.
Jim checks back to ace. More balance. He checked back ace high when there was no ace on the board. Now he's checking back, even though he's flopped a pair of aces. And that might actually win Eric even more chips because Jim thinks he's trapping. He's gotten Eric to bluff now because he didn't bet the ace on the flop, so he's not going anywhere.
You know, there was a day where with ace-3, you always bet in that spot because that way you hopefully can get the free card on the turn if you get the call. But the game's changed so much.
Yeah. And a lot of guys are still going to bet that ace-3 there. I mean, I usually bet that when I don't have an ace, so I usually bet it when I do have an ace.
Yeah.
And so other guys go in another direction.
River's jack of spades.
Check a bit.
And I'm pretty sure Eric's still going to go for value, even though that card's a little bit scary. It's not that scary because you would have thought that Jim would have bet the flop if he had a flush draw. I think Eric's going to go.
You know,
for
Jim
kind
with
of a
his
lot.
draws, he actually hasn't bet in any of them, right?
Right. So he's going to go for a lot here. He can grab 400 already, 475.
475.
Eric's not an easy guy to fold to, especially after you already checked the flop. But the size is a little bit telling. Because of the size, he knows it's not a jack or an 8 for value. It's only bigger aces, maybe, probably even bigger than that. It's probably only 2 pair plus. He might bet that much with a hand like ace-10. But it's also bluffs, and Eric bluffs a lot, so he's going to get action in this spot.
Yeah. The advantage of getting caught running a couple through. You get paid off in that
absolutely,
spot.
yeah. And
Great stuff. They give.
Whoa,
they
look
give
at
us
this.
all kinds of fun stuff.
Pat Lyon sits down and guys are flopping quads.
What the
It's
heck
just-
is
it's-
going on
it's
here?
the effect you have on them, I think.
Oh no. Oh no.
So Eric raised this pot. Jim defended the big blind. Jim elected not to 3-bet the big blind, by the way.
Oh, they go from flipping to 0%.
Yeah.
That's kind of like me and my sports betting problem.
Eric's gonna go
Rams.
from flipping to 0%.
Oh, yeah, 0%. Rams. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I bet the Rams too.
But what a great event this was, though. If you think about it, the field was a little bit smaller than we had anticipated. I guessed it to be 600, so my guesses are all good. I missed it by only 320 players. That's not bad.
Really close. So Jim's going to keep him on the hook, this call here. And see if Eric's going to keep firing. It's the kind of card that hits a lot of Jim's calling.
This is when
range,
you're
so I
when
think that
you
Eric
want
probably
this is when
gives
you
up.
want pocket aces and don't want pocket aces.
Yeah.
You get your pocket aces. Wish I had pocket aces. You never want them now. You want 57 of hearts, if anything. You want
Eric's keeping the pressure on.
I think what I would do here if I'm Jim is I call quick. I call quick because if you tank, it's going to look fishy. So you just call quick. That's my own style. I'll call quick with the nuts, and I'll call quick when I'm bluffing. I'll call quick when it's like a plan. It may not be the same hand. It could be another hand. Ouch.
He goes for a call again. Can we get Eric to fire a third bullet?
He's got to check again.
Well, Jim hasn't had the sunglasses on. Now he's got them on.
So we discussed the time chips, right? The little plaques that they're
Yeah,
showing
guys
them.
haven't been using much of them. They've
No,
been playing
no.
really fast.
That's what's good about the time chips. He's got two pair, a pair in his hand, a pair on the board.
Well,
Look
give
at
credit
Eric's
to,
like, wow. He's
give
like,
some credit to Eric for not firing the third shell at least. At least he gave up.
ay, ay, ay.
Yeah,
So-
how did you end up using any time chips? You played
No,
pretty fast.
got lag. AJ
Ah,
picks
big
up sixes.
hand.
Please do not rate. Please do not bomb this thing all in right now.
I think it's just going to be all in.
That's terrible. I don't like that. I don't like that. I do not like that right there.
Well, it's hard for the two other hands.
He
to
might
pick
call
up
with the
big
jack
one.
nine.
No,
There's
you
a-
can't do that.
There's a chance he calls, but I don't like ripping the sixes here.
Bet size has to be specified, if I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Before you can start the clock, the bet side should have to be specified.
500, 600, and 700. So no, I missed one of the pinks here.
See, Facebook's got a little interruption going on here. Could just be my computer.
Ooh, he got him to lay the hand down. That's actually good. Ace 4. Remember I told you aces can hit the board?
This
actually
real-
pushes the ace out of the hand. Because if
Pretty
Eric,
close,
if Eric,
but I think this is a fold for Eric.
if
too.
Eric put a bet in, Eric can't call him though. Eric will not call because he knows that AJ's been playing way too tight. Cannot call. You cannot call. Ichikawawa, come on now. You cannot call. Do not call. You got lucky that he didn't play Jack 4. Do not call. Nope. Oh my gosh, he called.
Oh wow, that's
What
a
the
pretty
heck?
big call.
Oh my gosh. And I told you an ace is going to hit the board, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I know this stuff. I really apologize for my knowledge
According to
here.
Flopology, an ace.
Flopology, this ace is going to win this hand. Ace will win this hand. World famous Pat Lyons. Boom. Set of sixes.
Wow, set of sixes, all spades. Got 3 outs for the win
Crazy
for Eric.
hand. What's going to happen
AJ's
here?
got to fade
Ichi,
all the
come
threes.
on. Nope.
Now the sevens are also out.
Wow. Ay, wrong.
Very close. So
I don't like the call there. I don't like his call because he played way too tight, way too damn tight to just rip all in there.
AJ doubles up there.
That's like a delayed win because he would have won the Jack 4. That's a delayed win. But Eric, in a weird way, Eric knows he did not need to make that play.
It was a little big for a call with ace 4, but I do think that AJ will have hands like king queen, queen jack, and king jack.
To win anything, it's just to play for fun. And damn. Ay, ay, ay. Look at now, AJ's counting the chips. He's got 400 there.
He's got 1.3, Eric 2.7, and Jim's got the rest.
AJ's gonna have queen high. Look at the queen, bam,
Wow.
ace queen. So
That's a pretty good hand.
min raise his hand. Min raise it. Go to 100.
He did try limping with aces.
I don't like this.
He's
You
going
gotta
for
do a little. Oh, it's gonna be
Oh,
action.
gonna
It's
be a
action.
flip.
This is gonna work better than
He's just
the
gonna
side.
shove, and he's gonna call.
Call. Only call. Never flip. Never go all in.
He's
Call.
definitely
Call.
jamming.
No. Don't jam.
I
Call.
will bet you a beer that he jammed.
I know you're gonna win though. I'm good with the. I'm good with the wrist. Don't. It doesn't. Please call. Please call. Of course. Snap call.
Three raise all in, snap call. 6 of clubs, 6 of hearts for Jim, ace of clubs, queen of
And
clubs.
AJ is at risk here. Back in the game if he wins it. He and Eric
Is this
will have
flop
the
lag
same- He'll have the same stack as Eric if he wins, maybe a little bit more. Ace on
There's
the
the
flop
apple.
for AJ.
He's got a backdoor flush draw too right now.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Down to only 6.
He's just saying pair the board.
8 of diamonds on the river, aces and jacks.
AJ doubles up, and it's up to about 2.7, 2.8.
That's a very fortunate double up right there. And what's gross is with me is I'm not calling. I'm not calling the sixes. No way. And I'll explain to you why, because I know for sure when he limps and he rips all in, best thing I'm hoping for is a flip. Because he hasn't done that at all. Why are you all of a sudden, now you love your hand? That means you wanted something like this. And I just take the sixes, nice hand, muck them face up. He's going to show me ace queen.
6 of hearts, 10 of diamonds, 4 of hearts.
This is going to end really quick, this hand right now.
Jim is check raising this spot almost every time. I wonder if he's going to.
With the hearts, he's got the heart though. How,
Yeah, I
how sick
know.
is that?
I know, he's
And the
check
king of
raised
hearts
him
is a
constantly.
money card. What's going to happen here? He knows he has a 10 in his hand. In his opinion, he's got some kind of a 10, so he has to. Oh, he's getting called by that for sure. $1.75.
Jim has been check raising a ton in these spots, but Eric hasn't had it. He's been folding every time. Or maybe calling but folding on a later street.
But as far as the lips, though, do you like my feeling with the just giving their tails and covering the breathing of their neck and such?
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's kind of a little way to hide, look a little.
There you go, bam.
Wow.
Now look at this shit. Open end. Open end.
Is.
That's an open end. This is perfect now.
Jim calls with a backdoor flush draw, the over card.
He's calling.
Straight
He's
draw.
calling all bets here too. All bets that are in the. It can't be 450, but I would love a 450 right now.
Yeah, I think
100%
Eric likes a little bigger usually, but that is a pretty ragged board. It could be that small.
He could be holding King 10 too. That could be his hand. 450.
10 seconds. 475.
Yeah, you nailed
just
it.
take one green chip
475.
away.
Pretty
World
good.
famous, baby.
Now does
Come
Jim
on
just
now.
call, or does Jim blast away? This is the spot where he could.
I mean, I love playing poker because I'm really pretty damn good at the game. But
I could really see Jim
you
shoving
could be
here.
doing some announcing too. You
Yeah,
know?
I think so,
There's
Pat. You have a future in it for sure.
This is kind of crazy. I mean, I'm not sports betting, right? So just come here and we'll give you a couple $100,000 to announce a few shows. we have look at this.
Expect
Look at
a
this
jam
time
here. I really do.
I hope he doesn't jam. That means he's got to put him on queens. It's the only hand he can put him on.
I mean, just ace high. Or other things.
I
they
love.
might
I
have.
love.
Yeah, he
oh
is gonna
no!
jam. Here it comes.
And now I use
And of
I use
course
the
it's
time. I use
calling.
time. I use time. I use time. Oh my gosh!
And Eric is at risk here.
King of spades, king of diamonds for Eric.
Jim really ran into it. That was a good spot for Jim to do that. I think a lot of times Eric does double barrel more often than most people do. So I think he's going to end up with a light hand a lot.
Gosh damn it! You just want to see Peyton. You don't want to see no boards, no borders. And he had a
Scary,
border.
huh?
He had a border coming out there. It's like no borders. Oh my gosh! Look at him. He's
I don't
loving
blame
it.
Jim for that hand. It might look bad, but I think that he reasoned that hand well. I don't.
It's a bad read because he's got him on a hand. He might have had him on queens or jacks.
Yeah.
You love ace queen of diamonds. You don't like it too much now, right? You wanted AJ to raise him back so he could fire at him and take the pot down. Now
Jim
AJ's got to take control of this hand right now. Got it. 400K is a good bet. Find a 400 bet.
With their
That's
stack
a mistake,
size,
mistake.
gets a little tough after that.
Now ace queen not laying down. You got a gutter ball straight too. So 3 hearts on the board. This has gotten worse. AJ's got to do something. Come on.
Well, you don't know if ace high is going to fold when there's 3 hearts out
I
there.
know,
They're
but
probably not.
he's got to
You
make a
might
bet
get
though.
check raised.
Never winning this pot without you had magically hit your king or jack heart on the river. Come on, find a bet of 400. You have to be willing to lose in the game to win, right? I'm good at that.
Your willingness to lose is a skill.
I'm so good at willing to lose. You know, $1.80. This is a joke. What's that? Like a mistake?
It's a really tiny bet.
No,
I
that's silly.
mean,
Now the pot's almost got $1 million out there, but
So unless he's planning on betting the river too, I don't love this because I think.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the cards, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
I found him. He was scared. Did you got to? Q.
We get server, please.
All right, we're back from break. We're heads up 77 big blinds for Jim Colopy, 13 for Eric Yilmaz, and now we're playing 300,000 for first, 200,000 for second, and a WPT main event tournament of champion seat. Ben Irwin's back out on the floor, and I have John Q, tournament director, in here with me. Say hello, John.
Hey guys.
All right. First time in the booth, John?
Yes, it is.
It's a pretty fun event. So it sounded like from this break, there was almost controversy. Jim was almost a little bit late back. You guys have a rule in place for that if someone comes back late from break?
Yeah, if a player returns late from break, the clock will still run, and every 2 minutes we'll go ahead and move the button back and forth one hand and award the blinds to the player that is there.
Okay. But Jim ran in right before anything actually had to happen, right?
Yeah, he got back right on the buzzer, just in time.
Right on. It'd be interesting for Eric having only, I mean, now 12 big blinds with the blinds up to 75, 125.
So it's 125.
All right, we're headed to the first flop of the turn.
So it looks like Jim limps the button here and Eric checks. We're on to a flop.
Eric checks. That's 125,000.
Did you have any interesting ruling situations last night or in this tournament at all?
No, it's actually been pretty smooth sailing. Most of these players that come in, pretty savvy. For the most part, they all know the game, up, down, left, right, always.
That's good. No fights, no ejections. You didn't have to call security.
Not this time. Not this time.
That's good.
Pretty close with that Tyler Patterson guy, though.
Get a little unruly sometimes. Sometimes there's alcohol involved, but not really in these big events. I mean. So it looks like Eric still has 5 of his time bank buttons. I think Jim has close to the same. These guys played pretty fast overall, so they didn't really have to go through too much of that. Does it seem like the dealers handle the action clock okay? You guys have meetings about that to train
yeah,
on?
the action clock's been great for the pace of the game. For the most part, they all anybody that can operate a tablet can operate one of these clocks, so it's been pretty nice.
Yeah, there's only 5 buttons or something, so it's pretty...
I think it's only 4.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Makes it pretty easy.
Yeah, those guys over at that action clock, they created a good product. Simple, but did a good job. So Eric's short enough, he's making all in or fold decisions pretty much for the most part now. And Jim shoves all in with a 10-8 suited. Ace is 7 suited. I think Eric's going to call, and he does.
You almost have to call with that stack at this point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's at risk, but could get back in the game here with the double up.
Flop is 6 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, king of hearts.
Pretty good flop. He's looking to avoid a diamond, a 10, or an 8.
Queen clubs on the turn.
Only 10s and 8s now. And a double up for Eric. What's this wallet chain thing on the suit going on here?
I'm not sure. A little bit of bling for Cole.
I insist on a server now that I've lost that putt.
No, you go when you get one.
Okay.
Oh, Jim, angry complaining about servers after losing a pot. What a typical poker player. You're better than that, Jim.
450?
So he doubles up to about a little over 20 big blinds now. 25 maybe.
And so I also got a black hat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So 65 big blinds to 24 big blinds now. They've been playing. They were very deep when they first got to three-handed. Three-handed went a very long time, and then heads up has gone for an hour and a half now, probably.
Yeah, about that.
So that's a lot of hands, and the levels go up every 30 minutes. Heads up, so they're not quite as deep anymore.
I think a total of about 100 big blinds between them.
Yeah, which is pretty standard for most heads-up games when you get into it. So Eric finds deuces of the next hand. He's going to get called. He's all in a risk again.
Deuce of diamonds, deuce of hearts for Eric. Eric is all in.
This is a major flip for this tournament.
King of diamonds, three diamonds, jack of diamonds on the flop.
Eric with a deuce of diamonds, so that reduces the outs. Oh my goodness, a 9, an offsuit 9 for Jim, and we're down to just diamonds or a deuce, and he hits the diamond. This was an exciting run out.
Yes, it was. Back and forth the whole way.
A lot of drama. What a crazy turn card.
I think this is the first time Eric's been heads up the whole night.
Yeah, that's going to make him the new chip leader. And they are very close now. And give credit to Jim. He had two shots to end it. Both of them pretty close to 50%. Eric had to survive both of those to be in this even money situation. Now they're back to maybe some real poker, not just shoving and calling, I think, for a little bit.
A little bit. The game just reset.
Yeah. Big change.
Flop is ace of hearts, ace of spades, four of spades.
We have a limp from Jim on the button and a check from Eric. And Jim flops a flush draw. It's only jack high, so you might want to bet it and take it down now.
Can't imagine Eric can do much with his hand.
No, he'd be getting way out of line if he did anything here. I think he's probably just going to give it up.
Although he does finally have some chips to work with.
And the flush draw will take it down. May have lost a Facebook feed. I'm not seeing it working for me. I do have the YouTube guys still up.
Raises to 275,000.
275 from Eric, Queen 9 of clubs, and call from 8-6 of clubs from Jim. Pat would tell us that a bunch of clubs are coming on this flop. Seems unlikely.
10 of spades, ace of clubs.
There's one.
Yeah,
one third of the way, right?
Yep. Eric's got a gut shot. And Tim does not have anything but the backdoor flush draw. I think Jim's going to give it up. Fielder, thanks for fielding these questions for us. Yeah, Sexton is no longer part of the WPT. He was a legend while he was here, however. And Vince Van Patten is in Vegas doing the WPT Gardens final table today. So you're stuck with me and Q.
I'm sorry, guys.
I might fire off another Mike Sexton impression at some point, but it really has to be in the flow of things. I can't. You can't just do it on call. Jim limps 5-7 suited, and now since they're both shorter, they're content limping and trying to see flops rather than raising for just to build the pot.
That's 125.
125 from Jim's. Got the backdoor straight and flush draws. Not much else. Should get 9 high out of the pot, I think. It's a ragged board, but nope. Looks like Eric's going to stick around.
What does he have him on right now that he's calling with 9 high?
I'm not sure. I think it's small enough that he thinks that with 3-1 he's going to win the pot that often somehow. Either hit a pair or a bluff or find some equity later to bluff, really, I guess. There's some chance that 9 high is good. But now after turning a flush draw, I think Jim continues here, tries to get like a king high or a deuce to fold. It's a healthy bet from him now that he's turned a flush draw. Eric may have been planning on bluffing, but after seeing that big bet, I think he's probably going to give it up. He does have a gut shot. And he lays it down. Nice bet from Jim.
So where are you headed next after this?
Bay 101 after this. They have a fun tournament where I get to be a shooting star. And then I have a little golf and poker trip with friends. And then the next WPT in Florida. So actually, before Florida, I'll be back here for the deep stacks.
You're one of our Thunder buddies, right?
Yeah, the Thunder buddies. I forgot that was in between. Yeah. Thunder Buddies is a fun week. Is it just obnoxious for you guys, or do you actually have fun when there's...
It is a great time.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the crowd that comes through is a lot of fun.
I mean, when you have to do the babysitting, you know, I don't know if it's always a good time for you guys.
I'll tell you what, when you guys came through last time for the deep stacks for our grand opening, I don't think we've had more fun in this room than
that was a blast.
A lot of laughs, a lot of good times.
That was really fun. One of the nights ended up in you and Ben in a wrestling match. I got to witness it.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Secret video out there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't recall that night.
You could have at least taken credit for a win.
You know, I'm not sure who won at that point. Maybe we'll stumble upon that video someday on YouTube.
I think I might be the only owner of the video, and I'm not going to post it, so I think you're safe.
It's just a call.
We got a call here from Jim on the button. It sounded like did they need a ruling there? What happened?
Sounded like the announcer thought it was a raise and it wasn't.
Okay.
6 of hearts, ace of clubs, 5 of diamonds.
A couple of pretty good hands actually, pre-flop and heads up. Check.
Checks.
for 125.
125 from Jim in position. And king high with the backdoor flush and straight draw is going to call.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Eric checks. That's 425,000.
And a healthy bet from Jim should end the pot.
Fold.
Fold. Jim takes pot.
In case you're joining late, this is a WPT Rolling Thunder. We're playing heads up. First place is 300,000 and entry into the WPT Tournament of Champions. And second place is 200,000. So the second place is already locked up 200,000 here. This is a $100,000 heads up match.
125,000.
Between Eric Yilmaz, who has already won one WPT event this year at Borgata, and this is probably vaulting him into the points lead, I would assume.
Yeah, he had a 575,000 win there, right?
What was that?
He had $575,000 win there, right?
Yeah, 575K. He already won on the WPT this year, so that's a pretty good season. He's creeping up on $1 million.
Absolutely.
Jim Colopy just won a post-lim event at the LAPC, won the 2000 Dealer's Choice. Both players flop open-enders that... Yeah, both players flop open-enders. One of them's considerably better than the other.
Should see some action here.
I would think so. Jim checks, and
200,000.
Eric's going to bet. Now, Jim's been check raising a lot in these spots, but now with the stack sizes so much different than they have been, he's going to go ahead and just check call instead. Jim had a lead for all of the heads up and most of the final table also.
Wow, Eric makes it straight on the turn.
Check.
Bingo for Eric. That's a pretty special card. You can hear the chime of the shot clock in the background announcing 10 seconds left. Bet 675. You hear the shot clock again. Jim's going to use one of his time extensions. You get 8 of them to start the final table. They each have, I think, 4 or 5 left.
Raise.
Jimmy raises. Jim raises to 1.9 million.
Jim raises 1.3 million almost.
Eric raises all in.
Wow. Tough spot for Jim there. That was a good card for sure. Good flop for him, an open ender. Goes for the raise on the turn. Eric puts it in and he folds.
Did you risk your tournament life on that for the 8 outs?
No, probably not. Yeah, I mean, definitely don't call it off there. I mean, you might not put yourself in that spot. Maybe just call instead of raising.
That's about $2 million on that hand. At which point do you just let it go?
I mean, that one, I think he played it fine. It was worth taking a shot there. Wow, Jim Limps with ace-5 with 20 big blinds. I think this is a spot where he's going to shove if Eric decides to raise.
Jack of clubs, queen of spades, 7 of hearts.
Check.
Jim checks back the ace high. And Eric turns a flush draw.
Can't see Eric not betting this with his chip stack.
Yeah, I would assume he does. It's a pretty tough spot for Jim.
Bets.
400,000.
400,000.
Ace high is likely the best hand. You have a gut shot, but it's a big percentage of your stack. I think it's fine fold, even though it's frustrating. That 7 was a pretty spicy card for Eric.
It was.
And he won 2 flips to get here, so he's running hot. A long way to go to end it, though. You can hear the buzzer for the shot clock. That was 30 seconds running out.
Eric raises all in from the small game. And fold takes that pot.
Eric all in from with Jack 10 off.
What do you think of the action clock as a player?
I like it a lot. It's an interesting dynamic. I don't think that overall in the long run it speeds everything up that much, but there's an interesting pressure dynamic in big pots. I think that we get plenty of time extensions, so it's not undue pressure. You know, it does help a little bit around the bubble. I mean, it can also hurt around the bubble because people take that whole 30 seconds every time instead of just 10 seconds or whatever they would. But I think overall, I think it's a plus for the game. Jim limps with 8-6, and I'm wondering if Eric's going to jam any ace or if he's going to just raise or if he's going to just check. He is jamming all aces at this point. It's about 20 big blinds. I think that's okay. Jim down to less than 15, well, a little more than 15 big blinds, less than 20.
Somebody calls.
Check.
Jim likes to see the free board for sure.
Deuce of diamonds, ace of diamonds, nine of hearts. Check.
Imagine Eric applies the pressure even with complete air balls in this spot.
That's 125. Fold.
And that'll do it. So when we don't have a big series here at Thunder Valley, what's a day in the life of John Q? Are you running daily tournaments here? Or are you running the cash games and stuff too?
We typically get about, on the weekends, anywhere between 18 and 22 cash games, so typically running those. We do
Okay.
have our daily tournaments every morning and night. In the process of redoing a few of them.
There's lots of just weekend, one day type things too, right?
Yes, yes. We anytime there's a holiday, we find an excuse to run a tournament. We have some World Series main event seats we'll be giving away in next month.
Those are always fun.
Checks and we see a flop. Ace of spades, four of clubs, six of diamonds.
Check.
Checks.
It's interesting seeing Jim have to play the short stack. He's been such a big stack for so long.
125,000.
Yeah, it came in today with 50% of the chips.
Yeah, he definitely had like 60, 65% of the chips at one point.
He's been hanging on to them.
Three-handed.
Folds, Jim takes that flop, blinds are up.
Each of those two flips.
75,
Yeah,
150.
and that tough straight versus a straight draw.
75, 150.
$150 to go.
75, 150 now. The blinds are up again. Even more pressure on Jim to get it in.
That raises all
This
in.
is 100% all-in spot. A Helmuthian shove from from Jim. Thought he was going to knock the chips over, but he just put them.
Jim is an ace.
And now, after losing two flips to Eric, Jim needs to flip one more time, try to stay alive.
Eight still in the lead.
Dodging six outs, still dodging six outs.
Three of spades and a diamond. Three's full of eights. Jim will double up.
And
he
another
does it.
flip.
2,225,000.
And we're going to be 6.6 to 4.6 now. 60 to 30 big blinds.
2,225,000. Should have run it twice. I wish.
41% of the chips now, so they're back to pretty close to even.
Level number 31 and 150,000. Line 75,000.
Back to work.
When's the last level? What's the last level you guys count to? Or do you just keep counting? We just keep going. Endless.
Jim asking what the last level is, so he's hoping the blinds just stop at some point. So.
Turn to like 90-minute levels?
We should do it.
150 to go.
So it'll be up to Jim here on the button.
Call.
It's going to be a
25.
call of 150.
Eric trying to process how many chips he has now.
Check. Eric will check. Here we go to the flop. That flop is the deuce of clubs, jack of clubs, ten of clubs.
This should be fun.
They both have a flush draw. Eric also has an open ender.
Check.
Or not.
King high is the best hand.
Eric checks.
Jim's going to take a little stab. 150.
Jim has 150,000. Call 150.
Call.
Earn card, 4 spades.
Check. Check.
Both players check. River card. Queen of spades.
Wow, Eric makes a straight in this pot.
575,000 is
That is very similar to the last time we did a smaller open ender. This is a pretty brutal card for Jim. At least he doesn't have anything he has to pay off with.
Jim will fold.
Eric pretty close to winning 2 in the same season right now. That's quite a feat.
Eric's got a little bit of crowd out there in the audience.
Yeah. He used to be a local guy, basically, right?
Yeah, he was local, played here, played at a few other places around the area. A lot of the players were coming up, asking where he's been.
He moved to Philadelphia recently.
Yeah, said he was telling us he moved down to LA and then back out to Philadelphia, and that's where he's been.
Ooh, kings for Jim.
Raise to 350.
Eric makes it 350 to go.
$950 total.
You could tell by the way he said that the time clock really got him there. He made that decision a little bit faster than he wanted to.
That's now 950,000.
You know he wanted a 3-bet. He just didn't really know how much he wanted to make it.
Still had plenty of time chips left.
Yeah.
Want to give you 500?
Looks like he only has 2 left.
He was like, what? Oh, the time chips, he only has 2 left?
Yeah, two time
Eric
chips
has
left.
5. He hasn't used hardly any yet. can hear the buzzer going off there. They hadn't reset the clock yet, that's all. Didn't actually mean anything.
Eric, so we go to the flop. That flop is the 4 of diamonds, Queen of Hearts, 6 of diamonds.
So a limp from Jim and a check from Eric, and they both flop air balls. Jim's going to go ahead and try to take it with no backdoor flush draw. I think Eric's probably going to let him have it. He has gotten sticky in those spots, try to make Jim bet more than once.
That will win Jim the pot.
How many of these live streams do you do a year?
I don't do a ton of commentary. I always do it here. I've done a few at Borgata and Best Bet Jacksonville. Probably 4 or 5 a year, something like that. I like doing it though. It's fun. I don't do any like poker coaching or anything, so when talking about hands and trying to explain what I think players are thinking is kind of a fun exercise too, you know.
Raise to 350,000.
Aren't you going to be doing a coaching class here coming up in defense?
I am doing a clinic here, but it's geared toward beginners. I think we're going to call it the fundamentals of tournament poker, and I'm just going to start, you know, from the beginning of tournament poker. You know, just the battling for the blinds and stack sizes and just pretty simple stuff. We're not going to go in depth too far. Just right before the I think it's before the Thunder Buddies tournament, or maybe it's before the Deep Stacks.
I think it's right after Thunder Buddies.
Yeah, okay, right before Deep Stack, I think.
Yeah, I marked it on my calendar. Taking a couple notes.
Yeah. I'm not going to dumb it down too much. I mean, I should find something interesting for players who know what's going on. Eric picks up another tiny one.
Eric hasn't given up his lead since he got it.
Yeah, Jim crawled back a little bit. The one flip got him back in it. Playing this heads-up match for $100,000, and Eric already has a seat into the WPT Tournament Champions in June, but Jim hasn't won a WPT yet, so he would gain entry into that tournament, which is a fun and exciting event. The final table of that is at the Esports Lounge, where they're playing the WPT Gardens final table today. Have you seen that lounge yet? The esports thing at Luxor?
No, I haven't. Not in person. I've seen
amazing.
some of the pictures. Looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really fun. I got to see them play the WPT, the Tournament of Champions, last year. The final table was there, and then I went there and played Mario Kart with Matt Savage's son and a couple other guys. It's just crazy playing Mario Kart competitively with a bunch of 12-year-olds on this giant screen, and there's like 100 people in the audience cheering, and so it was really fun.
And you're the one losing, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I beat my friends and lost to everybody else.
There you go.
I mean, these 12-year-olds are really good.
Definitely a new sporting event.
Yeah, oh, esports is amazing. I wish I would have had it when I was a teenager. Would have been, I don't know, maybe I ended up with a different career.
Have you seen those drone races that go on at 4 o'clock in the morning on ESPN?
Yes, that stuff's super cool too. I finally got the Facebook feedback. Sorry, I lost you guys for a little while.
They know.
The comments on the Facebook feed are much nicer than the comments on the YouTube feed.
They definitely look a lot nicer.
I'm not sure what drives that. It's close to the same number of people watching on each feed.
I'd say my kids were watching, but they're 2 and younger. 2 years and 2 months.
If they're watching, they don't count on the...
Yeah, they don't count.
Raise from Eric on the button now, 350. And this is one of the better hands, Jim. I had to think about re-raising, but with stack size, he doesn't want to have to get it all in with queen high, so he's just going to call.
8 of clubs, 7 of clubs, deuce of diamonds.
Check.
For the last hour or so, well, since the all ends, they've been whiffing every flop. Every flop has been so boring.
Third bets, 300,000.
Now, if Jim were deeper, he would 100% continue here. He might continue anyway, but because of the stack size, it's a lot of pressure.
So calls 300,000. Here we go to the turn. It is the 8 of hearts.
Check.
Both players check. And
Eric checks back, hoping king high, hoping to showdown king high. I think both players are going to be happy to just showdown their hand here. I don't think anybody's going to bluff.
Check.
Jim checks.
Check.
And Eric checks.
2 pair.
Jim announces 2 pair. Which is the 8s and 7s on the board. The king high. He has
Gonna go to Eric. Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right, Q, thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Appreciate your insight from the other side of the felt.
It was a lot of fun.
I think I'll be here for the conclusion. Might get Ben or somebody else in here with me.
All right, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
All in from Jim here. Oh, we don't get to see his hand. That's interesting.
Is getting a count on those chips.
Switch your cards.
3 million exactly. Those are 400.
These are 5s. They're all 5s.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, those. Oh, they. Okay. There's 3.2.
It would be more interesting if Eric was closer to a calling hand here. We could just sweat Jim's hand without knowing what it is. right, I got Cole in here, another guy who comes and does floor supervising during these big tournaments. I think Fresno is your home casino?
Fresno. Yeah, Club 1 Casino, Fresno, about 3 hours south.
Oh, right on.
It's a good trip. So what are we coming in on here?
So Jim's gotten pretty short. He won a flip to get back to close to even, and now they're just kind of wheeling away. They're both shorter now since they've been a long heads-up battle. We've gone over 2 hours now, so the blinds have gone up 4 times.
Oh yeah, so the blinds have definitely caught up with them, putting pressure on them from behind.
Exactly, yeah. So there's a lot of, I guess it's NorCal, Central California poker action. You guys are a little south of here. And
Yeah, we're kind of like
Bay
literally
Area
Central
poker.
Valley. Yeah, so we've got a nice 2-hour window in either direction that we pull players from and get traction on.
Cool. And then when the tournaments are up here, or the tournaments are in Bay, I'm sure all your players end up going out to those spots.
We
or a
do.
lot of them do.
We do. I've been up here a couple times, and I generally tend to see some of my faces from down there that have a real wide-eyed look when they see me here. They're like, "Why are you here?" And I'm like, "You can't go anywhere and get away from me." But no, it's a good experience, fun opportunity up here. It's super high class. All the players talk about the customer service that they get. That's like the key thing I hear about up here is customer service, customer service.
Yeah, I kind of recognize that too as a player myself. I mean, we always get treated well in the WPT Champions Club, but that's like, you know,
It's a separate
they
thing,
try to
yeah.
do a VIP thing, but for all the players, they get treated well here, I think.
Yeah, Ben's pride is really on how his card room runs and stands himself apart from everybody.
Yeah, it's great.
So Eric's just chopping him down right now. He's just trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, definitely. That's and with Jim's shorter stack, it's tough for Jim to fight back without having it.
It's true. It's hard to make calculated moves when each one could be a reshove for you, and you don't want to give up any chips, give up any ground.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Eric's got, what, 75% of the chips in play almost?
Yeah, 3-1 favorite now.
That's a hard grind uphill, man.
It's pretty tough. I mean, Jim did have like a 60-40 or 3-1 lead for most of the heads-up battle, but once he lost a couple of flips and then the blind started going up, he hasn't gotten it back yet.
So you think that maybe once the blinds got past that luck of flips, you think his momentum kind of slowed down and his opportunity or his chance to take an opportunity?
Yeah, losing two big flips was really tough on him. I mean, that's always gonna be tough on,
especially at this stage.
Yeah, yeah. Now the blinds are too high. You can't really lose 2 flips in a row anymore.
King of spades, 5 of spades, ace of hearts.
So they're both running 10 high here.
Yeah. They play pretty similarly on these airball flops. The guy in position's winning most of them.
Check.
Eric checks. Turn card. 10 of spades.
That's an interesting flop. Interesting card.
Check.
So you're generally looking at a chop here, maybe with an exception of a backdoor flush draw for Eric.
Yeah, unless someone decides to get real aggressive, which I don't see happening. I think it probably goes bet call. And then most of the time check.
That's 150,000.
So you're more of a math guy than I am. So the pot's got like 500,000 in it, 600,000. He tosses out 150. What are you doing there? Like, what's he doing there? If you're him, you're betting 150 into like a 600 with just mid pair.
So when you're betting 150 into 600, you're giving yourself 4-1 to win the pot, and you're giving your opponent 5-1 to win the pot. So when you can take a cheap stab, even if you don't have anything, and you're getting a good price to win it.
So do you, from Eric's position there, do you want that action? Do you want that call?
Probably with a 10 and a
spade
backdoor
draw.
flush draw. I mean, you don't mind just picking up the pot for sure. Any pot means a lot because every chip you win, your opponent loses, so it's worth a lot.
Yeah, each pot's, what are the blinds right now? 75, 150?
Yeah.
So you're looking at almost a $225 scoop every time you steal the pot.
Right. So do you travel to do any other events outside of Fresno?
No, I don't. My time is pretty much single dad, so all I do is work at home. I'm the tournament director for the casino back home, so I kind of have a smaller version of what Ben gets to do here.
Okay.
And so when I'm gone, it's more of an education trip. Ben was kind enough to offer me an opportunity last year and said, hey, it'd be a great learning experience. Jim's all in here with ace deuce.
That should do it. Yeah, Ben did the same thing. He used to go on trips like that a lot.
Yeah,
to
with Savage and Justin and stuff like that. And so he's just kind of doing what he's been given. He's been given opportunities, and he's built his empire to what it is. And he's kind of saw my interest and said, hey, why don't you come up, learn some things, and don't mess up. We'll see what happens. So I came up, really tried to absorb as much as possible. I've made several changes in my card room since my first visit alone, and I just keep learning new things every time. How to not be afraid of the numbers. You know what I mean? Like buy-ins versus guarantees and stuff. Things that'll scare players. I've tried to learn different articulates for it.
That's true, but I guess it's easier for me because I'm getting tired, so I don't want to make mistakes.
Eric just admitted that he's getting tired, doesn't want to make mistakes, so he's going to slow down a little bit.
So he's got that 4 a.m. drive home, a little sleepy going on, starts to let off the gas, hits the cruise control a little kind of thing.
Maybe. I don't know if he has to admit that to his opponent, but he was.
Now in this scenario, I always hear that step on their throat is key. Keep the pressure on, keep the pressure on. At some point, though, you have to be able to recognize that, okay, he's starting to, maybe he's on a little bit of a heater than I am. I need to let off the gas a little, as opposed to just dumping chips to a guy that you don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, so pressure is important, especially on the smaller stack. You just want to do it while risking as little as possible each time. So.
Eric calls for 150.
With 20 big blinds, Jim might shove here with Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, that's
going to get queen high to fold.
Now, here from Eric's position, he's looking at his kicker problems, not the queen, because the queen's got to be a good card heads up. He's looking at that kicker and thinking, is this a dry enough kicker, or should I gamble with it?
Yeah, I don't know if there are any queens that he would limp call, except for maybe queen jack and queen 10 suited. Those are probably the only ones. Pretty sure he's folding here.
He's going to let go. He's only going to give him up 150.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd hate to call there and have him turn over queen 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, or giving queen jack off. It's. So what do you got on deck?
After here is Bay 101 Shooting Star, where I get to be a shooting star, which is always fun. To be a bounty.
Big old target on you? Do you find
so.
Players fire at you with the goofiest range of hands just because they're like,
I want to get They definitely do if you get short.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when you have a lot of chips, some players still play more pots with you just in case they can bust you, but mostly it's not that different if you're deep. But if you end up getting short, especially early in the tournament, then yeah, you're going to get fired
but you're
at
just
for
running
sure.
around in the street at that point.
Yeah. Which can be good still. It can be good or it can be bad. You know?
Yeah. So I hear you're pretty experienced in the pro scene. So if you don't mind me asking, what's your biggest cash ever been? What's your biggest live cash ever been for a tournament?
Biggest live cash was $375 winning a WPT at Jacksonville.
Nice. Nice. And we're running at 303 today for the top end?
Yep.
Dang.
303 for this one, yeah.
That's money.
Eric will check.
Yeah, I'm becoming one of the old school players now. I always see myself as one of the young guys, but not anymore. I'm 36. I've been out playing these tournaments for 12 years. So
do something you love. You never work a day in your life, man. I mean, it's a grind. There's lots of traveling, lots of concentration, lots of real mental fortitude to do things to make sure you don't lose your edge. Like he was just saying, I'm starting to get tired. I don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some highs and lows, but it's a fun job, obviously.
What's the longest bad cold run you've had?
I don't know. I've definitely had some.
He's like, I don't know what running cold's like. I'm always taking off my jacket. I'm just hot all the time.
For sure, had downswings.
But I imagine when it comes to being a pro and going over the long term, I'm just trying to pick your brain.
Yeah, no worries.
For those that aren't really pros or amateurs trying to get into it, do you find that there's a system or a pattern you have that allows you to stay concentrated? Things that you find you do for mental health, mental concentration, focusing?
I don't know. I don't feel like I have to do that. I don't get super high or super low. Like that's just kind of my makeup, you know. So it's that part of the game comes pretty naturally to me, which is lucky.
Yeah, no, that's got to be super. Like a guy who doesn't mind getting punched in fighting. It's
Yeah,
super lucky.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Okay.
I get losing 3, 4, 5 sessions in a row or 10 tournaments in a row or whatever. Sure, it sucks, but it doesn't change my play or my outlook on life that much. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm going to be a little bit more frustrated here and there. And here we go. We have ace-10 all in from Eric, and Jim feels forced to call with 20
his
big
dice.
blinds and ace-6.
Kind of see him throw his hand up like,
Yeah, what
he's
am I
got an
supposed to
ace-2.
do?
What am I going to do
Yeah.
there? Yeah.
Jim shows the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, so
and
this
the
could be
six
it
of
if
clubs.
If his
Ace of
10 holds
hearts
up.
and the 10 of diamonds. All right,
Yep,
Matthew,
and
let's
there's
go to the flop.
still some chops sometimes
That's like
too.
almost a 3-1 lead.
The flop is out. 5 of spades. 8 of spades.
Now we are
8
going to
of
end up with a
hearts.
chop on a 5 or a
Ace
running pair.
10 in the lead. Matt, let's see the turn card.
Oh, Jim hits the
squeezed out a 6.
Unbelievable.
8s and 6s.
We're down to.
So what are you dodging? A 5 or an ace right now? And a 10?
And a 10.
9 or nothing.
9 of hearts.
An ace, actually.
Ace would have been good. A 10 would have been good. That's got to be frustrating.
So now that, I mean, they're short enough to where one double up from 20 big blinds makes you the leader.
Jim
So now
knows he
Jim
won,
is-
right?
Yeah.
He looks so just distraughted by winning the pot.
He kind of hates how far it's gone, the blinds, and so now he realizes that they're in a situation where
his
they
hand
have to
range
get
is
it in
dictated.
So much.
Yeah.
He's
Whereas you don't have
frustrated by
any play room. You can't make decisions. It's the blinds say I have to shove. I have to
Yeah,
shove.
and saying you don't have any play is definitely not true. It's just a different types of plays, and there are less plays involved, but it's not any plays. It's not that you don't have any, and players still make mistakes. They're just different mistakes.
Okay.
It's Jim. Yes.
So like we were going back to your lose. If you lose a couple in a row, you try not to get results oriented. You want to stay away from that
as long
feeling.
as you, and if you do start questioning how you're playing, there's plenty of information out there to go
Make
learn or
adjustments
check
and
it
learn.
out or talk to a friend or whatever. There's ways to ease your mind if you do start worrying that maybe you're not playing great or maybe some decisions that you make are not the best. you
Yeah.
know?
Now,
So it's-
have you ever considered consulting? Have you ever said, sit down with a player and say, if you keep track of your hands and results and stuff like that, I will sit down and study them with you. I will go over.
I
what
have
your
thought
mistake-
about that. I did a brief stint in a coaching thing where I was trying to make videos, and I really didn't like doing it. The time that I spent doing it and
Didn't feel like it was
learning
adequate
the
for
computer
the-
software and all that stuff, I didn't like doing it. So, I will probably do some live one-on-one coaching with friends, or maybe even charge somebody for actual live coaching. But it wouldn't be. I probably wouldn't use computer software doing it.
Just because it seems like a wealth of knowledge that you have that you can give less experienced players of, man, I never thought about that change. Now all of a sudden I'm winning. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
So I definitely talk to people about poker, like friends and stuff, and I don't mind that at all. But like actual coaching, being paid for it, I would rather spend that time playing or, you know.
Right, you're still at that stage in your career where you're
Yeah.
like, I don't want to give away my knowledge. I want to play. I want to win. I want
It's
to
more
exceed.
fun.
Exactly.
So if I'm making the same amount of money, why would I
Why
rather
give it up?
do that? Yeah.
1, 2, 2. I like the 2, 1, 2, but yeah.
But I do like consulting with my friends about.
I was gonna say it's got to
hands for
be,
sure.
it's got to be a little rewarding almost in the sense of saying, man, I've accumulated all this knowledge through my own natural ability, and to see your friends improve because of it, that's got to make you super happy.
For
Whenever
sure.
you tell them something, they're like, dude, Tyler was so awesome, bro. I've never made that mistake anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like doing that for sure.
Telling you guys, your
And
Twitter's gonna blow up now. Everyone's gonna be hitting you up
talking
going,
to
"Tyler."
each other, like, you know, peer to peer. Like Matt Affleck is a guy that we used to be roommates in Seattle. We play a lot of poker in Seattle, cash games, and travel and play tournaments a lot. So we talk about hands. So I mean, there's not
Get
necessarily
different
any
views on
specific
it.
idea that I tell him that he is always going to use in the future, or vice versa. But they're, you know, just talking about hands back and forth helps.
Yeah, and I imagine after seeing as many hands and scenarios as you have, you can almost just blindly walk yourself
A lot of the
through certain
scenarios are
hands.
pretty
You're like,
pretty routine, yeah.
that's got to be scary sometimes when a guy can look across the table and tell you what you have, and still throw chips at you and be like, oh man, come on.
So Eric limps here. Jim defends big. Jim's going to lead with the gut shot here, and Eric flopped huge with the 2 pair.
Now, with a board like this and a guy firing into you, do you have to be aggressive, or do you think caution here is a smart play? Because if he's firing into you at that low of a board.
It's interesting. So 2 pair is such a big favorite that you might consider slow playing, but it's so vulnerable. There's so many bad cards that
could come out. 3, a
bottom
5, a
2.
6. So
Just
many.
any situation where you have bottom 2, there's a lot of bad cards that can come. So it's usually better to just get aggressive with it early.
And that works.
And Jim goes to the lead and then folds.
Exactly what Eric said. It's like he could hear you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a champ. He's a really sharp player.
And he's kind of sticking to the philosophy of pressure. That old adage of just, I've got 2 pair right now, you bet I'm going to squeeze you. I'm going to make, because basically he's putting Jim in a position where I have to shove or let go of whatever aggressive stance I've made.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the stack size where it's just 1 raise and that's committing you to the pot. So that's basically what happened. I gotta mention in the chat now that you're talking about coaching. Stu, I will be your poker coach.
See, I told you, man. You're gonna start blowing up.
I'll charge you just a little bit more per hour than you charge me to golf with you. Okay?
I like it. Oh, here's one. We got a suited ace and pocket jacks on this one.
He might be deep enough to get away from A7, but it's 25 big blinds each. Definitely don't blame Eric if he just decides to shove here.
Suited ace, laid in, pressure is key.
I think calling and shoving are both fine. I probably lean towards shoving.
Yeah, shoving seems like it would be the more.
The thing is, the way the dynamic they have been limping a lot of buttons, and this time Jim raises, so that could lean me towards just calling because he hasn't been raising
shove,
much.
double check, and a snap call. Double check. Do I still have jacks? Yes, I do. Okay.
Makes the call with pocket jacks.
I mean, you always got to look, man. I've even seen guys like Phil Ivey
Yeah,
not look back and fold their hand and be like, "Oh, I had a flush. What was I thinking?"
That's true. All right, this could be it. Eric is all in at risk.
All right, Matt, let's see the flop.
Still my hero.
Oh, wow. It's the ace, but Jim does have a gut shot to end it still. 6 outs.
So king or a jack will do Jim a win.
Yep, and a spade would be he has an open ender now. A king, an 8, or a jack.
That now gives Jim an open-ended straight draw. You can catch the 8. Or the king now. And for
or a jack.
Still has the aces. All right, Matt, let's see the river card.
Wow, the ace 7 beats the jacks, and now he's going to have
that count's got to be close.
Yeah.
Because they had them listed both at 5.2, but I know it might be a little different.
Looks like Jim's going to have 600K left, and that's, at least that's what our graphics are telling us. 600K is good for 3 big blinds.
5. 5.5. 5.2.
Yeah, Eric's going to have 5.2. It looks like Jim's got 5.8.
So yeah, I think we're looking at 5.3, correct? 2, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7. Right, 5, 7, 5, 8.
Wait, let's double count.
2 million, 4 million, 5 million, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. Correct, Matt? Yeah. Over here.
Sounds right to me.
So then, yeah.
Oh man, I mentioned playing Mario Kart in the esports arena. Now I have a challenge to play Mario Kart for money. I think that's Kevin McPhee, but I'm not sure.
You know, they've got a Mario Kart go-kart style place, and I think it's in Niagara or Florida. Like, it's a real-life size outdoor double-level go-karts.
Wow,
it's nice.
Great.
No problem. Okay, just another hand.
Yes.
Yeah,
we
Kev,
do
I'm not very
esports.
good, but yeah, I'll bet small stakes.
Andy's your first
And you have to come down. We do esports like every month, but we do like the shooters, like your fork
man.
knife and your
Yeah,
Apex
I've never even
and.
played them, but yeah, sure. I think I played some Counter-Strike in college.
Yeah, I was gonna
Very
say
good, though.
I figured you for like a Mario DS guy, and if you're not, you're like, hold on, guys, I'm playing 7-handed Chinese poker. But hold on, wait, did I go? I went off the edge. Okay, hold on, I just won 20,000. Whatever. So, you know, it's.
I don't know about that, but.
So right, so Jim's gonna be left with 600,000, 5% of the chips in
Wow,
play.
it looks like, I mean, 53-3. If it stays like this, Eric will
Now
be a two-time champ this year.
Now
That's
your
gotta
Jim.
have him in the lead of.
Your Jim, do you even look?
Huh?
Do you even look?
With 3 big
3
blinds.
bigs. Do you even look?
And they have to put into. No, I don't think either player looks at this one. I mean, I think they're gonna be dark for at least one hand, maybe 2.
I used to like this one.
Yeah, I used to like this place.
Look at these hands.
Oh wow, we go from ace 7 jacks to queen jack and ace king. Oh, Jim just can't catch a break right now.
It's not over yet. This is only 2-1, 65-35 type spot.
Jack of spades. He is all in for 400,000. All right, Matt. Let's see the flop. And that
Not over yet.
Nice.
He did find a jack. The flop is the 8 of clubs, jack of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. We got Jim in the lead with a pair of jacks. Matt, let's see the turn card. It is a 6. As we look to the river for Eric, he's looking for an ace or a king.
Is he gonna Greenstein him?
Looks like Jim has the rest of the deck.
Barry Greenstein, ace on the river. I don't think so. I think Jim's still fighting.
Oh, he Greensteined him! Oh, wow!
Oh, poor Jim. He played great. Wow, congrats to Eric.
Oh.
So Jim Colby's going to get $200,000 for finishing in second place.
Most
Not
excellent.
bad for a 5K buy-in.
Not at all. And for that heart racing end right there.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And $300,000 plus his name on that trophy back there.
Champions package too, I think.
yeah,
Eric's gonna pick up a champions package.
Yeah, for sure. He gets to play in the 15K Tournament of Champions of the Aria. He already did, actually, Eric. He won earlier this year, so now he's getting 15K more in cash. So
And
he
an
actually gets
opportunity to
all
repeat.
$303,000 in cash.
Man, Greenstein. Greenstein still haunts poker players.
Barry Greenstein on the river.
Man, it's a nice cup though. Stanley who? It's a
That
giant
is a
cup.
pretty sweet cup.
That is nice. Now I noticed there was diamonds on it. Those are for players that have won multiple events.
Yeah.
Nice.
So here we go. There's the total payouts. Jerry Robinson, 50K. And Anthony Zeno coming in here, a former champion, 3-time former champion, 68,000. Dylan Lindy won a tournament also this year, so he could have had 2 this year, coming in 4th for 95. AJ Chabra with a nice score at 130. Jim Colby, 200,000. He played great. And Eric Gomez, our champion. And it looks like he's going to go on to win Player of the Year to me. I'm going to let you watch the celebration here, and me and Cole are going to take off, I think. Thanks for joining me, Cole.
Hey, no, man, thanks for having me. I appreciate the chats.
Hope we picked you up some teaching jobs.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, guys. Thanks
Bye,
for joining us at Thunder Valley. We hope you guys enjoyed the stream and enjoy the victory watch.
I guess we can have him sit right here, right?
I can outplay these guys with my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.